A boy named Su Ping, his face wounded, says his name and laughs quietly. The young man leans towards the small creature with electric sparks at its feet, realizing something important. Frightening monsters appear before the hero's eyes and he remembers his reincarnation. The guy notices an ominous horn on the ground, considering it the most terrifying moment. The hero, with wounds on his face, clutches a trophy, a bloody horn, and next to him a white beast grins menacingly. The creature suddenly rushes at the giant monsters, entering into a fight. A few days ago, the boy woke up in the dark, not yet realizing the changes that had taken place. Waking up, the young man looks in the mirror and realizes that he has become a different person. An electronic ID with his new data appears in front of the guy. The hero reflects on life with a new personality, like everyone who finds themselves in the world after reincarnation. The world the young man found himself in is very similar to Earth. Here, the level of technological development has made great strides. However, technologies are of an auxiliary nature, and the basis of life becomes the heavenly beasts. Various types of celestial beasts are closely related to human life, performing simple work. These creatures are also actively used for military purposes. Some heavenly beasts are specially trained to destroy enemies. Even the global influence of states depends on the power of such creatures. The social status of countries is determined by the power of the heavenly beasts, because everything here is subject to their power. The boy realizes that in this world only the strong are respected, and if he wants to survive, he needs to become stronger. The hero decides to carefully plan his actions, and first figure out where he ended up, accepting the new identity of Su Ping. The guy is pondering the origin of this body when a girl suddenly enters the room. The young lady is surprised to recognize the hero and jokingly calls him lazy, wondering why he woke up so early. The young man looks at the photograph and assumes that this girl is his avatar's sister, noting her attractiveness. The guy notices a badge on the girl's chest and wonders what it means. The girl angrily asks him not to stare at her breasts and accuses the hero of perverted intentions, attacking him. The boy runs away from the attack in panic and is amazed by the unexpected strength of his relative. The girl proudly declares that she is a master of fighting beasts and a university student, trying to present herself in a favorable light. The hero is surprised that his sister dislikes him so much and assumes that his avatar was a terrible brother. The sister angrily recalls all the boy's pranks and antics, and he is amazed at what a harmful person he was in the past. The girl claims that she came to kick her brother out of the house at the request of a pet store customer, and demands that he go to work. The guy is thrown out of the house with the threat of regret if he doesn't leave. The hero is surprised that his avatar actually has his own pet store, and not just a bad reputation. The guy decides it's time to get to work. Once outside, the protagonist finds himself in the bustling city of Longjiang. On the city streets, the young man observes many people and unusual creatures, following the directions of the navigator. Arriving at a dirty and old building, the hero guesses that this is where his pet store is located. He passes fingerprint identification and prepares to enter with a smile. The guy lifts the rusty door of the store with difficulty and tells himself that he's almost done it. Inside, the hero discovers the animal relieving itself right in the cage and angrily yells at it. The angry pet store owner threatens to make goulash out of the animal for such behavior. Su Ping takes a powerful blow and is sent flying. Waking up, Su Ping asks the stranger in fear who he is. The guy with the mohawk tells Su Ping that he is his regular customer and has been waiting for him here for a whole week. Su Ping is wary of whether he is facing an enemy. The Black Panther complains that she was kept locked up for 3 whole days. The beast's owner is outraged that Su Ping locked his pet with other predators for so long, and reproaches him for his cruelty. Su Ping apologizes for what happened, assuring that his avatar is simply shameless and will not take a penny for the inconvenience. The dissatisfied customer asks Su Ping with disdain if he thinks he needs any money. The man with the mohawk orders the black beast to attack Su Ping, giving the command to take him. Obeying its master, the black beast rushes at Su Ping with terrifying fury, preparing to teach him a lesson. Su Ping realizes with amazement and fear that the beast has caught him by surprise with its incredible speed. Su Ping, in desperation, proposes to resolve the conflict peacefully and pay triple compensation. The man with the mohawk asks with disdain if Su Ping really thinks of paying off the spoiled fighting beast with money. Suddenly the client will beam and announce that he has a great idea. The man orders his beast Black Monsoon to perform a new attack on Su Ping. Black Monsoon, with the power of a dragon, charges a powerful energy blast to detonate the magazine and restore his honor. Su Ping is amazed by the beast's strength and does not understand why he has dragon blood. The hero is confused as to why he ended up so weak in a world where he himself was recently reborn and did not even have his own pet. At this critical moment, a notification screen appears. A suitable target has been found, and the contract is being concluded. Su Ping is overjoyed to realize that his cheat system has finally activated, and now it really does feel like reincarnation. Su Ping is completely shocked to learn that his contract is somehow connected to a pet store. The guy suddenly finds himself enveloped in blue energy and is surprised by what is happening to his body. The system explains to the hero that the store makes him immune to any damage. The young man is amazed, since attacks in the store are useless. He becomes invulnerable. The shop owner is suspicious whether the object of the contract is really this old homeless shelter. The system confirms Su Ping's guess, and he thinks ironically about discipline. Meanwhile, the battle continues, and Black Monsoon continues to attack with the same ferocity. A man with a mohawk shouts at his beast to tear his opponent to shreds. Su Ping, with a cold expression on his face, stopped the attack and menacingly asked what the enemy was planning to do with his store. The protagonist, as the owner, gives the beast a strict order to lie down, demonstrating strength and control. Su Ping mockingly asks the customer if he was not satisfied with their service, while Black Monsoon lies defeated. The client panics when he realizes that the guy stopped the beast with his bare hands and wonders why he has never heard of such strength. The guy offers, if there are no complaints, to look after the animal for a couple more days. Su Ping smiles sweetly and promises that he will definitely take care of Black Monsoon. The shop owner, with a demonic smile, swears to take care of him again, frightening the enemy even more. The man with the mohawk and his beast run away from the hero in fear, unable to withstand the pressure. Su Ping wonders if he really looks that scary to others. The system notifies the hero that the problem in the store has been resolved, and offers to update the store status. Su Ping notes with interest that this system has proven to be very well thought out, and agrees to the update. A powerful stream of blue energy envelops the owner's shop, announcing the start of the upgrade. Su Ping looks around his shop in amazement after the renovation. The premises sparkle with cleanliness and newness. The hero approaches the reflection and admires how the system has changed everything around him, calling the update cool. The guy notices a mysterious room and decides to see what's inside. The young man discovers cages with small animals and is surprised by their size. Su Ping suspects that the pets will damage the cages, but the system reports that the animals are in a state of cultivation and do not need food or a toilet. The guy asks the system what to do to prevent the new owners from causing trouble, and who should take these two pets. The system congratulates the owner on starting the main quest, and offers to choose between the Thunder Mouse and the Moondog. The hero chooses a mouse, explaining that he has a bad relationship with dogs. Information about Thunder Mouse is described. Its main skill is to be cute, which Su Ping is very surprised about. The system explains that the pet will learn new skills depending on the owner's training style, and suddenly the boy and the mouse find themselves in the center of an energy vortex. Su Ping is stunned and realizes that he has entered the cultivation dimension. The hero and the mouse are delighted by the huge tree and strange crystals, marveling at the local inhabitants. Su Ping notes that the place is scary and jokes about meeting meter-long beasts. The guy encounters a giant creature, the king of beasts, which terrifies him. The main character comes to his senses covered in blood and doesn't understand anything, wondering why he's still alive. The system informs Su Ping that he was killed by the Beast King, but is now in the resurrection space. The guy is puzzled why the system did not warn him about such a danger, and is interested in his points. The system informs the young man that there is no limit to the number of free resurrections, but points are deducted for failing a mission, and there is no permission to evaluate yet due to a lack of points. The hero sarcastically notes that the system is in no hurry to help and expresses its dissatisfaction. Su Ping and his pet enter into a temporary contract, filled with energy. The system informs Su Ping that his mental state has successfully merged with the Thunder Mouse, and wishes him a successful search. The young man notices the peaceful herbivorous animals, and decides that this is a chance for victory while the enemy is not dangerous. After signing a temporary contract, Su Ping begins to sense the pet's fear, and senses approaching danger. A 10-meter giant sandworm appears in front of the hero, inspiring horror. Su Ping instantly recognizes the threat and prepares to act along with the mouse. The guy decides that the kids are less than 100 meters away, and orders his pet to attack. The protagonist strategically aims the mouse to attack the worm in the neck. Su Ping understands that the Thunder Mouse's strength is clearly not enough, but he is happy with the possibility of endless resurrections and gradual progress. The mouse is successfully resurrected after being defeated. The hero has an infinite number of attempts. Su Ping commands the pet to constantly move closer to the beast and use agility to dodge and circle around the enemy. The young man commands to attack the gap in the enemy's shell and use the dash right now. The hero happily notes that they managed to inflict damage. Su Ping activates Resurrection, supporting Thundermouse in battle. The guy reactivates Resurrection to avoid giving up in the fight. Thundermouse is resurrected again and ready to attack. The system informs that due to the high concentration of thunder in the environment, the mouse has mastered a new ability. Now the dash has become thunderous. A delighted Su Ping notices that the mouse skill has become stronger and can now break through the enemy's defense. The protagonist commands the pet to use this new skill to win the battle. Su Ping is delighted that his little animal has beautifully defeated the enemy, but decides to give the mouse a rest before the next hunt. Suddenly, the guy is confused by an earthquake that has begun, and he encounters swarms of giant sandworms, of which there are too many. Su Ping, badly wounded and with broken ribs, reflects on the futility of fighting the adults. Thundermouse is also exhausted and has not yet recovered from the last battle. The guy decides that it would be wiser not to resist and choose the tactics of resurrections with further level growth. The hero consciously makes a sacrifice and finds himself face to face with a giant monster. Su Ping turns to her pet with hope even in a critical situation. Thundermouse performs a miracle and deals a sudden lightning attack on the enemy. The guy is amazed that the pet was able to use Thunder Dash again and of its own free will. A fighting spirit awakens in the young man's eyes. He feels a surge of strength and intends to consolidate the experience he has gained. The hero takes the trophy, thinking that even the beast did not give up completely. Su Ping resolutely declares that he too is not going to give up and will fight to the end. Despite the slim odds, Su Ping and his pet rush into battle against the enemies. The young man with the Thundermouse shouts resolutely that he will fight to the death. After a fierce battle, Su Ping wearily exclaims that even after death and resurrection, a feeling of fatigue remains. The hero realizes that his body is still weak and decides that serious training will be required to improve his physical fitness. Near the numerous craters, Su Ping senses impending danger and warns the mouse of enemies nearby. The boy notices that the terrain is different from the previous battlefield and explores the hard surface of the crater. Suddenly, a 10-meter stone cockroach, smaller in size than the previous opponents, appears from underground. The monster attacks and spews a stream of acid, threatening the heroes with violence. The boy and the Thundermouse narrowly escape the acid, realizing the new danger. Su Ping orders the beast to be fully prepared and show the enemies all the progress it has made. Su Ping, covered in scratches and fatigue, is depicted among the remains of the monsters. Next to the owner is a Thundermouse. The system records 68 resurrections for Su Ping and 847 for the pet. The hero and the animal lie among mountains of corpses, and the system reports 472 destroyed enemies. Su Ping is surprised that the mouse has mastered thunder, residual perception, and as many as 10 secret techniques. The progress of combat skills of not only the mouse, but also other animals is shown, from elementary to ancient secret skills. The exhausted young man thanks the system and asks to return them home as soon as possible. The scene switches to the annual competition of Longjiang Fengshan University, which is being actively broadcast. On the final day of the qualifiers, spectators gathered and discussed whose heavenly beast would win this year. A girl with red hair appears among the contestants, and the audience speculates about the possible favorites, Yahello, Zhang Shuihan, or Zhan Xiao. Introducing Su Yanyan, a third-year university student and master of martial beasts, who is reflecting on the seriousness of the competition at the regional selections. Su Yanyan recalls how Zhang Shuihan won a convincing victory in the previous competition. The girl admits that she often came across talented opponents, and once Yahello won. The heroine realizes that she has already lost twice in a row, and now she faces a battle with Zhang Xiao, having only a 100-toothed tiger. She is determined to take the Thundermouse from Su Ping, knowing that her own strength is still not enough. According to the rules of the competition, 2 fighting animals are required, so the heroine hurries to get her second pet. Su Yanyan walks into an empty pet store and calls out to one of the workers. The girl notes that she managed to arrive on time, although she is surprised that the store is almost empty. The heroine, looking for the store owner, raises her voice, saying that she has come to pick up her pet. Su Ping comes out to greet the guest. The girl confirms that she left the Thundermouse about half a month ago and wants to take it back. And Su Ping realizes that this is the pet's real owner. Su Ping confidently replies that everything is fine with the Thundermouse, but reminds the owner not to forget to pay for the services. The girl thinks that the store owner is behaving strangely and is worried about the payment. The owner of the Thundermouse smiles and promises that, despite the early visit, she will pay everything in full. The girl is genuinely surprised, not understanding what could have alarmed her owner so much. The guy says goodbye to his pet with a little sadness, saying that it's time for him to go home. Before parting, Su Ping asks the mouse not to forget him when she returns to her owner. Money is credited to the store account and is automatically converted into energy points. The system sets the following task. The young man needs to acquire his own heavenly beast to become a master of combat beasts in 7 days. Su Ping is surprised to realize that he can now become a master of fighting beasts. Having opened a shop in his mind, the hero wants to buy an awakening potion, but discovers a lack of energy points. Although the system allows him to convert money into energy, Su Ping checks his balance in surprise and can't believe he has so little energy. The hero is outraged, because thanks to his training, the mouse mastered several secret skills, and the reward turned out to be modest. In the arena, the commentator is delighted by the spectacle. Zhang Xiao's demonic dragon dog wins with the first attack. The beast's powerful blow seriously injures Su Yanying's 100-toothed tiger, ruining her chances of winning. Zhang Xiao's demonic beast, called the Chosen Terminator, displays its colossal strength, causing admiration. The master of martial beasts himself, Zhang Xiao, a third-year student at Fengshan University, offers to continue the duel with a cold smile. From the judges' box, observers discuss that the fight is boring, with the wounded beast Su Yanying practically not resisting his opponent. One of the judges notes that Su Yanying was once a strong athlete, but now she has almost no chance. Her beast is seriously injured. The woman with red hair says that the heroine is still young and talks about injustice. Either give up or fight without a chance of winning. Two other experts explain that despite the minimal odds, the result of this fight affects Su Yanying's chances of reaching the main competition, and that is why she is not giving up. The commentator calls on us to see how Su Yanying will handle the choice between admitting defeat or fighting to the death. The girl is upset by her quick loss, and notes that her 100-toothed tiger has never recovered from its previous injuries. Su Yanying realizes that after the beast's new injury, she has almost no chance left, and it's time to end her student career. Zhang Xiao disdainfully allows his demon dog to finish the fight and talks about giving his opponent a dignified death. Zhang Xiao's dog performs the Fire Dragon move, launching a deadly attack straight towards the opponent. At the moment of a strong blow, Su Yanying loudly announces surrender, ending the fight. The spectators in the hall are frightened. One of them is in a panic, but he is reassured that the judges have the situation under control. The girl realizes that among the students, few are capable of destroying the Star Shield, and defeat is worthy of respect. The referee intervenes, signaling Su Yanying's surrender and helping to protect her and the beast from danger. Zhang Xiao is declared the winner of the first round, but tells his opponent not to hope for luck next time. Su Yanying is worried that all she has left is a thunder mouse, which seems to have been eating everything since returning from the store. The girl understands that she cannot throw a mouse into a senselessly dangerous fight, because even a tiger lost with one attack. The announcer announces that Su Yanying only has the thunder mouse left for the next round, and the hostess wonders if the hidden strength enhancement skill will be enough. The audience mockingly discusses how Su Yanying's pet has no chance against Zhang Xiao's third-stage demon dog. The crowd and the inner voice push Su Yanying to give up, and the thunder mouse takes a fighting stance. Seeing the huge gap in strength, the heroine decides not to risk her pet's life and is going to give up. Suddenly a comment appears that the thunder mouse has already come out and the countdown to the fight begins. Zhang Xiao happily comments that this little thing came out on its own, and the countdown begins and the fighting spirit flares up. The demonic dragonhound is given the command to attack and begin combat, unleashing a torrent of fiery attacks. One of the judges notices the unusual state of the thunder mouse, and wonders with surprise if something unexpected has happened. Sunyan commands Thunder Mouse to use lightning speed to dodge the attack. The owner's pet confidently avoids the fiery attack of the demonic dog, which causes a wave of surprise. The girl with red hair notes to herself that everything is too strange, and begins to suspect unusual changes. The commentator reports that the mouse was knocked down by the attacks, and Zhang Xiao happily orders his beast to finish off the enemy. The demon dog prepares for close combat, and Zhang Xiao plans not to end the round quickly, but to teach the mouse a lesson. Su Yanying urgently activated the third-stage strength enhancement secret skill to save the situation. The animal dodges with incredible lightning speed, which takes the enemy by surprise. The judges and spectators are surprised by the mouse's impressive speed and watch the progress of the fight with interest. The commentator notes that the Thunder Mouse was indeed able to avoid the blow, and Su Yanying decides to immediately go on the attack. The judge in the courtroom strains his eyes and is amazed by what is happening, suspecting something special in the mouse's actions. Thunder Mouse unleashes a 7th-stage Thunder System attack, creating a powerful energy discharge. Releasing the power of the Thunderclap skill, the mouse directs a massive stream of lightning at the arena's protective barrier. Spectators and participants are stunned by what they see, not understanding what is happening in the arena. The judges are shocked that a first-stage beast was able to activate a 7th-stage ability, and call the youth terrifying. Zhang Xiao is horrified to realize that he cannot believe his opponent's strength. The commentator excitedly announces that the Thunder Mouse has indeed mastered the 7th-stage technique, and congratulates the winner of the fight. There are enthusiastic and shocked cries among the audience. No one believes that a mouse could master such a strong skill from the first step. Su Yanying is puzzled as to how her Thunder Mouse was able to master the most powerful skill so quickly, and is now thinking about the reasons for such progress. The girl begins to suspect that the pet's incredible strength is somehow connected to that very store. She looks at the mouse with surprise, and wonders inwardly if the whole transformation is explained by that same unusual store. Su Yanyin speculates that the owner of the mysterious shop may be the legendary master, although he doesn't look like him at all. Meanwhile, Su Ping is in the store, sneezing and grumbling at the pet, who is not allowing himself to be served properly. He guesses that someone is thinking about him at this moment, and the pet is clearly pleased with his pranks. The announcer announces that this fight will go down in the history of the university, because a first-level pet used a 7th-level skill. Zhang Xiao realizes with annoyance that he underestimated his opponent and blames himself for it. The arena announces that the score is still tied and the final round will be decisive, and Zhang Xiao is going to call for a countermeasure to win. He summons his new beast and admits that Su Yanyin has proven to be a good opponent. In the next moment, Zhang Xiao vows that the final fight will decide everything, and now he is ready to fight to the end. A stone rhinoceros appears on the field, becoming a new serious threat to Su Yanying. Su Ping, watching the battle, quickly realizes that Thunderclap will no longer help, because the new opponent is an Earth-type beast, which shocks Su Yanyin, noticing that the opponent is using a hidden ace. The commentator notes that the 4th-stage stone rhinoceros is enormous in size and extremely dangerous for the Thunder Mouse. The round begins, and it is clear that both sides are determined, but the audience is unsure about the outcome for the mouse. One of the judges is sure that the animal would have been defeated if it had only had the first level, but its fighting spirit and strength are clearly higher. The referee suggests that the Thunder Mouse has not yet reached his full potential, and the round officially begins. Zhang Xiao commands his beast to increase its power and momentum to the 2nd stage, raising the level of combat. The stone rhino receives an additional Tier 3 armor boost, making it an unstoppable foe. The commentator states that after applying numerous enhancements, the rhinoceros's power is now no lower than the 5th stage, and Su Yanying feels enormous pressure. Su Yanyin tries to close the distance to use the enhancement skill, but the distance is too great. As a result, the Thunder Mouse ends up next to the rhino without the necessary buff, which surprises the commentator with the participant's mistake. Zhang Xiao triumphantly orders the stone rhinoceros to crush the mouse, threatening it with instant death. The Thunder Mouse suddenly splits into two and jumps out from under the paws of the stone rhinoceros, escaping mortal danger. The judges are stunned and discuss the impossibility of residual separation in a real fight. The commentator confirms that this residual separation is another incredible Stage 7 skill, causing unprecedented interest among team leaders. Thunder Mouse decides not to engage the rhinoceros in combat, and instead charges towards Zhang Xiao, surprising everyone. Su Ping is glad that the Thunder Mouse caught his opponent off guard and took advantage of his mistake. Zhang Xiao panics and tries to defend himself by activating the 3rd stage star shield as the mouse approaches him. Thunder Mouse and her residual clone simultaneously use Thunderclap to break the opponent's defense. The commentator explains that Zhang Xiao's shield was almost immediately destroyed by the double attack, and it is now unknown whether he will survive such a blow. The Divine Phoenix Judge intervenes to save Zhang Xiao, who is knocked unconscious by a powerful attack. The judge solemnly announces that Zhang Xiao has lost in the 3rd round, deciding the outcome of the fight. The commentator announces Su Yanyin's victory, congratulating her on successfully passing the selection. Su Yanyin is shocked by what is happening, and is happy and realizes that the Thunder Mouse has mastered not only Thunderclap, but also residual cloning. She is sure that the hidden talents of the pet store owner are the cause of everything, and is impressed by his abilities and nondescript appearance. Su Ping thinks about making money and realizes that he can't just rely on the store's operations. The system tells him that the store currently only provides 3 services: shelter, rental, and food sales. The rental costs 10 yuan per hour. To rent the celestial beasts, the owner must breed them, and to produce feed, he must personally collect the ingredients. Realizing that he has neither money nor qualifications yet, Su Ping chooses the 3rd option: selling feed. He asks the system where he can collect ingredients, inquiring about the possibility of obtaining them outside of special zones. Looking back on the past few days, Su Ping regretfully realized that he had missed a great opportunity to prepare food in the high-ranking zone. Deciding that this cannot continue, he demands a list of all cultivation zones from the system in order to catch up and become a master of war beasts. Su Ping chooses a suitable cultivation zone and decides not to miss any more opportunities to level up his pet. He enters a dimension called Extraterrestrial Meteorite 10,021, finding himself in a beautiful and unusual world. The system gives him a set of beginner's items, including a tool for evaluating ancient flowers and herbs. Using the power of thought, he activates the function of receiving items from the reward cube. He manages to successfully retrieve the item, and the first successes in collecting resources begin. Su Ping studies the properties of the plants he finds. Some restore stamina, others heal, or are used for the needs of animals. The hero realizes that the food that can be collected safely is too cheap to sell and tries to find the best. In the grass, he suddenly discovers a dangerous beast, a stone snake of the 8th stage, and hides in shock. Realizing that the best raw materials are only found in the most dangerous places, Su Ping rushes to obtain expensive ingredients, despite the danger and limited storage. At the last moment, he deftly dodges the attack of the stone snake, continuing to collect the most valuable and expensive herbs. Su Ping hurriedly puts the rare plant into storage, but is injured by a stone snake attack. Despite the danger, he continues to collect expensive ingredients, considering their value worthy of any effort, but falls into the mouth of a monster. Exhausted after battles and numerous deaths, the hero admits that even 30 resurrections a day tire him out greatly. However, Su Ping is confident that there will be no further problems, since he already has the necessary resources. Returning home, he decides to sort everything he managed to collect into the store's storage area. The scene shifts to the old man, concerned about his pet's health, reporting that he hasn't eaten anything for a week. A young man offers to try the latest expensive food for skybirds, assuring them of its effectiveness. The girl happily agrees to give the pet food and immediately invites him to try it. After eating the food, the bird of heaven starts to bleed black blood, and a dead centipede appears, causing shock and alarm in those around it. The girl panics and explains that Xiaohui would never eat even the world's rarest dark centipede, while the man urges her to urgently go to the Celestial Beast Clinic, suspecting a dangerous heart infection. The grandfather grabs the sick scarlet bird in his arms, deciding to urgently call a doctor. A doctor comes to the family and joyfully announces that Xiaohui is now saved. The girl explains to her grandmother that Xiaohui is seriously ill, and they are forced to go to Shangchun for treatment. The old man and grandmother are surprised that Xiaohui began to eat, admitting that the seller did not deceive. Someone explains that the scarlet bird has a pure attribute and should not eat any random food, otherwise it loses its appetite and gets sick. He also adds that the pet will recover if it eats the fruits of the rock rose, and promises to consult with any questions. The young man is outraged by this advice, believing that dividing food into types is an invention of traders. He asks his grandmother how much the bird feed cost. The grandmother admits that the purchase cost 130 yuan per fruit, and over 1,000 yuan was spent in a week. The girl shares a rumor that many illegal stores add chemicals to food, pets become dependent, and if you take such food away from them, they literally go crazy. The family is in a panic when they learn that if the pet continues to eat the food, it will die. And the grandfather exclaims in horror, not believing what he has heard. The young man decides to find the suspicious store where the food was bought, and demands to know its name. Grandma recalls with excitement that it was the Azornik pet store. Family members come to the store and demand to speak with the owner. The man aggressively asks Su Ping what he adds to the feed for the heavenly beasts. Su Ping is surprised by the accusations, but insists his food is all natural, and asks if the scarlet bird had any side effects. The man does not believe the explanations and demands honesty, angry that the bird could not tear itself away from his food. People on the street are discussing how the store has already had problems with sanitation, and they recall revelations about food with dangerous additives in illegal stores. The girl suggests that instead of shouting, they send the feed for testing to the Association of Producers to ensure its quality, and the brother agrees. Su Ping angrily mentally revolted. In your opinion, I sell bad feed. Su Ping intimidates the visitors with a suddenly powerful aura and demands proof of their accusations, which frightens the girl. The girl's brother angrily attacks Su Ping, accusing him of aggression against his sister. The man grabs Su Ping by the neck and threatens to kill him, asking if he wants to die. Su Ping, with icy calm and powerful strength, easily removes the opponent's hand from himself. The attacker screams in pain, shocked by Su Ping's unexpected strength and feeling powerless. The humiliated guy, in pain, leaves the store, accusing Su Ping of rudeness, and the girl watches what is happening in confusion. Su Ping understands that if he doesn't explain himself to his clients, he risks losing not only his points, but his entire clientele. He claims that his food has no problems and is ready to prove it to everyone present. Angry customers don't believe Su Ping's words and demand that the store be closed immediately. Before starting the demonstration, Su Ping asks the crowd if anyone has a low-ranking water-type heavenly beast with them. The girl replies that she has a low-ranking water-type beast. At Su Ping's request, she releases her pet water beast named Sprinkler, who has simple skills. The brother cautiously asks Su Ping what he is going to do with this beast. Su Ping explains that he will feed the beast a blue yuan fruit to prove the safety and effectiveness of his food. Outside, spectators discuss how they have only heard of such food in special stores, and even joke about its purpose. After Sprinkler eats the fruit, a burst of energy is released throughout the store, leaving everyone surprised and shocked. The girl panics and asks what is happening to Sprinkler and why he is glowing intensely. It turns out that the little animal has risen in rank. It has evolved to the second stage with an increase in strength. Su Ping comments that the blue yuan fruit does indeed raise the rank of the heavenly beasts, and this food is not fake at all. He then goes on to explain the rules for rank advancement, explaining that bloodline beasts can naturally grow to a high rank as they mature and cultivate. Su Ping explains that if the beast does not train, its strength will not grow further, and the audience is amazed at how quickly the rank increase occurred. The girl's brother is convinced by the beast's appearance that its level has truly risen and compares it to federal relics. He comes to the conclusion that if such feeding is available in a regular store, then the owner's personality is too frightening. The girl is surprised and asks Su Ping if he was replaced, because the result is truly stunning. The brother apologizes for his rudeness and admits that he and his sister went too far. Su Ping coldly accepts their apology, and his brother says that they were blind and ask for forgiveness. He comically declares that 8,700 per fruit is a great price, and he is an honest businessman, and everyone is amazed. The brother happily agrees to pay, believing that it is incredibly profitable for such a result, despite the fact that the sister is sorry for the money. Su Ping muses stonily that the price is still very low considering his own efforts and the dangers involved in obtaining it. Trying to raise the prices, Su Ping is refused by the system, and then advises to use the leaves of the colorful surbud for the beast, and to continue the course of the berries of the rock rose for the recovery of the bird. The sister sighs with relief, and the son of the family confidently declares that he will take care of all the expenses, surprised by the effectiveness of the feed for such a low price. The livestock breeders in the crowd are also vying with each other to ask to sell them the miracle product, not believing that such an effect is possible so cheaply. The seller happily reassures customers, urging them to wait in line, while everyone around them is eager to buy the blue fruits. The protagonist triumphs, happily ordering the system to open the store, because he finally saved up money for the awakening potion. The young man looks at the bottle of green liquid, knowing that he can now become a master of fighting beasts, and excitedly swallows his saliva. The guy decisively drinks the potion he bought, mentally urging himself not to doubt. With the essence of awakening within, Su Ping feels a powerful surge of energy, accompanied by a bright golden light. The hero's eyes fill with a new radiance, and he realizes that his moment has finally arrived. Su Ping proudly exclaims his success as he stands in the golden light, confirming that he is now a true master of the fighting beasts. Meanwhile, one of the clients is amazed to notice that even his reaction speed has increased, being able to easily catch an ordinary fly. The protagonist studies the requirements for using the Chaos Spirit Pool, and realizes that the chance of getting a valuable pet is very small. The guy decides to upgrade his pool to level 2, hoping to increase his chances. Having made sure that there is enough energy, the young man calmly starts the process of the appearance of a new beast. A powerful pillar of light shines through the hall, radiating magical energy as the ritual continues. The system reports the successful use of the second-level pool, and the hero anxiously awaits the result. A strange figure appears in a thick cloud, and the guy is surprised to realize that a small skeleton has come to him. The young man is indignant that he spent 100 points for a funny skeleton, and the pet only laughs embarrassedly in response. Su Ping reasons that even with all the bonuses in the cultivation zone, it will be difficult for the skeleton to survive, but by investing in killing skills, one can gain benefits. On the monitor, the hero sees the requirements. Even the Thunder Mouse was stronger than the skeleton, and the skeleton itself is rated as the lowest level pet. Despite the huge difference in characteristics, the guy with humor and optimism decides to make a real diamond out of the skeleton. The hero hears the client's voice and is surprised by the familiar address, holding a small skeleton in his arms. Two girls with a pet appear at the door and call the owner of the store, surprised that their pet store is located in such a remote place. The young man greets the visitors with a displeased tone and immediately clarifies the amount of the debt, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. The red-haired heroine angrily corrects the guy's name, introducing herself as Su Yanyin, and asks him what he did with the Thunder Mouse. The protagonist, confused, notes to himself that the same scene with complaints and attempts to justify himself is being repeated again. Against the backdrop of a crimson mirage, he replies that he was just walking and playing with his pet, trying to look innocent. The guy turns to the animal and confirms with a smile that everything was exactly like that, and the mouse gets scared and confirms the owner's words. The girl is mentally amazed that for the hero the word walk means severe hardening, and the mouse, who was not afraid even of the 4th rank, now trembles in front of the owner. The heroine's imagination conjures up a terrifying image of a store owner who organizes walks comparable to animal abuse. The second girl with blue hair notes with horror that the main character's pressure even exceeds the 6th level, amazed by his hidden abilities. The blue-haired girl whispers to Su Yanying that the owner looks completely ordinary, and the shop is small, wondering if her friend is mistaken. The red-haired heroine explains to her friend that she cannot explain everything now, but she considers the young man a master of the 7th stage and fears for their safety. The protagonist, thinking about the situation, realizes that the system does not require a limited task, so it is not about the pets, and asks if his prices are too high. In Su Yanying's wild imagination, he suddenly appears as a terrifying merchant testing a customer's honesty with a high price for his services. The heroine, remembering how her Thundermouse became strong for only 108 yuan, frantically counts. Indeed, the prices are not that high. Su Yanying decides to show her gratitude and transfers 1,000 yuan to the hero to thank him for his care, and Su Ping is surprised by such an act. The system reports that the transfer failed, the other party rejected the payment, and the girl is shocked and does not understand what is happening. The guy looks at the bracelet with indifference, considering the whole situation rather funny and ridiculous. The angry heroine decides that 1,000 yuan is not enough, and transfers 5,000, determined to win the master's favor. The translation fails again, causing Su Yanying to despair, and then she asks Lele to help with this issue, and the blue-haired friend sighs and agrees, realizing that there is no choice anyway. Su Yanying firmly convinces herself that meeting the master is a great fortune, and sends a transfer of 10,000 yuan for a decent job. However, the girl again encounters a system failure, and the guy looks more and more irritated each time. Not wanting to give up, the red-haired heroine furiously tries to make another payment. Finally, Su Yanying decides to take extreme measures. She transfers 100,000 yuan, and hopefully asks the hero to accept the money quickly. The girl is shocked to discover that this impressive transfer is not going through again, and desperately asks for the real price. Su Ping, pretending to be serious, tells him to get to the point, because if he wants to move forward, he will have to get used to the new rules. The heroine is amazed in tears. Is it really true that the owner of the magic shop does not demand any payment at all? The girl admits that they will soon have a competition. All her other animals are wounded, and all hope now is only on the Thundermouse, and begs to strengthen the animal in 3 days. The main character accepts the order with interest, rejoicing at the return of a familiar beast, and planning to upgrade the new creature at the same time. Su Ping wonders how profitable the service has been, but notes that the store currently only accepts applications below the 3rd level. The guy explains to the girl the cost of enhancing the heavenly beast, and names the price for 3 days. The girl agrees that this level of cultivation will bring great benefits, and declares that she is buying the service. Money is deposited into the store's account, and the young man asks if any other services are needed besides cultivation. The heroine is surprised that they also treat animals here, and decides to take advantage of this service. The guy asks to summon a pet that needs to be treated, and the girl summons 3 animals at once. The guy is surprised and asks if this will affect his reputation. During an unexpected scene with animals, the young man gets hit and the heroine is scared. The young man, wiping away the blood, says that the price for 3 animals will be 21,600, and asks to recalculate before paying. The girl, a little scared, agrees and is ready to pay the required amount. On a special platform, the animals fall asleep under protection, and the system records the flow of money and energy. The hero receives a side quest to cultivate pets, and ponders how to increase the properties of the small skeleton. The guy resolutely agrees to complete both tasks and confirms acceptance of the assignment. The young man is happy that he has the chance to choose any cultivation zone, and looks for a suitable place for the small skeleton. The main character chooses the kingdom of the deceased Hundan. The guy, along with a small skeleton and another pet, enters the selected area. The heroes are greeted by bloody tentacles. The guy notes a strong smell of blood and a strange atmosphere. The young man complains about the heavy smell of corpses, and at that moment, a small skeleton comes forward and calls the hero. Suddenly, a huge paw crushes the small skeleton, which dies from the impact. The guy discovers the enemy's appearance and realizes that it is the revived skeleton of Thundermouse. A furious attack begins from a terrifying enemy who suddenly appears in front of the heroes. The boy and his companions notice something strange among the skeletal remains, and the little skeleton is scared. The hero is surprised that not all creatures in the elite zones have reached the beast kingdom. The guy sees the little skeleton die from the blow and immediately uses resurrection, commanding the rodent to attack. The young man orders the rodent to use the thunder sword and cut off the enemy's arm. The enemy manages to strike back, causing the animal to die from internal organ rupture. A reanimated skeleton with a glowing blue hand growls menacingly, filling the field with its aura. The skeleton launches a devastating attack, scattering bone fragments around. The protagonist analyzes the situation and realizes that the enemy has become stronger due to a special stone, then again uses resurrection on the pets. The young man uses the magic book to strengthen himself and prepare for a decisive action. The hero and his pets strengthen their deadly aura and deliver a powerful finishing blow to the enemy. The hero, along with his pets, revives them right on the battlefield and prepares to attack the giant skeleton enemy. The guy analyzes the situation and notices that the enemy is vulnerable due to design features and easily loses balance. The young man understands that the enemy, although he looks menacing, is actually quite fragile. The guy commands to use residual separation to create illusions of speed. Thundermouse, on command of its master, uses a thunderclap attack towards a skeletal enemy. The hero distributes tasks. One pet cuts off the skeleton's leg, the second hits the cervical vertebrae, the small skeleton helps with support, and the hero himself dreams of getting the precious stone. The hero notices how a small skeleton finds and holds a magic stone in his hands, surprised by the actions of his companion. The boy, relieved, jokes with the little skeleton and praises him for a job well done, rejoicing in the result of their joint efforts. The hero and his pets notice changes in the atmosphere. The sky turns red and mysterious symbols appear around. A mysterious figure of a woman with wings and a bone pattern on her body materializes in front of the young man, causing him surprise and alarm. A mysterious woman with wings concentrates a stream of powerful blue energy around herself against the backdrop of a bloody lake. The guy notices the barrier and is surprised that his identifier does not work, assuming that he is facing a high-ranking creature. Streams of energy penetrate the hero, filling his body, which is reflected on his face. The powerful enemy controls the energy threads, attacking the young man with them, who tries to resist. After an instant defeat, a message appears about the death of the hero, the rodent, and the small skeleton, and the guy comments on the strength of his opponent. The hero turns to the winged woman and politely asks if she is the boss of this dimension. The guy waves his hand with a smile and ironically asks the enemy about her intelligence. The young man doesn't have time to finish speaking. He is again struck by a powerful energy attack, and the flow envelops his head. The guy, sitting in the red glow, is disappointed in the dialogue, reflecting that the language is not understood, and that the attempts are in vain. Gradually the hero teleports to a new safe place, where he finally feels calm. A guy in an unexpected place is surprised by the surroundings, looking around at the giant spikes. The young man sees a strange landscape with a huge army in front of him and wonders where he has ended up. The guy notices a woman with a hood among his surroundings and recognizes her as an old acquaintance. The hero is suddenly attacked by a huge purple hand with a curse, and he realizes that he is trapped. A menacing skeleton in armor appears on the throne, demanding that the hero explain how he got there. The young man feels enormous pressure from the presence of the ruler, and answers the question with difficulty, feigning uncertainty. The guy is confused and wonders why they don't kill him right away, and guesses that they want to find out something important from him. The hero realizes his hopeless situation. He is being held tightly. There is no escape. The task is not completed, and the system is useless. The ruler's huge skull face says that the guy is not an ordinary person, and warns that the next question will be the last. The hero concludes that the skeleton was wary of his powers from the very beginning, and reasons that he still has a chance to maneuver, since the locals do not know about the existence of the system. The guy decides that he can only use one method, and introduces himself as a clone of the most powerful man on the planet, who has come to check the threat level. The voice of the terrible enemy declares that everyone will be exterminated, after which the knight orders to protect the king. A massive explosion occurs on the battlefield, and the hooded heroine watches the destruction in shock. The young man ironically asks the enemy if he is tormented by his conscience for the death of his loyal servants, and hints that only the weak are subject to him. The Bone Lord claims that nothing can threaten him, and that his only defense is his disregard for others. The protagonist stands serenely and smugly rejoices that the enemy has no chance while he is held by the effect of magic. The monster characters are amazed to see the events rewind as they look at the hero. The guy is resurrected again, habitually perceiving another death and noting that he doesn't even feel pain. A powerful enemy realizes that the hero is able to change the time and space of the realm, considering him a terrifying invader. After another death, the young man grinningly tells his opponent that he apparently possesses a very valuable magic stone. The Skull Lord notices the hero's disappearance in horror. The Skeleton King is amazed that the guy uses 2 higher laws at once and teleports beyond his sight. The hero appears in a safe place with a smile and is glad that his backup plan worked, calling his opponents naive. The boy happily greets his little skeleton, who has already freed himself from the chains. The young man shows the skeleton a huge red crystal to share the spoils. The boy asks the pet to absorb the stone, explaining that now he has to enter the battle. The small skeleton charges in fury, using the basic sword technique. A huge demon and many monsters ready for battle appear before the heroes. The guy with the pets watches the waves of enemies and entrusts all the experience to the little skeleton. The young man sits on a pile of bones among endless corpses, thinking about the endless waves of small enemies. A huge monster with a red core emerges from the remains, and the young man is confused, thinking that this enemy has not yet been defeated. The guy happily notes the strengthening of his pets, speaking of their murderous intent. The demon decides that he can advance further if he destroys the hero, and rushes into attack. A huge shadow hangs over the hero and his companions. The guy calls on the small skeleton to use the basic art of the sword. The small skeleton deals a powerful blow to the monster using a red energy wave. The monster summons an army of blue creatures that attack the guy and his companions. The skeleton, the young man, and the rodent find themselves captured by the hands of blue monsters. The hero is shocked by what is happening. The boy realizes that he is captured again and calls the rodent for decisive action. The boy commands his pet to attack the monster's core with thunderclap. The monster blocks the attack with electricity, and the guy is surprised that the enemy was able to defend himself. The hero analyzes the situation, realizes that he cannot determine the identity of the enemy, but finds out 2 important weaknesses. Damage to the hands does not work, and the core is really vulnerable. The boy, grabbed by many hands, orders the rodent to use thunderclap and cover his body with electrical energy. Thundermouse activates its electrical defense, releasing a powerful charge despite its grip. The hero is surprised to notice that the pet unexpectedly uses some skill. Multiple hands are engulfed in an electric discharge. The pet breaks free from the grip. The guy finally gets free and immediately gives the command to the little skeleton to attack. A small skeleton with glowing eyes makes a furious attack on the enemy. The hero happily notes that the small skeleton, having absorbed part of the Bloodstone's powers, has significantly increased its power thanks to the absorption skill. The guy returns to the store and prepares to look at the characteristics of his pets. The young man is surprised by the results of the test. The pet's strength is already at the 7th level, but the rank is only the 2nd, and he doubts whether the system made a mistake. The hero watches with interest the visionary image of the Bone Lord and reflects on the beginning of endless chaos. The boy is surprised that rattle-type beasts can master undead skills, and ponders the reaction of the spectators in the arena. The rodent and the skeleton are restored and sleep in a protective field, and the young man wants to see the result of their development. The guy asks the system if he really has a map of the star Hundun in his hands. The illustration explains the essence of the map, which allows you to correlate acupuncture points, powers, and bones with energy stars. The guy is delighted. He succeeds, and he realizes that he can engage in a new method of cultivation. The hero meditates in the star universe, saturating himself with the star power of Hundun. The young man feels the energy accumulating inside him and concludes that he must absorb the energy of the stars. The guy deftly tries to grab the glowing particles, but notices that with his rank as a master of combat beasts, it is not easy. The young man understands that the energy of the stars directly penetrates the body, although he cannot catch it with his hands. The guy decides to try to concentrate his core on the directions of energy movement around him. The hero sees how his core begins to effectively absorb the energy of the stars, and rejoices in his success. The young man understands that in order to absorb the star power, he must use it himself, and remembers the 3 great pansies. After using one of the armors, the boy notices how the star clusters in his body increase, and the energy radiates as a bright light. The hero checks his characteristics and is surprised that his strength is only at the 3rd level, and the system asks to increase it further. After taking 3 potions, the young man notes that his level is now at the middle 3rd level and is very happy with his rapid progress. The boy learns that this universe is created by the Hundun star map and can imitate the real universe, and also receives a warning about larger stars. The hero wonders what inhalation means, and suggests that it might be an interruption to training. The guy comes to the conclusion that we are talking about a food chain, where risks and opportunities coexist. The young man decides to avoid giant stars and absorb only those smaller than him, complaining about the difficulties that arise. The boy recalls how a third-stage martial beastmaster, a determined girl, once rushed in and attacked him. He doubts whether he can withstand her blow now, looking at the night city and hearing the call not to remain hungry. At dinner, the hero politely thanks his mother for her incredible cooking and returns to his room. Mom, clearing away the dishes, tells him that his sister is training for a competition and promises to bake his favorite corn pie in the morning. The young man smiles and responds as he climbs the stairs. He thinks that even though the woman is the mother of the body's previous owner, she still exudes the comfort of domestic kindness. Stretching, the boy decides to continue training, thinking about Su Lingyu's preparation and the possibility of talking to her. In the hallway, he notices golden star power flowing outside the door, and is surprised by its appearance in the house. Opening the door slightly, the hero assures himself that he is simply observing his sister's cultivation and not peeping. By analyzing the scattered sparks, the young man concludes that the stellar power in the real world is weaker and more evenly distributed than in Hundong, where it is concentrated by a giant star. The guy decides to study university techniques to increase his star power and speed up his cultivation in the Hundun world. The young man sits down in meditation and tries to rotate his inner core following his sister's example, collecting sparks of energy. A powerful vortex of thrust appears in the hero's body, and he is struck by the orange whirlwind that appears in his stomach. The system explains the scheme. When there is enough mass, the rotation itself attracts the nearest star, eliminating the need to run for energy. From above, the brother and sister can be seen simultaneously creating opposite swirls of star power in their rooms. The girl wakes up sweaty and complains to the cat that it is becoming increasingly difficult to absorb energy. The guy rejoices at the successful direct and reverse star vortex, and golden streams rush to his sister, causing her an unexpected sensation. The sister, surrounded by frozen sparks, wonders why the star power has suddenly become disordered and motionless. The frightened girl assumes that there is a powerful master hiding nearby, since the energy has changed so much. The mother, hearing her anxiety from the living room, worriedly asks her daughter if everything is okay. The sister, blushing, assures herself that she felt a strange and abnormal stellar energy. The girl concludes that the flash of power came straight from her loser older brother's room. The guy outside his door is almost taking over the vortex of stellar energy shining in his core. The young man projects himself in front of the huge planet of Hundun and twists the currents, forming his own mini-universe. The joyful hero notices that he now automatically absorbs the star's power if he keeps a safe distance. In the kitchen, the guy is content with what he can cultivate even in his sleep, thinking over new plans. Two glowing figures of female customers in an aura of star power come to the store owner for pets, surprising him. A red-haired girl and her partner materialize in front of the hero, reacting embarrassedly to his words. The guy, clearing his throat, explains to the visitors that their star powers are too weak and require serious training to control the beasts. The heroine, hearing about more powerful celestial beings, is amazed that the Thundermouse managed to rise in just 3 days. The guy, wiping away his sweat, notices that at their university, they usually only encounter animals of the 3rd or 4th level, while his pet already has the 7th. The young man places the blue Thundermouse on the floor, reminding the girl that the payment had already been made last time. The heroine takes the animal in her arms, surprised that the color of its fur has noticeably changed. The girl walks past all her creatures and notices that the huge beasts look depressed and do not show joy. The guy in the booth sighs and gestures for the customer to hurry up and leave. The red-haired owner thinks out loud that in a few days the pets seem to have become attached to the new place, although the temporary contract does not imply this. The blue-haired companion checks the huge lion and is glad that the wounds have healed and the stripes on his fur have become brighter. The girl thanks the owner for his care and asks him to recommend suitable food, calling the store virtuous. The guy, having estimated the price, decides not to overcharge and admits that her praise disarmed him a little. The young man points to a jar of fire spirit grass priced at 1,200 wen each, explaining that it is the perfect food for a fallen phoenix, and the guest repeats the price in shock. The red-haired athlete decides to warm up before the competition and check how much stronger her Thundermouse has become. The girl calls out her blue-haired rival, Layla, and offers her to immediately release her strongest heavenly beast. Layla creates a burst of energy and summons a stone titan from the rift, surrounded by blue lightning. The humanoid golem materializes in a puff of steam and the summoner sarcastically warns her opponent not to cry. The redhead assesses the situation, realizing that Lael has put forward her favorite trump card, a high-ranking beast of the 5th stage. She runs alongside the blue mouse, hoping that her pet will survive the fight, relying on the thunderclap and residual separation. Thundermouse, with pink lightning in his eyes, rushes to attack. Layla orders the golem Kshidi to play with her opponent, and he rushes across the glittering arena floor to intercept her. The stone giant uses Earth Split, shooting spikes out of the floor, and the mouse dodges, sparking with electricity. The redhead, seeing the golem's powerful blow, loudly gives the order Residual Separation, trying to save her pet from the stone debris. The heroine is amazed that the Thundermouse created 3 clones, and the red-haired rival, surprised, calls it Multiple Residual Division. The girl activates the protective star shield, but realizes its weakness, and asks her ally to give the beast the command to fight Kshidi. The rival explains that she only ordered the beasts to approach without attacking, and considers this an excellent opportunity to test the residual division against the very perceptive Xitigarbha. Both girls are shocked to notice that the golem has managed to grab one of the mice. However, it soon becomes clear that the animal has outwitted the enemy. The Thundermouse ends up on Xitigarbha's head, escaping capture. The golem jumps back in panic, avoiding further attacks, and its owner is surprised that Kshidi is afraid of her opponent. The red-haired athlete asks to be released from her rock shelter, realizing that the Thundermouse is very fast. The girl is stunned that her high-ranking pet was so scared of a low-ranking Thundermouse. The heroine admits that the pet's strength has now crossed all boundaries, and is delighted with this result. At this moment, the host in the arena announces the start of the next stage of the annual Fengshan University competition. The new second-year star, red-haired heroine Su Yanying, comes out to the left side of the arena. A professional competitor, who made it into the top 10 last year, comes out to the right side of the arena, a guy with blue hair. They introduce their opponent as the most insightful one, Li Ji, and they participate in turns, releasing 3 pets. The judge announces the rules. The winner is the one who defeats all of the opponent's animals first, and gives the command to begin. The audience discusses that Li Ji has released a weak beast and doubts his choice, but someone warns not to underestimate his tactics. The red-haired girl analyzes the enemy. The water beast is good at surprise attacks but of average origin, and prepares to summon a counterpet. Su Yanying summons a fallen phoenix clad in red-orange flames. The commentator on the podium is amazed, noting the high rank of the phoenix and warning that for a water beast it is a very strong enemy. Li Ji calmly raises his hand and declares his surrender. The guy confirms that he lost in the first round, which completely surprises the judges and spectators. The commentator announces Su Yanying's victory in the first round, and the heroine herself watches her opponent smile with suspicion. The rival says with a cold smile that sometimes you need bait to catch your prey. The girl notices the strange actions of her opponent and reacts warily to what is happening in the arena. A huge ground-based hunter appears on the field, and the guy explains that the fallen phoenix is the most difficult opponent for his beast. The rival explains that the Thundermouse and the heroine's other pets are land animals, and his pet is capable of crushing them with ease. However, the air phoenix attacks fiercely, although even a 5th-stage beast has a hard time dealing with a ground giant. The guy, confident of victory, apologizes to the girl and categorically states that she lost. However, the attempt to stop the phoenix turns out to be futile. The protective barrier cannot withstand the pressure of the fire. The next moment, the opponent realizes with horror that he himself is engulfed in real flames, and he panics in front of everyone. The red-haired heroine looks back calmly and asks with a smile if he has finished his statements. The blue-haired guy commands to attack the arena with the ground spikes move, targeting the phoenix. The red-haired heroine commands her fallen phoenix to dodge dangerous sharp thorns. The girl activates the speed boost and wants to quickly get rid of the opponent's trap. She commands the flaming bird to use a fire slash to attack from the air. The enemy summons a ground hunter and a defense golem to help hold off the phoenix's attack. The heroine is surprised by the resistance of earth beasts to fire when her pet's attack does not bring the expected effect. The blue member smirks and explains that the phoenix will not be able to resist an adult ground-based catcher and declares the decision to close. The entire arena is covered in a net, a confinement skill that can restrain both low-ranking and very powerful pets. The net is rapidly narrowing, and the girl and the phoenix find themselves trapped, forced to find a way to escape. The red-haired contestant calls on her firebird to find a way out, realizing that both are in mortal danger. The red-haired heroine uses the 3rd-stage power boost to try to escape the trap. The net continues to shrink around the girl and the phoenix, completely ignoring the enemy's fire attacks. The participant finds herself trapped in an energy grid, but refuses to give up and calls for her pet. The girl desperately calls out to the fallen phoenix, while her opponent advises her not to resist, so as not to get further injuries. The guy calmly states that this outcome was part of his plan and demands that his opponent surrender. The heroes are holding on with all their might, but on the verge of a breakdown, they are ready to give in under the pressure of circumstances. At this moment, the Phoenix suddenly releases a powerful attack. A bright beam breaks through the trap and reaches the enemy. Everyone watches in shock as flaming beams appear, one hit of which immobilizes the ground catcher. The spectators are amazed that the Phoenix has displayed an advanced 8th-tier skill that is not typical for its class. The masters discuss that despite its low stats, the girl's pet unexpectedly showed exceptional strength that fallen phoenixes usually do not possess. The girl with short red hair notes that the fallen phoenix of a teenager has truly accomplished a feat, and emphasizes his promising future, since he has not yet reached maturity. Scientists notice that the heroine also has a thunder mouse with a unique attack skill, and wonder who she is. The vice-rector says that the girl's name is Su Yanying, and the dark-haired student replies that she has been following her for a long time. The teacher admires her internally, considering the heroine a genius who can lead the university to new successes. In the audience, everyone recognizes the heroine as the owner of the Mouse King, and compares their pets with her achievements. The red-haired contestant looks in delight at the Phoenix, which evolves. Its strength reaches the 4th stage, and its technique reaches the 8th. The girl is surprised by her pet's talent, and cannot believe that the Phoenix is still her beast. The heroine remembers the pet store service, which not only heals, but also incredibly enhances the abilities of animals, and mentally suspects the seller of dishonesty. The referee announces Su Yanying's victory in the 2nd round, and the opponent is furious, believing that he was simply unlucky. The guy recognizes the beauty's Phoenix power, but is determined to face the final battle, foreshadowing a difficult test for the heroine. A 4-winged wind demon appears in the arena, causing everyone to feel a sense of real terror with its enormous appearance. The hall discusses that the beast has the power of the highest 5th level, and the teacher is outraged by the violation of the rules for students. There is some debate with the masters about the danger. Some consider it a challenge for the competition. Others ask not to worry. The director explains that the university is rich in high-ranking teachers and judges, so there will be no serious problems. The curator thinks to himself that the beast got into the arena in an unusual way, and promises to sort it out after the fight. The opponent prepares the beast for an attack, ordering the wind demon to use Nature Slash. The boy, in despair, realizes that the difference in ranks is great, and admits that he was barely able to summon this dangerous pet. Su Yanying activates several enhancements at once: strength, impulse, perception, and durability. The girl commands the fallen phoenix to attack with flaming beams directly at the enemy's master to end the fight. The phoenix's charge is so fast and powerful that the heroine is shocked and admires the speed of the attack. The judge announces that contestant Su's pet was destroyed by the wind demon in just 1 second, and the girl herself does not understand what is happening. The teacher notices that despite Su Yanying's defeat in the round, the wind demon continues to attack and does not stop. The guy with blue glasses falls to his knees, losing consciousness in front of everyone due to losing control of the beast. The heroine, in a state of shock, tries to stop the monster, and the host and judges shout to immediately stop the fight, because the beast is out of control. At this moment, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appears and summons a divine phoenix to confront. The masters are shocked by the speed of the new phoenix, suggesting that it is even faster than their own divine beast. A thunder mouse suddenly appears on the field, surprising the commentators with its unprecedented agility and stealth. The teacher explains to the audience that Su Yanying could have hidden her pet in the arena all this time, which means that this little animal knows how to hide its aura. The host announces the start of the 3rd round, where the heroine and the thunder mouse once again face the wind demon face to face. The girl with her pet finds herself in the center of a furious attack. The number of attacking streams grows, and she gets lost in attempts to dodge. A group of characters with shocked expressions discuss Thunder Mouse's ability to use demon-type skills. The observer in the hat comments on Thunder Mouse's spectacular use of a demonic skill, successfully blocking a natural attack. The girl behind the shield, surrounded by blue electrical discharges, shouts the name of Thunder Mouse, who quickly collides with the wind demon. A blue electric mouse, surrounded by lightning, rushes forward towards the final battle. A dark demonic figure with glowing red eyes is riddled with electrical charges after Thunder Mouse kills the out-of-control wind demon. A winged creature surrounded by blue electrical energy confronts the small mouse, dealing an unexpectedly deep wound to the wind demon. The transformed Thunder Mouse, with its horns and menacing appearance, exudes incredible power, causing amazement among observers. A cloaked figure floats in the blue environment, commenting on Thunder Mouse's killing intent and asking if she really wants to kill the wind demon. The hooded man, with a serious expression on his face, wonders if she is following anyone's orders. The red-haired woman in light clothing looks surprised, asking about the real victory and suggesting that Thundermouse might have also gone out of control. The cloaked man comments on the blossoming newcomers while looking at the majestic bird called the Divine Phoenix, and warns of disqualification for killing heavenly beasts in competitions. Divine Phoenix approaches Thundermouse, who stands ready to fight, while someone expresses concern about the future of the promising new star. A powerful burst of energy occurs between Thundermouse and Divine Phoenix as someone yells at Phoenix to retreat. The Divine Phoenix lets out a cry of pain, and the observer notes with surprise that the creature managed to wound the powerful bird. The shocked hooded man couldn't believe what had happened, thinking that even some 7th stage heavenly beasts couldn't keep up with the speed of the Phoenix, let alone the Thundermouse. A group of spectators react in amazement to the use of 10 thunder curves, discussing the incredible power of the skill, capable of producing 10,000 lightning bolts in an instant. The smartly dressed man with the mustache thoughtfully notes that the little mouse has not only mastered the 7th stage thunderclap, but is now demonstrating 10 thunderbends. The white-haired man mused with a sly smile that she must have specially learned the superior heavenly skills, which greatly increased her value compared to other mid-rank pets. The red-haired girl admires Thundermouse's fearlessness in front of Divine Phoenix, admitting that this bravery makes her admire the girl even more. The Divine Phoenix is surrounded by a vortex of blue energy in the midst of battle, with a cloaked figure watching from above as someone anxiously calls out the name of the powerful being. The man, with a worried expression, tries to calm the Divine Phoenix using glowing green energy, and curses the possibility of fighting the out-of-control Thundermouse. The red-haired girl stands in a stupor, surrounded by blue electrical discharges. The girl turns to Thundermouse with a happy smile, surprised by her ability to master a high-ranking skill again. The red-haired girl gently picks up the little blue mouse, calling it her little one and calling it to her. The black-cloaked figure reacts in surprise to the enraged Divine Phoenix surrounded by blue energy, relieved that Thundermouse has not lost control. At the stadium, the winner of the competition, Su Yanying, is announced, while a red-haired girl stands below holding a blue mouse. A dark-haired young man in a blue jacket exclaims emotionally, interested in the event that is taking place. A young man studies a holographic screen with an image of a girl and a black cat, reading information about injecting stellar power into the meridians of the front paws. The holographic screen continues to display information about the need to know the structure of the body of the celestial beast, so that the introduced stellar power does not harm the body. The girl on the holographic display measures the black cat, noting that its size is 12 centimeters, and its front paws have grown by a whole 2 centimeters. On the holographic screen, the girl enthusiastically shows off the black cat, reporting that the attack power of its front paws has increased by 1/5, and noting that this cultivation took only 3 months. A young man with black hair looks at the holographic screen, pondering the difficulty of raising pets in this world, which explains Su Yanyin's surprise and considers starting a blog to attract viewers. A muscular man with silver blue hair and a fur collar greets his interlocutor cheerfully, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The same man, holding a hologram, is interested in the news, while a black-haired youth is seen in the background. A black-haired young man turns to someone in surprise, asking about their hand. In the corridor, a man asks with a grin whether the young man had been treated at Shansha Hospital. The man happily reports that he had to fork out a little money, but his shattered bone is now as good as new, to which the black-haired youth ironically remarks that he speaks as if he has money. A black-haired young man offers his interlocutor some demon-type food at a discount, standing next to a display case displaying various products with price tags. The man exclaims in shock that the price is 100 times higher than last time, and the girl in the beret covers her mouth in surprise when the man notes that one such food will cost more than his operation. The black-haired young man, turning away, coldly says that if his interlocutors do not want to buy, they can leave, adding that training awaits him. The man with blue hair and a furry collar laughs nervously, admitting that he came for a different purpose than expected, and invites the interlocutor to the outpost. In the past, the Blue Star was a poor planet with few resources, until one day an incredible force tore apart space, forming the so-called star rifts. An elderly man in a fur robe explains to a young girl with brown hair that the unstable cracks have become a passage to other unknown planets. A huge monster with sharp teeth and a spiked back towers over the people, demonstrating that some planets were rich in resources, while others were inhabited by ferocious monsters. A bright fiery star blazes across space, highlighting that some planets were as hot as the sun. Thanks to the star rifts, humans were able to continuously obtain resources from other planets, as shown by the extraction of a huge purple crystal from foreign territory. A majestic, futuristic city with a central tower dominates the skyline, symbolizing the goal of building a strong country. Amid the explosions and smoke of war, the silhouettes of fighter jets can be seen, a reminder that prosperity lasted only a few hundred years. A group of war-weary men with desperate expressions illustrate how fighting for control of high-quality rifts began, and the number of survivors was reduced by more than half. A withered tree stands alone on the cracked ground, showing that approximately 70% of the entire Blue Star area has become barren and uninhabitable. The remaining humans finally reached a consensus and formed the Human Federation, shown in an image of a group of officials in business suits shaking hands. The survivors migrated to safer lands where there were no star rifts, while the Human Federation actively cultivates masters of war beasts for the sake of humanity's survival. In a brightly lit corridor with high walls, the shadow of a creature is visible, symbolizing that the strongest of the beasts are selected as explorers who travel to other planets in search of valuable resources. The dark-haired young man with golden eyes thoughtfully touches his chin. A muscular man informs a girl in a beret about the appearance of a new star rift outside the base city. The black-haired young man with a sharp gaze pondered over the mystical skill, recalling that the reward last time was a Star Hundun card that brought quite a bit of benefit, but the current reward didn't seem too bad. A close-up of the profile of a thoughtful guy who admits that he wanted nothing more than to test himself in a real fight, demonstrating his determination and ambition. A military observer wearing a helmet and carrying a radio announces the approach of a Prokotsev vehicle, which should be allowed to pass while the vehicle moves toward the checkpoint. An energetic captain with turquoise hair waves his hand happily, announcing his arrival, while a silent, black-haired youth in a blue jacket with orange stripes stands next to him. The man with a proud posture introduces himself as the captain of the Black Wolf Group, Fan Ganli, asking who he has the honor of speaking to. The black-haired, golden-eyed youth introduces himself as Su Ping and describes himself as an unremarkable type, looking modestly to the side. The fair-haired Li Ying tells the young man with a sly smile that they heard about him from Fan Yujin, and at first glance it is clear how young their hero is, asking if he has turned 20. Su Ping, with a serious expression and a hint of surprise in his eyes, simply answers 18. Captain Fan Ganli, his deputy, and the third member of the team are frozen in shock amidst the flashing lightning upon hearing the age of the young prodigy. The deputy captain, with a cold expression on his face, asks if this means that the guy has not yet graduated from the University of War Beast Masters, and asks where he studies. The captain says the self-taught man with amazement in his eyes, to which the confused Su Ping responds with bewilderment. Fan Ganli, with a serious expression, explains to the newcomer that the Star Rift is 100% life-threatening, and they need to register it before entering. Surrounded by a reddish aura, Su Ping calmly agrees, but immediately clarifies that he does not intend to join their group at all, and only intends to find his lost pet. An irritated Li Ying with a disdainful look notices that the young man, although very young, does not watch his words, asking whether he really thinks that he can join them just by emoting. The captain calmly stops his hot-tempered deputy, reminding him that Brother Su is Xiaofan's guest, so he should be polite, to which the blonde only remains meaningfully silent. The hero's menacing eyes, surrounded by scarlet lightning, sparkle, accompanying the command, emitting a powerful aura. A flash of red light reveals a small skeleton with a metal collar emerging from the shadows, ready for action. The team looks at the lurking little skeleton in shock, while the hero, calmly observing the situation, calls his servant personally. Su Ping holds a red energy stone in his hands, saying that after 8 days of diligent absorption, this thing is enough for his further use in the Wasteland. The captain, turning to the hero, is surprised that he recently acquired this pet, to which Su Ping calmly confirms. Expressing concern, the captain explains to Su that the personalities of their leader and his deputy could create difficulties if he lets them down. Smiling, the young man places his hand on the little skeleton's head and assures the captain that he can be trusted because he will not disappoint. The small skeleton, responding to its master's command, draws a sword that glows with powerful energy, ready to fight. The entire squad, including the captain, watches in amazement at the incredible speed of the little skeleton, who has already managed to put his sword in. Glittering attack circles fly out from the point of impact, creating destructive force. Su Ping asks in confusion if the young man has completed his skills at this point, and the man standing next to him is surprised that the hero only graduated from high school and is only 18 years old. The fair-haired assistant warns the hero that temporary employees can claim merit, but they will still not have full privileges. The man shows the way to the hero, directing him to the registration corridor, clarifying that for any crime he will be tried as an ordinary civilian. The cheerful captain cheerfully assures Sue that if he has any problems with the police, he will definitely come to his aid, which makes Sue think sarcastic thoughts about this talkative comrade. In a spacious technical room, the captain suggests that the hero take something for self-defense, emphasizing the dangers of desert areas. Pointing to rare and expensive items, the captain explains that such equipment is rare to find even in the market, which Sue understands and accepts with interest. The hero looks at a display case with a mysterious artifact surrounded by bright energy circles, wondering if these items were really obtained from other planets. The captain reminds the hero of the time limit, asking if he found anything interesting. Su Ping points to one of the display cases, specifying that he would like to take the item displayed there, causing surprise among his companions. On display is a book with the basic skills of a master of war beasts of 1 to 6 stages, worth 10 merits, which causes a loud surprise in the squad. The fair-haired deputy asks the captain with a grin who he brought into the group, making fun of the situation. The silver-haired boy convinces Su Ping to take some self-defense equipment, noting the danger of the upcoming mission. But the hero is reluctant to take anything until his task is completed. The captain ponders the hero's capabilities, suggesting that he is either incredibly confident in his abilities or acting impulsively. Su Ping looks at the box containing the strange black equipment with confusion, wondering what kind of item it is. His partner explains that it is a protective armor capable of withstanding attacks from 5th-stage beasts, adding that failure by their group is unacceptable. The boy with golden eyes coldly agrees to the plan, showing confidence and willingness to act without hesitation. Once under the night sky, Su Ping asks his partner for information about the Star Rift, to which he receives a response regarding its classification as a demonic type. With a slight smile, the hero thinks out loud that he chose the right place, while simultaneously clarifying the situation with the 2 wounded. The partner mentions that the deputy has already called the second assistant, warning Su Ping to be careful not to anger him. At a tense moment, Su Ping turns around abruptly and asks the stranger with surprise and caution who he is. Lich Meekin casually remarks that the others are too slow, and jokes that he almost fell asleep waiting for the command. A guy in a black suit helps his friend up, and he assures him that his determination will not break, and that all weaklings below the 6th level simply pale in comparison to him. The captain teases Meekin about the disappearance of their group's blood fox, and he reluctantly admits that he feels insecure without it, and is glad that he can now be with a pro. The burly man with tanned skin smiles and agrees that it would be foolish not to take professionals into the Wasteland, while Su Ping watches the conversation from the side. Someone looks at him suspiciously and wonders who this guy is, noting that he is not in the database. The blue-haired captain explains that Su Ping is an acquaintance of Xiaofan's, and asks him to explain what happened. Noticing the surprise on Mikun's face and his sarcastic remark about his first visit to the Wasteland, Mikun assesses the situation with disdain, saying that the newcomers are clearly asking for trouble, and if they are not capable of dealing with such a threat, then there is no place for them in the Wasteland. In response, the captain claims that although his comrade is not so experienced, he has really good abilities as a master of combat beasts, and his strength level is quite up to standard. The silver ranker turns to his side, claiming that strength alone is not enough. You also need to be a true member of the team, and warns that after entering, everyone acts according to his rules. Su Ping says with a cold look that he brought the people here himself, and will be responsible for them himself, demonstrating confidence in front of the team. The silver-ranked Pathfinder, with a tense face, wonders what is happening to this guy, clearly feeling some discomfort inside. Against the backdrop of Su Ping's dark eyes, his opponent feels a chilling gaze, as if the hero is looking at a corpse, and an ominous skeleton appears in front of him. The comrade assures the young man not to pay attention to the straightforwardness of the miners, and Su Ping calmly agrees with the situation. The young man with the piercing gaze thinks that he thinks as coldly as his skeleton. A group of researchers moves towards an anomalous crystal on a mysterious planet, noting the gloomy atmosphere and the lack of detected creatures, but urging everyone to be on guard. Their route takes them through a dark, twisted forest, under the light of a huge moon, and the captain gives the command to find a way through the fog. The team spots a small, unknown beast near the lake, and the deputy uses night vision technology to clarify that it is impossible to bypass this place due to other dangerous creatures on alternative routes. The hero with the mechanical snake decides to personally verify the situation ahead, and promises to immediately warn if anything threatens the squad. Through the bushes of the night, they use their instruments to notice that the creature at the pond is actually an adult tiger tapir, with a strength of about level 5. A silver-ranked adventurer takes on the task of eliminating the threat and is instructed to do everything without making too much noise, while Su Ping asks for night vision goggles for a while to see the details for himself. A man in a high-tech suit demands an explanation and asks if the others doubt his decision. The dark-haired guy explains in response that tiger tapirs rarely drink water and are not found in such an environment. Two team members discuss that tiger tapirs usually live in the tropics and cannot be out here in the cold. The hero, wearing glasses with a red backlight, assures the others that they are looking at an ordinary tiger tapir and considers what is happening to be a waste of time. The man with the ponytail gives the command to do this, releasing the creature into the wild. The blue-haired team member screams in panic that the creature is long dead and wonders what is really going on. The huge monster reveals its true form, shedding its tiger tapir disguise, revealing itself to be a spirit beast. The character demands that Lin Mi-kun force the creature to immediately spit out the captive, threatening his life. A bald man in a helmet angrily protests why he is being ordered, calling his interlocutor a brat. The blue-haired boy asks Su if this is really a spirit beast, and admits that he has no experience dealing with demonic creatures. The guy in black explains that an adult spirit beast has the power of the 7th stage, and often disguises itself as a weak bait to devour its prey from the inside. The hero explains that the main threat is not the dead spirit, but the creature with which he is in symbiosis, the bloody spiritual beast. The girl with blue hair asks in surprise about the bloody beast, and asks to clarify what is meant. The dark-haired youth explains that bloody spirit beasts always hide where other spirits live. The black-haired character looks at the lake and declares that there is no water in it at all. Instead of water, blood appears on the surface of the lake, in which an ominous monster was swimming. The man in the helmet reports that he has lost contact with the python and does not understand what is happening. The commander urgently orders everyone to leave, explaining that if ordinary 7th stage spirit beasts are eaten, the enemy is much stronger. A huge, big-eyed creature with a power of at least the 9th level appears before the heroes, and is probably the king of beasts. The team makes a hasty retreat, encountering a bloodthirsty demonic wolf and a winged dragon. A huge, bloody creature hovers over the forest under the moon, and the guy orders Mi-in to look for an escape route. The young man with glasses offers 2 paths. In the east, there are dangerous unknown animals, and in the west, it is safe. The team studies the map, and the blue guy reports that he has lost his beast, so the only way out is to run west. The blue-haired hero asks Brother Su what he thinks about what is happening. The man in armor advises to go straight east, causing surprise among the others. Riding on the beasts, the crew argues about the wisdom of this decision, and agrees with the captain to retreat. The blue warrior desperately asks Su again if he is sure of his plan, because a mistake could cost them their lives. The dark-haired youth insists on trusting him, assuring them that they are running out of time, and that this is the only way to find the bloody fox. The guy hopes that this choice will not be his last. The team moves east towards the canyon with determination, following the chosen course. A guy in goggles calls the captain an alarm after noticing something unusual. The radar shows all the monsters in the canyon suddenly starting to run away. The young man explains that everyone sensed the bloody spirit beast behind them, so they ran away. The team discusses what is happening, and receives an explanation that the huge beast cannot chase prey on its own, and uses others as bait. The hero with black hair clarifies that they are of no interest to the monster, and the canyon itself is too small for its size. The man with pink lines on his armor admits that he himself would not have retreated, and justifies himself by saying that he did not know all the features of the bloody beast. The guy on the blue dragon reports that they have almost reached the place where the missing person was found, but there is a sky beast on duty at the exit. A young man in black asks to borrow a pair of glasses from a friend to sort out the situation. The man reluctantly agrees, calling him a pauper and telling him not to be arrogant. The dark-haired hero catches the transmitted devices and thanks his comrade in arms. A mysterious dead spirit in a cloak gets into the sight of the electronic visor and causes alarm among the heroes. The man with the metal bands on his head says that this is an adult dead spirit with the power of the 5th stage, and the guy in the red glasses asks if this guy is dangerous. The young man in the black suit assures his comrades not to worry, promising to deal with the enemy himself. A demonic monster with a skull for a head charges forward using medium sword art. The heroes are amazed. The guy with the dragon destroys the enemy in a second, causing surprise and admiration of the others. A bald man with pink lines on his suit angrily declares that he is also capable of this, and accuses the hero of showing off. The blue guy remembers that this mountain is very dangerous. Once, because of an encounter with a strong beast, they lost the bloody fox. The main character commands everyone to hurry up and go down and start looking for traces. The girl with the tail and the boys notice something unusual and ask the many-armed monkey if she found anything interesting. The captain analyzes the find and reveals that these are the golden bracers of the Black Mist group, which only high-level explorers can afford. The silver-haired girl reasons that if the captain of a strong group died, then an incredibly powerful and unusual beast lives here. The black-haired young man asks that if no one notices anything, then let them give him the find. The man with the mechanized arms reluctantly agrees and asks what the boy even knows about special equipment. The hero arrogantly hands over the golden item, emphasizing his importance and rank as a silver miner, adding that he does not recognize the young man. The man drops the armor on the ground, telling him to pick it up himself. The boys watch this, wondering what is going on between the heroes. The guy in black examines the find, noticing that the blood has dried and the body died several days ago. But a dark aura is still emanating from the wound, deducing that a high-ranking demonic beast is approaching. The blue-haired man asks Sue if his concern is related to the blood fox. The young man explains that if the body part has been there for several days, then the target is still nearby, and categorically denies that it has left. The man with stripes on his head starts laughing and ridiculing the hero, deciding that he was just making faces and had not expressed any useful thoughts. A black boot hits the ground with a crunching sound, causing some of the group to look surprised and laugh. The dark-haired hero makes a swift move and punches the scarred man in the face. A man with metal stripes on his head furiously vows to kill his rival for insulting him. The enraged rival accuses the young man of impudence for touching his face. The bald warrior takes out a weapon, threatening the guy with violence. The skeletal pet with chains is instantly nearby, and everyone is amazed at its speed. The guy in the suit asks to let go of the weapon, inviting the others to do the same. The silver-haired girl, in shock, demands an explanation from Sue, asking why he hit the man. The protagonist calmly replies that he asked for it. A grim skeleton with red eyes prepares to attack, accusing the enemy of constantly trying to hinder its master. A terrible darkness hangs over the squad, and the boy declares that he no longer wants to be accused of ruthlessness. The fair-haired youth is shocked by the killer's powerful dark aura, and does not believe that their opponent is really capable of destroying everyone at once. A man with stripes on his head furiously accuses his opponent of bluffing, and demands that he not be considered a coward. The blue-haired hero speaks to Lin in a conciliatory tone, saying that Sue was wrong and promising to return the pet after the mission, asking him to wait for now. The girl with blue hair supports the idea that in desert regions one cannot kill one's own, otherwise no one will survive. The guy skeptically notes that this fighter's help is more harmful than useful to them. The man with red lines on his armor is irritated, thinking that one participant more or less will not play a role. The warrior with stripes on his head leaves, threatening Su Ping that he will definitely deal with him at the base when he is no longer under his command. The hero in the suit announces that he will now be in charge of the group's further actions and asks the deputy for his opinion. The fair-haired guy replies that he only obeys the captain and asks not to ask such questions anymore, doubting whether this young man really wants to help them. Blue guy tells Sue that initiative is good, but warns him of the consequences if he decides to do something like that next time. The hero in the dark suit replies that he doesn't care, although he is warned to be careful and believes that Lin Makun will not give up so easily. The black-haired boy smiles quietly and confirms that he understood the instruction. The warrior notices that something strange is happening and orders the group to immediately go to the scene. The girl supports her wounded comrade, calling for him to retreat, while the guy wants her to leave him and save herself. A wave of pain and fear engulfs both of them. The guy realizes that a powerful attack has been carried out on them. The hero feels that his body cannot keep up with his mind and cannot react to the attack. A team on a massive wolf appears and introduces themselves as the Black Wolves, reporting that they saw a distress call. The victim tries to warn everyone to be careful, because they are being attacked by an unknown enemy. The blue guy screams in horror, recognizing the description of the dangerous attacker. A huge monster with a bone mask appears before the heroes, and someone recognizes it as the creature that attacked them earlier. The squad, in a panic, clings to the wolf in order to escape as quickly as possible from the monster pursuing them. The man with the metal bands commands everyone to hold on tight, as there is a bumpy and dangerous ride ahead. The monster's claws crash down onto the ground, and someone from the team urges Sue to act faster to avoid the blow. The young man calls his deputy to find a safe route, since only monsters are indifferent to obstacles, and the team is slowing down significantly. The guy with blue hair clarifies that not only Bone Crusher is chasing them, but also other dangerous creatures, and asks if the allies have any more of their team left. The guy regretfully admits that his last beast is lost. The girl with long hair reports that her sacred flame bird is still able to fight despite being injured. The blue warrior notes that even among the 8th stage beasts, this flame bird is a real powerhouse, but is shocked that it also suffered. The protagonist thinks that the skeleton will not help against the Bonebreaker due to the enemy's strong bones, and decides to turn to Lin Mikan for help. The guy with blue hair notes that they won't be able to escape at this rate, and the hero in the blue jacket suggests calling all the heavenly beasts to buy time. The man with stripes on his head is outraged that he has just lost one animal and does not want to lose others. A guy named Ye Chenshin promises to compensate for all the pet's losses and guarantee a reward. The warrior clarifies Ye Chenshin's name and realizes that he is a gold-ranked adventurer. A senior member of the team sarcastically says that it doesn't matter who this guy is, and demands 3 times the compensation. The deputy commands Mi Inu to tell everyone around to summon their beasts, otherwise everyone will die. The blonde deputy announces to the others that if they value their lives, they need to get their pets out. A girl with a bandage on her face sadly remembers her sacred firebird. Against the backdrop of a dragon, a guy in black jumps forward, intending to rush into battle. The bald warrior gloats maliciously, believing that the young brat has decided to play the hero, and is sure that no one will stay to help him. A huge clawed hand bursts out of the ground next to the wolf riding squad, causing shock to the heroes. The group is surrounded by an army of skeletons, and the blue guy panics and tells them they are trapped. The warrior notices that the skeletons have no reaction, and assumes that they are not targeting them. A large-scale undead resurrection spell begins on the plateau, at the captain's command, so as not to leave the pet to the enemy. A guy with black hair and a skeleton discuss the impossibility of simply abandoning a faithful beast. A huge army of red-eyed skeletons is ordered to attack and move forward. The hero orders the small skeleton to flank and deliver a surprise attack to the giant monster. The team is shocked that the 8th stage beast was attacked by a mere skeleton. The boy and the girl with the ponytail declare that they will also go and help Sue in the battle. The blonde man in the suit decides that if the captain went down first, they should go after him too. The man with the stripes on his head is surprised that someone is going to help the rival, and the blonde guy reasons that if they stay away, the skeleton will take all the credit. The hero is angry at what is happening, feeling an internal conflict about the need to intervene. The guy with the red hoop around his neck admits that he is once again obeying the leader's command. From different sides, the fighters summon the bloodthirsty demonic wolf, the serpentine-winged dragon, the mountain crusher, and the sacred flame bird to join the battle. Mighty beasts attack the enemy with their abilities, using fiery beams and icy breath. The hero's forces deal a devastating blow to the monster with several techniques at once. The girl with the tail and the guy encourage the wolf to attack again and urge him not to give the enemy a break. The demon wolf instantly charges at the enemy using the blood hunt technique. The monster releases dark energy. The heroes watch the battle unfold in amazement and notice strange changes. The protagonist, with a serious face, points out that the monster's thick ribs have opened up, which changes the danger of the situation. The girl and her partner warn everyone to hide, announcing an impending attack. The squad takes cover behind a protective barrier, and the girl notices with amazement that they were saved by a snake-winged dragon. The guy tries to mentally reach out to the bloodthirsty demonic wolf, desperately demanding an answer. The beast's master despairingly admits that the entire attack was useless, and that the forces of the 6th and 7th stages are unable to cope with the 8th stage. The heroes panic because they are too far away from their beasts, and complain that they cannot call them back, scolding themselves for their mistake. The boy commands the little skeleton to use medium sword art. The small skeleton fights fiercely despite the pressure and attack of the 8th stage's power. The warrior is shocked, and asks how the skeleton could withstand an attack from a monster of such strength. The hero with the earring explains that the skeleton would not have survived if he had not used the corpse roar technique at that moment. The blue-haired boy remembers seeing a sound wave during the roar, and wonders if that's what helped neutralize the attack. The blue-haired boy is amazed that using the corpse roar to repel an attack is only possible after endless training. The hero with a neon pattern on his back raises questions from those around him about what experiences and suffering he might have gone through. The team is shocked that a 9th-level skill was just used. A huge black cloud associated with the death annihilation technique appears over the battlefield, and one of the fighters runs away in panic. The protagonist gives the command to the little skeleton to act immediately. Everyone is stunned that the 8th-level monster was killed so easily by a skeleton, and they don't believe what they saw. The hero answers his comrades' questions with a smile, assuring them that he simply guessed how to attack the enemy from the inside. At this time, they reason that only demonic beasts are capable of using the recombination of severed limbs, and are surprised by his recovery. The voiceover explains that the monster's body is just a shell, and the root of its life is in the spiritual core. Thanks to the core, the monster survived all this time and restored its body after any damage. As long as the monster uses its abilities correctly, any demon-type heavenly beast will be nothing more than paper to it. The guy with the earring notes with satisfaction to himself that this fight dispelled all doubts about his strength. The team is shocked and cannot believe that the monster is still alive after all the attacks. The hero with the blue collar notices that the monster's movements are unusual, as if it is being controlled from outside. The girl with the tail asks Sue if he is responsible for what is happening, and he reluctantly confirms. The group members are stunned by his confession, discussing how a small skeleton was able to summon an army and make a puppet out of a beast. The blue and blonde guys decide not to go into details and suggest continuing the search for the bloody fox. However, the protagonist stops them, saying that he still has unfinished business, and asks them to pretend that they didn't see anything. The blue warrior shouts after Sue to stop and listen to the command, but he stubbornly moves forward. A man with stripes on his head finds himself in a force barrier and indignantly demands to know what the hero is up to. The hero, with a gloomy expression on his face, warns his interlocutor to be careful, stating that he does not intend to do anything. In a desert area, a battle begins where a man fights a dangerous creature armed with a glowing blade. One of the participants in the clash screams loudly in pain, having received a serious wound to the arm. An unknown young man with a cold gaze claims that his opponent will only remain alive thanks to another person. The wounded man retreats, threatening with hatred, but notices something that puzzles him. The hero with bright red eyes says that he will personally destroy the enemy if he does not disappear on his own. The partners turn warily to the blue-haired youth, reproaching him for yet another thoughtless act. The girl with long hair declares that the man in question is too dangerous and insists on his expulsion. A group of people gather to discuss the search for a powerful creature, the blood fox, trying to gain information. The young man, confused, claims that he cannot remember the details, but the girl notes that she saw traces of this creature. The girl asks the hero to lend her a flare gun while at a mysterious object that has attracted attention. The characters find a bloody fox lying on the ground, looking exhausted. Smiling happily, the blue-haired boy announces that the search target has been found. The blue-haired boy tells the fox with relief that he made everyone worry while the rest of the team watches. The young man reports that the mission is completed and prepares the team for return. The hero asks to wait a little, delaying the others before leaving. The hero examines the strange glowing crystals with the small creature, noticing something inside. One of the team members offers to examine the find and begins to study the crystal. The group discusses how the ore discovered does not match any known elements and is clearly unfamiliar to scientists. The hero watches in bewilderment as several members of the team leave, leaving him to deal with the find. A man with gray hair explains that rare ores can bring profit to miners if used correctly. He adds that the probability of finding valuable ores is very small, comparing it to searching for gold in sand. The hero listens as another participant advises him to simply report back upon his return, as the government will take care of the ores. The boy notices that the small skeleton is extremely fascinated by the ore, suggesting that it might be unusual. The heroine hands the hero her business card and shows a desire to continue communication. The girl, smiling, invites the hero to visit the university and mentions that she wants to introduce him to the rector. The protagonist, holding a business card, thanks for the invitation, thinking to himself about his past experience at the university. The guy apologizes for the rush, notes that he is interested in something else, and promises to discuss everything later. The heroine reflects with disappointment that she should have been more straightforward, and immediately offered him to become a teacher. In the morning, the hero yawns and wakes up lazily, preparing for a new day. The girl in the yellow jacket catches the hero by surprise early in the morning, making fun of his lack of sleep. The hero, turning his back to the girl, answers her with a question, suspecting that she also did not sleep enough. The girl demonstratively declares that she is not like him, calling him a loser brother, and mentions her morning workouts. The hero, walking down the stairs, raises his finger up, says that he is proud of her, and calls her a good girl. The girl angrily stomps on the floor, declaring that she doesn't need his pride and showing her character. The hero encounters a mysterious system, asking what it is, seeing a strange symbol with an eye. The voice of the system tells of the power of the Golden Raven, which destroyed most of the primeval universe. The surprised hero looks at the hologram, shocked by the power in question. The system reports the inevitability of the hero's transformation into a Golden Raven demon who must rule the Celestial Empire. The hero looks at his hand with concern, wondering if he will become a monster, and notices that it looks like a villain's story. The hero asks a rhetorical question about the possibility of a normal life, realizing the surrounding realities. The fight scene conveys the idea that weak people in this world live without respect and can only survive by changing. The young man with a frightening smile agrees to play by the rules of the world around him, accepting its challenges. The hero controls the workers who deliver boxes of materials, indicating where to place them. He notes the convenience of delivery from the federal storage facility for tunnelers and successfully scans the cargo. The young man tells how he earned merit along the way and activates the water armor of the new defense system. The materials for the first level of the Golden Crow demonic body have already been collected, which the hero finds effective. He speculates that creating a demonic body will give him access to dangerous territories and new opportunities. The young man takes the ore with a thoughtful look, thinking about its meaning and what to do next. The hero asks the system if it is possible to put the found crystal into the inventory, continuing to study the received resources. The hero examines the crystal and learns from the system that upgrading the slot requires payment in the form of energy points. The young man offers the system to transform the ore into sections for the celestial animals, promising to provide the materials. He confidently notes that all these efforts are aimed at cultivating the heavenly beasts. The hero ponders the possibility of an upgrade, enjoying the freedom of action despite the side effects. On the hologram, the system shows a list of necessary materials that the hero can get from the storage. The young man notes the lack of energy points and decides to temporarily close the shop to focus on cultivation. A girl with long red hair receives a message from the hero and is surprised that he called her. An image of the heroine appears on the hologram, and the young man asks if she is satisfied with the power of the Thunder Mouse. The girl enthusiastically replies that she is very pleased, but does not know how to express her gratitude. The heroine happily agrees to help the hero, considering this an opportunity to become closer to him. The guy tells the girl that he wants to record a short video with her, which makes her feel embarrassed. The girl, blushing, begins to wonder why he intends to film this video, imagining different scenes. The hero explains that if the girl agrees, she will be able to become famous, but otherwise he will find someone else. Having realized the proposal, the girl agrees and says that she understands his intentions. The girl comes to the hero's store, dressed in an elegant dress, and says that she has arrived. The guy is confused when he notices that she is dressed especially nicely today, while the girl reminds him about the video. The hero, without changing the plan, asks the girl to summon the Thunder Mouse, saying that it will not interfere with the filming. The girl is surprised to hear about the quest to summon a Thunder Mouse, asking the question with bewilderment. Together with the summoned Thunder Mouse, the heroine begins to resent that this must end in trouble for the hero. The guy, remaining calm, explains that he plans to make a video where the mouse produces the effect of a thunderstorm and a clap of thunder. The girl asks with disbelief and surprise if her efforts are really required only for such a simple task. The hero explains that he wants to record a video showing the fruits of his efforts, and asks if she forgot anything important. The girl happily replies that she took everything with her and shows the Thunder Mouse. Turning enthusiastically to the young man, she informs him that, despite the end of the competition, there is still a final test ahead. The heroine tells him that she is about to fight the champion Yahello, inviting the young man to go on stage with her for advertising. The young man asks in surprise who champion Yahello is, not understanding why he was chosen for the fight. She explains that Yahello possesses a 9th-level beast and that she never expected to get this far in the competition. The hero, intrigued by the power of the 9th-level beast, thinks that there is a worthy opponent for the Thunder Mouse at the university. The panorama of Fengshan University highlights the importance of the site for the upcoming events. The young man and the heroine are walking down the street, discussing the popularity of Thunder Mice among the locals. The girl mentions that the Thunder Mouse has become the star of the competition and asks the hero if they will start distributing leaflets. The hero rejects the idea of distributing leaflets, believing that many students only follow trends without developing their true capabilities. He confidently states that they will be scared off by the high prices, to which the girl points out that he did not even accept the money he had lent her earlier. The pair find themselves among a group of students discussing which of them will be a passer or make it onto the top teams. A student nicknamed God Ye, who possessed obvious strength, earned the admiration of those around him, earning a place in the top teams almost effortlessly. God E addresses the girl, saying that he was looking for her, which makes her surprised, assuming that something happened. He thanks the heroine for the upcoming match, mentioning that his beast, the Silver Dragon, has reached stage 7. The girl congratulates him on his success, and the hero thinks to himself that this guy is the one who can challenge the Thunder Mouse. God E warns the heroine that he suggests she not use Thunder Mouse in their match, which leaves her confused. He explains that his beast has recently advanced to stage 7, but has not yet fully mastered its powers, making the match unfair. The heroine reflects that it would be a shame if the Thunder Mouse lost, choking on its own blood. The guy notes that watching the phoenix fall in the finale will be much more interesting. The blonde man says goodbye to the audience with a self-confident smile, declaring that he will see his opponents at the decisive match. The young man warns the blonde, reminding him that even the king of beasts will not scare a Thunder Mouse, much less an immature silver dragon. The champion turns to the source of the bold voice in bewilderment, asking who dared to do so. The heroine introduces the hero as a person who is half owner of the Thunder Mouse and helped her in training. The girl explains to her partner that the blonde Yahello is the annual champion of the university and the main sponsor of his pets. The hero shakes his opponent's hand with a smile and jokingly says that it is a great honor for him to meet him. Yahello believes that a new master has appeared behind the scenes and offers the hero a job, promising any amount for raising the beasts. The guy cheerfully replies that he is too busy with a successful store, but for such a sincere request, he will make an exception. The young man confidently voices his services, setting the price at 500,000, and with a sly smile clarifies that this is the minimum cost. The blonde is confused, seriously wondering how justified such high prices are. The hero sarcastically expresses surprise, hinting that a true lover of his heavenly beasts should not skimp on their development. The blonde eventually gathers his courage and declares that money is not a problem if the hero really has the strength to fulfill his promise. The guy takes on the challenge with a confident look, thinking that he has encountered the right audience for his skills. In the battle arena, the blue beast fights with a show of power, but suddenly encounters a strong counterattack. In another fight, viewers watch as dark green energy engulfs a girl and her pet, empowering them before attacking. A huge dark flame explodes in the arena, and the commentators declare Su Lingyu the winner for her impressive move. A girl from the audience discusses her tactics with admiration, and a young man thoughtfully notes her professional skills. Despite the praise, the hero notes that there are shortcomings in Su Lingyu's actions that could become decisive in the future. The commentator discusses how there are too many strong competitors in the current season, and some of the beasts seem ordinary. Another observer confidently states that the champion will be a rare dragon beast with a 9th stage bloodline. The third expert notes that the girl could have become a star if she had had a more experienced mentor. The hero and heroine discuss how success in competitions often depends on luck, as the start of the final match is announced. The second-place girl is introduced into the arena with her Thunder Mouse, showing confidence ahead of the final. Yahello appears accompanied by a huge blue dragon, confirming his status as the annual champion. The girl in the yellow suit in the audience cannot believe that the hero is also participating in the events. The boy gently strokes the Thunder Mouse, reminding him of the time they fought together. Thunder Mouse suddenly retreats, causing surprise in the heroine, who does not understand her reaction. The audience discusses that the Thunder Mouse was clearly frightened, suggesting that the silver dragon was the cause. The blonde arrogantly advises the heroine to follow his instructions so as not to make a fool of herself. The girl calls out to the fallen phoenix, casting a powerful spell to attack. The commentator is delighted to note that the heroine suddenly launched an attack to demonstrate her skill. Yahello orders his silver dragon to have fun with the heroine, showing confidence in victory. The enemy dragon uses its 8th stage ability, impressing the audience with its power. The heroine commands the fallen phoenix to repeat the attack, encouraging him not to give up. The blonde smugly marvels at her opponent's endurance, declaring that she will now see the real difference in their abilities. The silver dragon struggles to hold on to the phoenix's rays in a battle between confidence and underestimation. Despite all the efforts of the phoenix, it is unable to deal significant damage to the dragon. The power of the 9th stage bloodline is too great. The spectators are shocked, discussing that the power of the beams belongs to the 8th stage, but to the dragon it seems like a simple attack. The observer notes that despite using an 8th tier ability, the fallen phoenix itself is only a 5th tier beast, inferior to the silver dragon. Yahello orders his dragon to show its true power, clearly enjoying the dominant position. The silver dragon uses fire, ice and wind at the same time, causing the public to admire his skill. The girl inspires her fallen phoenix to not retreat, increasing its speed against the enemy's whirlwinds. Under the powerful onslaught of attacks, the heroine is forced to go into deep defense, defending herself from the devastating scope. The fallen phoenix makes a mistake that causes it to immediately take damage, weakening its position in battle. The fire beast is knocked down by a powerful blow from the silver dragon, demonstrating the champion's clear superiority. The heroine worries about total defeat and wonders if the Thunder Mouse will be able to change the outcome of the battle. Yahello addresses the heroine with obvious disdain, mocking the strength of her pets and doubting their value. The final scene shows Yahello's threat, his killing intent lighting up the arena, heightening the tension. The heroine is surprised to notice that the Thunder Mouse's aura has changed and become more threatening. The hero confidently orders the Thunder Mouse to attack, motivating it to take decisive action. The mouse rushes into battle, using the Undead Claw ability and dealing a powerful blow to the silver dragon. Commentators marvel at how the mouse was able to penetrate the dragon's armor despite its 9th stage bloodline. Yahello activates the 4th stage power boost, emphasizing that such power makes victory meaningful. The silver dragon attacks with a frosty stomp, freezing the ground and restricting the movement of enemies. Thundermouse finds himself cornered, apparently on the verge of defeat. The hero points out the dragon's weakness, inspiring the mouse to use the combination attack he taught it. Mouse uses the 10 Thunderbends technique, causing a series of powerful electrical shocks. Thundermouse uses multiple residual separation, creating copies of lightning to attack the dragon and break through the defense. Yahello notices 3 thunder mice and tries to determine which one is real. One of the mice launches a swift attack, using thunder armor to defend itself, ignoring the enemy's efforts. Yahello is confused when he discovers that the attacking mouse may be a clone and doubts his strategy. The hero reveals that all the mice were a distraction to lull Yahello's attention. The real thunder mouse suddenly appears on the back of the silver snake-tailed dragon, dealing a critical hit. The mouse attacks the enemy's weak point, the mouth, the only unprotected part of the dragon's body. The spectators are amazed by the mouse's incredible strength, which surpasses Yahello's 7th stage beast. Yahello begins to doubt his status as champion if he has to admit defeat. Yahello's anger and despair intensify as his dragon takes another powerful blow to its most vulnerable spot. The Thunder Mouse's final attack destroys the dragon's armor, confirming its absolute superiority in the battle. The silver dragon strains for a powerful attack against the heroine, who is unable to dodge due to the frozen ground. The hero looks at what is happening with condemnation and notices that the actions against the dragon seem unfair. Thundermouse deals a powerful blow with a thunderclap, damaging the dragon and creating a huge wave of energy. The silver dragon falls into the arena, and the commentators are stunned by the announcement of the Thundermouse's victory. The audience is shocked to hear the silver dragon's unexpected and humiliating defeat in battle. Yahello was at a loss, wondering whether the Thundermouse was hiding its abilities or whether it was the hero's merit. The commentator is delighted that the hero with the Mouse King has destroyed the status of the annual champion. The hero jokingly asks his opponent whether he will pay for the service in cash or by transfer. Yahello, flushed with embarrassment, agrees to pay later, while asking if his dragon can reach the strength of a Thundermouse. As he leaves, the hero confidently replies that anything is possible, but only he decides whose turn it will be next. The purple-haired boy notices that the boy who commanded the Thundermouse is clearly not as simple as he seems. The girl confirms that he was in control of the fight the entire time, despite the enemy's icy attacks, regretfully noting that there is no room for new members on her team. Vice Principal Du asks his colleague what grade this amazing student is in, and is told that information about him is scant. The teacher with the gray mustache reflects with disappointment that none of the mentors reported for such a gifted student. On the door of the Vice Rector's office, there is a sign signifying the importance of the upcoming meeting. The girl explains to the hero that they were invited to a special reception, and the mentor really wants to introduce them to an important person. The young man slowly jokes about the importance of the meeting, pouring himself some tea, despite his girlfriend's attempts to encourage him to behave more seriously. The commander of the White Crane enters the office with high-ranking officials, beginning to discuss the potential of the young man. The hero, drinking tea, arouses the guest's interest in his amazing success, while the heroine, in a panic, tries to calm him down. There is a dangerous tension in the air as the commander gives his praise, accompanied by the presence of the leaders of the Shadow and Iron Hand squads. The Vice Rector asks whether the young man is a second-year student and who his mentor is. The secretary clarifies that the young man is not a university student at all, leaving the Vice Rector puzzled. Despite this, the Vice Rector offers the hero to study for free and promises him a high-ranking beast upon completion of his studies. The heroine is shocked by the generous offer and cannot understand why the hero receives such privileges. The guy, showing no interest, refuses, which greatly surprises the Vice Rector and those around him. The Vice Rector tries to persuade him, offering additional conditions and a monthly stipend. The secretary reminds the Vice Rector that the young man is the one who killed the 8th stage Bonebreaker and saved the influential members of the miners. The Vice Rector, shocked by what he heard, realizes that the hero has unique abilities and is right in front of him. The Vice Rector's companions discuss the hero's origins, admitting that he may belong to one of the great families. The Vice Rector's team comes to the conclusion that the hero's power is so unique that its origin remains a mystery. The girl indignantly explains to the guy that because of his rude tone, they could lose an important opportunity. A man with short purple hair invites the hero to join their squad, promising double benefits. The girl is surprised and worried that even she is signed to a less prestigious team without any benefits. The guy declares that he would rather study than join the proposed squad, causing indignation in his interlocutor. An unknown young man invites the hero to join their organization, promising impressive bonuses and special opportunities. The girl enthusiastically agrees to the proposal, but the guy reminds her of real responsibilities and life outside of these promises. A woman in a formal business suit approaches the hero with an offer to become a university teacher. The boy and girl are stunned by the unexpected proposal, not understanding why their candidacy might be suitable. The girl explains the conditions for obtaining the position, focusing on the difficulties and high competition. The woman in the suit convinces the hero that the obligations will be minimal, and the benefits of the job will provide comfort and resources. The guy asks with surprise whether they will be able to provide him with all the necessary resources for training. The hero agrees to the offer, realizing that a teacher's license will give him significant advantages. The young man is surprised to find mountains of books and materials in front of him. The woman explains to the young man that in order to obtain a teaching position, he must pass a series of difficult tests. The man with the mustache convinces the hero of his suitability for teaching, citing his military achievements. The guy suspects that his skills are being deliberately tested and asks for details of the test. The leader brings the hero to the testing room, where he has to defeat the robot. The hero is told that the main objective of the test will be to hold out against the robot for 1 minute. The huge robot activates, its red eyes flashing menacingly. The young man prepares to take on the challenge and fight to pass the test. The man with the mustache confirms that the robot is of a high level, hinting at the difficulty of the test. The guy is determined to get into battle to test his abilities. The young man uses his technique to fight the automated enemy, but the intense battle continues. The observer notices that the hero's star shield is weak and evaluates his first reaction. The hero realizes that he is hanging in the air, and this may prevent him from avoiding the next attack. The man notes that the test ended faster than expected, noting that the outcome was not the most successful. The girl anxiously shouts at the hero to be careful when she sees an impending threat. She demands that the man with the mustache stop the test immediately, but he believes that the hero has not yet shown his full strength. The observer explains that the attacks are gradually intensifying, and promises to intervene if the hero begins to suffer greatly. The young man holds back the blows with the last of his strength. The water armor begins to crack, and the living vines wrap around his body more and more tightly. The woman, looking worried, shouts that more than 4 seconds have passed and demands that the test be stopped. She is indignant that 10 seconds have already passed and the dangerous storm has not yet been stopped, pointing out its high complexity. The boy is held by green vines and appears motionless, surrounded by fire, causing concern among observers. Viewers assume that the hero has lost consciousness, but the situation remains tense. There is a flash of incredible power, and his body begins to glow as if new energy is being born. The young man shows unprecedented strength as he fights his way through destructive vines and waves of fire. The teachers are amazed to realize that the young man not only survived the attack, but responded with a furious counterattack. The hero stands before the defeated robot, apparently proving that he has surpassed even the most cruel expectations. The guy's eyes are burning with fire, and he is surprised to think about the new feeling that is filling his body. The hero looks at his hand with sparks of energy, surprised that this is only the beginning of his awakening power. The guy stands in front of a fallen robot, who used all his power in the fight with the last of his strength. The robot announces the end of the test by analyzing the hero's abilities and recording their levels. A young man surrounded by broken equipment asks the examiners if this is enough proof. The man with the mustache praises the young man, claiming that he is more than suitable for the role of senior mentor. The hero reflects that if it weren't for his special body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Baze's power. The examiner, noticing the displeased expression on the young man's face, assumes that he was upset by his torn clothes. The hero, having finished the conversation, calmly leaves, noting to himself the successful result of the tests. The examiners discuss the test results, marveling at the difference between the hero's fighting prowess and his star power. One observer suggests that the young man is using secret training, having only recently begun to train. The man with the mustache instructs his assistant to find out more about the hero's past, claiming that there is a real master behind him. The guy is outraged that he is being held up by unnecessary matters and asks to find rich students instead. Returning home, the young man is faced with the surprised gaze of the girl, who is perplexed as to why he is naked. His family notices the changes in his body with interest, discussing his new physical form. The boy angrily runs away from his family's comments, and his mother reminds him of the past. The young man stands in front of the door, thinking that his water armor is damaged and needs to be repaired. The girl bursts into the room, surprised by his unusual strength, and asking a direct question about his star power. The hero calmly confirms that he has star power, shocking the guest. The girl shyly accuses the young man of indecency, demanding that he get dressed. The guy teases the girl, suggesting that she get to know him better for the future. The young man makes a mocking gesture, scaring the girl, exacerbating her embarrassment and forcing her to react with a scream. The girl independently declares her own achievement of the 4th stage of development and drives the guy away. The young man confidently provokes her to strike again, assuring her that he is now completely different. After the unexpected attack, the guy comes to his senses, wondering why his defense at the 8th stage did not work. During dinner, the hero is asked questions about his awakened stellar power and celestial animal, and he replies that the result is not enough yet. The girl reproachfully suggests replacing the low-ranking pet with a more suitable one, but the guy explains that his choice is justified. The heroine is outraged by the high cost of caring for pets, pointing out the difficulties of maintaining them in their current state. Her companion asks if the guy has enough money to pay for utilities and advises him not to take out small loans. The guy shows off his wallet, showing that he earned 500,000, which shocks those present. His relatives ask suspiciously where he got such a sum of money, hinting at the possibility of illegal activities. The young man explains that he made money thanks to the popularity of the store and cannot tell all the details so as not to reveal the secret of his success. The woman notices that her older brother has finally achieved success and advises the girl to learn from him. The guy, with a slight grin, promises to take care of his sister, hinting at her unfriendly behavior. The next day, a visitor comes into the young man's shop, seriously determined to find out about his abilities. The client asks if the hero is really the one who raised the thunder mouse that became famous in Fengshan. The guy, realizing the popularity of his store, with a welcoming smile asks the purpose of her visit. The girl explains that she has 4 pets that she wants to make stronger than Thunder Mouse. The young man, remaining polite, informs that special enhancements were a limited service, and that only standard methods are now available. The woman asks with disappointment what the effect of the usual enhancements is, noting that they look less impressive. The guy explains that standard changes work weaker, but still improve the characteristics of pets for a certain fee. The woman reflects on the fact that the store is most likely using Thunder Mouse's name to attract customers, and wonders if the place is trustworthy. The client, not convinced of the value of the services, is about to leave, but the guy calls her to come back. The hero muses that the secret skills and the great panacea are worthy rewards, but wonders if the clients will be able to afford such expenses. He explains to the girl that their unique service may seem too expensive for most people. The visitor clarifies the amount, reminding that she doesn't have much money, and tries to understand whether her savings will be enough. The guy announces the cost of the service with a smile, 1 million, causing her obvious embarrassment. The client is outraged by this amount and suspects that the store may be a scam, but wants to make sure. The young man confidently states that they are not running away from responsibility, offering to check his reputation on the Fengshan University website. The girl activates the system, finding out that he is a high-ranking university martial arts teacher. Upon learning of the hero's status, the client is shocked that he hid such important information. The guy with a sly smile hints at who will now be the loser, calling the client a senior student. The girl, embarrassed, apologizes to teacher Sue for her rudeness and underestimation of his status. The hero confidently says that in the store he should be called the owner or boss, pointing out his advantage thanks to his teacher's license. The visitor agrees to the terms but admits that she has a limited amount of money. She introduces her pet, a pig, hoping for help in strengthening it. The hero is shocked that the girl transferred 1 million so easily, because earlier she complained about a lack of money. The puzzled customer notes the shop owner's displeased expression, apologizes, and promises a generous gift once the process is complete. The young man thinks about such a rich sheep with a sarcastic smile, deciding that it is too late to demonstrate his politeness. The hero reassures the client that he treats everyone equally and will begin the cultivation process immediately. The girl is amazed by his generosity and the speed of completing complex cultivation, considering him a true teacher. The grateful client humbly expresses her gratitude to teacher Sue for the work done and the attention to her request. Su Ping ponders whether he should spend 10,000 energy points on upgrading the store or the Chaos Spirit Pool. The boy evaluates the difficulty of using the cultivation zone by comparing it to the Thunder Realm, and realizes that he will need a lot of energy to make significant progress. The young man discovers that the second level of his shop has the ability to unlock the Shadow Clone skill. The hero is delighted with the Shadow Clone skill, imagining how it can be used to continuously cultivate pets and quickly recoup the costs. A group of new customers discuss that Sue's shop is located here, and decide to go inside. Sue notices a noise outside the store, and notices a crowd of people gathered in front of the entrance. Realizing that all these people came to him, the guy feels genuine joy from such an influx of clients. Customers enthusiastically ask the boss if he can strengthen their celestial beasts and improve their stats. Sue confidently declares that he will accept all clients, guaranteeing that their requests will be successfully fulfilled. Using the Shadow Clone skill, the young man creates his first clone, spending 200 energy points. Su Ping looks at his shadow clone with doubt, which looks strange and raises suspicions of being a mistake. The hero reflects on the place of confluence of elements, where strong environmental attributes contribute to the more successful development of fire beasts. The group of pets, along with Su, come out to a lava landscape where the fire element reaches a temperature of 2,000 degrees. The guy calls his pets to follow him, confidently directing them to a new training location. Su is surprised that even in the hot environment, his defense works flawlessly, just like during the battle with Baze. Remembering the previous battle, the young man realizes that activating the golden crow form protected him from the deadly heat. He begins to analyze the connection between his appearance and the nature of fire, thinking about potential and new possibilities. The hero decides to test the fire element, confident in his ability to return to life after failure. The fire streams begin to obediently obey Su, which confirms the unique talent of the golden crow. However, his imperfect clone continues to be a nuisance, despite all attempts to get results from him. Su decides not to waste time and starts cultivating his pets, preparing for difficult training. He encounters a system that offers to immediately resurrect the pets, questioning their fire qualities. The guy, grinning slightly, notes that his pets lasted longer than he expected, and decides to continue. The store's customers rejoice in their success, praising Su for helping them master complex skills in a short time. Inspired, new visitors demand product from the boss, ordering food and sections for their pets. Su explains to the crowd that he will serve everyone in turn, maintaining calm and discipline. Looking around the occupied sections, the young man understands that the energy will pay off faster than he initially expected. The hero wonders if it's worth investing in a high-level cultivation zone for his pet. The young man makes a decision by asking the system to improve the Chaos Spirit Pool. With a strong determination, Su activates the enhancement process, anticipating new opportunities for his pets to grow. Su notes that using the Chaos Pool cost thousands of dollars, wondering if the investment would be worth it. The guy makes a request in the system, hoping to get a level 6 pet, indicating that he does not expect anything more. Visitors on the street begin to notice strange changes in the weather, wondering what is going on. A bright burst of energy illuminates the shop, calling the Shadow Serpent to cultivation. Su is shocked to discover that the summoned beast is the Light Serpent of Purgatory, a wielder of powerful abilities. The hero is delighted to realize that the case was a success, since the pet of the 9th stage was worth all the costs. Su notes the greatness of the new serpent, emphasizing its strength and the severity characteristic of dragons. The man copes with a pet with a difficult character, noting his determination and readiness to go all the way. While talking to the snake, Su offers to make a contract while remaining calm and confident. A reminder of an upcoming lecture leads the hero to the idea of returning to his teaching duties. Fengshan University prepares for a lecture, and the director of the combat department notes a lack of discipline and time. A woman in a formal suit explains that Su Ping might be lost as he is new to the place. The director expresses his dissatisfaction with the lack of order, reminding that the decision to recommend Su was controversial. The woman is worried about Su's tardiness and offers to take responsibility if he fails. At this moment, Su Ping appears, and the director looks at the newcomer with interest, introducing him as a stranger. Su jokes with a slight smile about his arrival on a dragon, hinting at his successful entry into the university environment. The students are heatedly discussing the appearance of a new master in the combat department, making assumptions about his origins. The blue-haired girl notices that his profile on the site looks empty, suggesting that Su got the job through connections. A student interrupts the gossip, condemning them and urging them to focus on training. A group of students laugh at the naivety of the dream of becoming a high-ranking teacher, considering such aspirations absurd. A large lecture hall is silenced before the start of class, in preparation for a presentation to the students. A woman with long dark hair introduces the topic of the lesson and mentions that Su Ping will be assisting in teaching it. The students are surprised to learn that Su Ping, their peer, is taking over the teaching position. A discussion ensues about his skills and strength, with speculation about whether he is truly worthy of the position. A girl among the students is shocked by Su's appearance, not believing in his participation as a teacher in the class. Her classmates, with a slight chuckle, remind her that she recently urged them to focus on training and not on rumors. One of the students asks Su a question regarding rumors that he defeated a dangerous beast called Bone Crusher. Other students discuss the scary legends about Bone Crusher, trying to figure out how true they are. Su Ping confirms with a smile that he will reveal the details later, switching to the main topics of the lesson. The director, observing the lesson, jokes that Su has only been a teacher for a day, but he already acts confidently and importantly. The students begin to cheer for Su Ping, demanding that he demonstrate his skills to prove his qualifications. The blonde-haired boy notes that he couldn't understand Su's strength before, and now he's even more curious to find out what he's capable of. The girl in the yellow uniform is puzzled as to how Su, whom she considers weak, is connected to dangerous monsters like Bone Crusher. The director, dissatisfied with the noise in the hall, scolds the teacher in a formal suit for his unconvincing arguments about Su, demanding more specifics. Having recovered from the remark, she apologizes to the director for her rudeness. The director accuses Su of needing to prove his strength to avoid rumors of possible patronage. The guy activates his abilities, demonstrating a flow of energy, and hints that he personally paid a high price for these powers. The students are surprised to see the little skeleton in action and find him cute but not impressive enough. The director reassures Su by ensuring that he takes responsibility for the experimental demonstrations. Su instructs his skeletal pet to do no harm, beginning his demonstration on a calm but confident note. The blue-haired girl, covering her face with her hands, wonders why Su decided to demonstrate the weakest demon-type beast. The little skeleton suddenly unleashes a powerful attack, shocking the students and earning a new nickname, the Skeleton King. The blonde-haired student, amazed by the demonstration, realizes that his own pet is nowhere near as strong. The yellow-jacket student is stunned that a first-stage skeleton has such power, and Su has just awakened. Su asks the audience with a slight smile if they were impressed, and suggests another demonstration. The director notes that the classroom is made of super-strong materials capable of withstanding the 8th stage, but the skeleton pierced it with one blow. Su invites those who don't believe in his abilities to come forward, adding that they can sign a contract with him. The hero notices that the students have lowered their heads and are silent, and suggests moving on to the lesson. The lecture continues in complete silence, and Su asks the students to turn to page 45 of their textbook to study the material. After the class, students remark that it was the quietest lesson in their lives, where even the sound of hair falling could be heard. One of the students sitting at his desk looks tense because no one took notes on the class materials. The student's attention is completely focused on the deep crack left in the lecture hall by the little skeleton. Su Ping notes with displeasure that he was given a ride by the vice-rector in a car, jokingly calling it an honor. The vice-rector happily comments on rumors that Su has instilled discipline in students, who now dare not break the rules. Su ponders thoughtfully what the vice-principal means by his friendly attitude, and watches him with distrust. Suddenly, a man in a white lab coat appears and tells Su with a smile that he hasn't seen him for a long time. Inside the store, Su, the vice-principal, and the new man discuss the lack of customers, creating a mysterious atmosphere. It was revealed that the man asked people to leave the street to discuss something important in secret with Su, promising to compensate for the losses. Su, smiling, provokes the vice-principal, who, in turn, declares that he has his own business with the teacher. A man in a white coat seriously announces that the Global Elite Tournament will soon take place, hinting at something important. The audience learns that the Elite Tournament is held once every 3 years, and participants can receive not only generous prizes, but also the guidance of a legendary master of war beasts. The throne room depicts the legendary master, before whom young contenders for the title of champion bow. The champions of past tournaments, who have become legendary fighters, now protect the entire continent from threats and amaze thousands of people. The vice-principal tries to lure Su into participating in the tournament by promising him a paid year's leave and the rewards he has received. Su Ping categorically refuses, explaining that he has too much to do running the store. Thinking about the offer, Su suspects that participating in the tournament could result in unwanted fame and additional problems. The man in the white coat says that he would like to suggest that Su explore the secret realm, but he realizes that the idea is second in importance to the tournament. Su and the vice-principal ask the man in surprise about the secret kingdom, assuming that it is one of the 3 unique kingdoms of Asia. The man explains that information about the secret realms is known only to experienced high-ranking fighters, which inspires respect for the vice-rector's experience. Set against a vast landscape filled with giant creatures and ore deposits, the mysterious Dragon Ledge Mountain, associated with the secret realm, is mentioned. A young man in a white coat talks about ancient civilizations and priceless artifacts that can change our understanding of the laws of the universe. The hero in dark clothing exclaims in surprise, realizing the scale of the information presented to him. The wise old man explains that the secret kingdom is protected from humans and filled with dangerous heavenly beasts. The young scientist shares that he was given the opportunity to explore the outer zone. The protagonist, although not interested in the Elite League, is thinking about participating in its mission. The boy ponders the system's influence and doubts whether the animals will be able to resist its power, pondering a solution. A crowd of shopgoers beg the owner to let them in, while the hero himself says that the shop is closing. The young shop owner apologizes to his customers, offering to come back early tomorrow. Disappointed customers decide to wait until opening, agreeing to spend the night nearby. The hero admits that he is not used to such excitement, and complains about the lack of time for training. The protagonist commands the system to open a list of zones for cultivation. The system activates the holographic panels, and the young man asks to find an area called the Dragon Ledge. The system reports that no results were found for the request, and the hero adjusts the search. The hero discovers the remains, concludes that it is a coincidence, and orders the system to describe the features of the zone. The young man analyzes the cost of access and asks himself about its high level. Near the mysterious door, he expresses dissatisfaction that the find may not be significant enough. The hero notices a dog whose cultivation period has long expired and thinks about its owner. The guy suggests that the pet's owner may have already died. The hero agrees to cooperate with the dog, establishing a magical connection. A powerful voice asks the hero if he is ready to face the test of his legacy, revealing a group of creatures nearby. The hero resolutely accepts the challenge and agrees to test his legacy. According to legend, the 9 floors of the dragon column symbolize the 9 poles of the universe. The guy wonders how to pass the preliminary test, and what awaits him next. I remember the moment when the dragon's flesh and blood was transformed into the basis for the creation of the continent. Due to the pollution of the earth, monsters appeared, which led to chaos. The young man understands that in order to restore the king's spirit, he must get rid of all the monsters. On the 9th floor, the heroes face a final test with extremely high requirements. The boy understands that the complexity of the tasks testifies to the importance and value of the legacy. The group reaches the Golden Gate, but the hero notices that there is another obstacle ahead of them. Having penetrated the doors, the company is faced with darkness and is perplexed why there is no light inside. The hero is stunned by the intense pressure that suddenly falls upon him in the darkness. Hearing the roar, the boy anxiously recognizes the sounds made by the moondog. He wonders how this is possible if the animal was standing behind him earlier. The young man becomes alert, hearing sounds from everywhere, and begins to suspect the presence of ghosts. The guy remembers that in the dark he collided with a wall, trying to figure out what was happening. The special structure of the wall, according to the hero, causes sound distortion, confusing him. On the ground floor, he is greeted by an imposing statue that demands he learn to show reverence. A giant knight appears from the darkness with a glittering sword, ready to attack. The hero realizes that the statue guarding the gate has come to life and reveals its deadly intentions. The knight's sudden blow wounds the boy, forcing him to curse the situation. The hero blames himself for his slowness and realizes that a concentration of star power could have saved him from the blow. He orders his little skeleton not to interfere, believing that he can handle it on his own. The young man concludes that showing reverence means avoiding eye contact with the dragon. After quickly completing the test, he heads forward with his group of creatures. The hero notices that his feelings, as a master of fighting beasts, are much sharper than those of ordinary people. The inner perception is subject to pressure from the being that creates threats around. Understanding the rules of the first floor, the guy focuses on controlling perception against pressure. He considers passing the first level an easy task and continues moving. Suddenly, a deadly aura appears in front of him, causing anxiety. The hero notices a flaw in this aura, realizing that it does not come from a living being. The hero successfully completes the first floor test and is instructed to proceed to the second level. He notes with a smile that he reached the 8th floor without much effort, but for others this might be a problem. The boy reflects on the fact that even after mastering powerful abilities, his skeleton is too weak in front of the 9th floor guard. The girl, watching from the side, decides to expose the hero, considering him a weakling, incapable of being an influential master. During the journey, the main character raises questions among his acquaintances, arriving at the place earlier than usual. A group of customers greet the shop owner with glee and approach him with requests. A girl standing aside is surprised at how much those around him trust the hero, seeing him as a savior. The guy orders everyone to line up, emphasizing the importance of maintaining order. The new character easily tries to cut in line, causing outrage among those waiting. Everyone suddenly receives the newcomer with respect, realizing that he is an influential person. The crowd is astonished to see Yahello's arrival, causing a loud response from those present. The girl in the hat looks at the situation with suspicion, wondering why such an influential person is here. The protagonist asks Yahello in bewilderment about the reason for his unexpected visit. Yahello, by summoning the silver dragon, reminds of its strength and majesty. The appearance of the dragon causes panic in the crowd, and people retreat in terror under the strong wind. The giant dragon looms menacingly, causing those around him to fear its destructive power. The girl was worried, thinking that Yahello had decided to put on an illustration of ruthless force. Yahello, with a smug smile, discusses the majestic nature of the dragon and its capabilities. The protagonist stood to the side with restraint, wondering why Yahello had arrived now. The guy is discussing with the system the possibility of unlocking the function to improve rare celestial beasts. The hero is amazed by the scale of the territory, noticing that instead of an ordinary store, there is a real factory. People are amazed when they see a 9th-level highborn beast and discuss its development possibilities. The crowd expresses doubts about the hero's abilities, suggesting that he has never raised dragon-type beasts. Yahello provocatively asks the hero if he can handle beasts of such a high pedigree. The protagonist defiantly calls upon his pet, explaining that there was little time to improve it. The crowd is terrified by the powerful aura of the pet, who suddenly unleashes his power on them. The girl is surprised by the smell of power emanating from the pet, and is perplexed as to how the hero tamed such a formidable creature. The hero's pet, the light-bringing serpent of purgatory, appears before the public for the first time, striking them with its grandeur. Yahello struggles to cope with the pressure, recognizing this as a manifestation of the dragon's true power. The majesty of the Lightbringer serpent is so overwhelming that even the silver dragon bows before it. Even the silver dragon, which was larger than the others, felt the superiority of the light-bringing serpent of purgatory. The hero tells Yahello that the main reason for subjugating dragons is not greatness, but bloodline. Yahello was stunned to hear that at the highest levels, it was the bloodline that played the key role. The protagonist explains that 9th-level beasts have a huge margin of safety, which puts them in a special category. He emphasizes that the dragon race has the strictest hierarchy among the heavenly beasts. The young man offers to make sure that the light-bearing serpent of purgatory is a visual proof of the highest level from birth. Yahello suddenly recognizes the hero's professionalism and feels uneasy about his unfounded confidence. With a slight mockery, the hero reassures Yahello, promising that his time will definitely come. The hero internally scoffs, thinking that Yahello is too naive for the current situation. The girl, pondering what she saw, is amazed by the list of rare high-level beasts and the hero's abilities. The girl is surprised to realize that her older brother is actually incredibly competent and deserves admiration. Clients with pets line up and ask Master Su to help them cultivate their pets once more. The main character jokingly addresses the already familiar animals, reminding them of payment for their services, while they look at him in amazement. In the evening, the hero checks his account, seeing that all funds received were automatically converted into energy points. He begins to think about the need to expand the store to 3,000 square meters, realizing the high cost of the project. The hero analyzes the pros and cons of upgrading the store, realizing that it will increase profitability, but will be an expensive investment. He thinks with horror about how to earn the necessary 150 million to implement his plans. The young man considers alternative ideas, including using his pet as collateral, but dismisses the option due to the risks. Having decided to use his status as a high-ranking teacher, he comes to the conclusion that this is the most reliable method. The action moves to the base city of Longjiang, Shangcheng district, where the next stage of his journey probably begins. The guy in the room complains about the lack of demonic-type specialists on official websites. The hero reflects on the difficulty of finding masters for rare species of animals. The young man finds himself in the upper part of the city, and is surprised by the high prices. The security guard at the entrance tells the guy that outsiders are not allowed to enter. The young man is surprised at his situation, looking at something on his wrist. The guy introduces himself as Xu Kuang's guest, and asks the guard for permission to enter. The hero observes the training robot and realizes that its defense has been raised to the highest level. The combat robot activates martial arts mode, forcing the hero to use his skills. The robot breaks down from significant damage, and the guard reports the arrival of a guest to Xu. Xu Kuang happily greets the elder, expressing his respect and joy at his arrival. The hero notices that the training ground is of impressive size and is intended for rich people. The boy warily considers the young age of the stranger in front of him. Xu Kuang initially mistakes the hero for an assistant of a famous person. Xu Kuang is stunned to find out that the person standing in front of him is Longqian's first handsome man. The hero confirms his identity and offers advice based on his knowledge of the demonic type of beasts. Xu Kuang wonders if anyone with a weaker aura can give him any decent advice. Xu Kuang feels embarrassed, considering it humiliating to call the hero an elder. The hero directly asks Xu Kuang if he has tested his star power. Xu Kuang is amazed that the hero figured out that he was analyzing him. The hero confidently explains that he understood this from the expression on his interlocutor's face. The hero suggests that Xu Kuang use his star power to try and hit him. Xu Kuang decides to put maximum force into the strike to show off his full power. Xu Kuang confidently prepares for the attack, claiming that no one will regret it. Shu Kuang begins to have problems concentrating his star power, which causes him anxiety. The guy notices that the star power seems to have frozen and he cannot use it. The hero calmly repels the attack and demonstrates his strength with a loud cry. Shu Kuang is shocked to see how the hero is able to control a large star power. Shu Kuang notices that the hero's strength is on a level no lower than his own, and attributes this to a unique phenomenon. The hero reveals his true power, surrounded by a fiery aura and impressing those around him. Shu Kuang thinks about the hero's high rank and wants to know what level he is. The hero says that the enemy does not need to know his rank, but offers him to try 2 more attacks. The opponent, ready to continue, calls on the elder to give him instructions. A guy analyzes a threat while facing a swamp robot and a 6th stage soul eater. The miasma emanating from the enemy creates difficulties in the hero's vision. The hero explains that natural conditions and sand reduce the actual combat power of the swamp robot to the 5th level. The young man uses the golden crow form he previously upgraded to enhance his attacks. The hero demonstrates combat, increasing his power to the middle 6th stage and successfully defeating the swamp robot. The opponent expresses dissatisfaction with the defeat and explains that he had expected to use the swamp robot's abilities. The guy sarcastically remarks that the opponent's idea sounds good if the side effect can be avoided. The hero coldly warns that he intends to finally drive out the enemy. The hero remembers hearing the creatures roar many times and uses this memory to focus and strengthen himself. The guy increases his voice and makes a dragon roar, which impresses the enemy. Shu Kuang was stunned, doubting how a martial beastmaster could master a high-level dragon skill. The hero assures that he has slightly strengthened his body and critically notes the fighting skills of his interlocutor's animals. Shu Kuang is confused by the hero's comments about his beasts and acknowledges his observation skills. Shu Kuang enthusiastically discusses the aesthetics of the demonic beasts and notes that their faces are extremely interesting to watch. The guy admits that raising demonic beasts is difficult, as it leads to disapproval from others. The hero points out the flaws in Shu Kuang's tactics and explains how he relies too much on the power of rare beasts. Shu Kuang sincerely asks the hero to teach him how to act in such situations. The hero hands Shu Kuang the Hellbone Lotus, explaining that it will improve the demonic beast's intelligence and expand their tactical arsenal. Shu Kuang is amazed by the hero's generosity and gratefully confirms his desire to accept the valuable gift. The hero sternly states that payment is required first, adding to the cost the manual and shipping costs. The young man is surprised to learn the exact price of the Hellish Bone Lotus and realizes that the deal will bring him great benefits. Shu Kuang enthusiastically agrees to the hero's proposal and prepares for new instructions. The hero gives advice on how to use the bone prison to fight flying beasts. Shu Kuang writes down the recommendations for using the bone prison, and the hero suggests another strategy involving the mint mist. He thanks the hero for his advice before he takes off in a taxi to an unknown destination. Shu Kuang, not having time to arrange additional contacts, confuses his thoughts, watching the hero leave. Later, the hero returns home, where he is asked about the reasons for his late arrival, offering to eat the prepared dinner. At the table, the hero explains that he was busy with business, while those who greet him notice that the dinner looks like a festive one. The hero notices that usually only the remains of food remain when he arrives, but this time was an exception. The hero's mother points out with a smile that he has only just now appreciated the taste of her food, while the guy enjoys his dinner. Later, the hero reflects on his ability to use the power of the 6th stage thanks to his enhanced golden crow body. The young man realizes that his progress has stalled, and thinks that it is possible to speed up development by using the store system. The hero is shocked by the cost of the spirit control skill in the store, but realizes that it can be useful. After a moment of hesitation, he buys the skill book, pondering its potential. The hero successfully activates the skill and is surprised at how powerful its effect is. The boy realizes that spirit control allows him to use star power to control objects from a distance. The hero reflects on the process of compression and compaction of stellar energy, which is necessary for its effective use. He concludes that this technique must be repeated until perfect to achieve maximum strength. The martial artist displays a shining star power that takes the form of multiple fists around his body. The hero explains that once the star power has completely hardened, it can be used to destroy and create objects. He adds that only 9th level masters are able to control the star power to condense it. The hero begins using the spirit control skill, discovering that it greatly strengthens his star power. He decides to test the limits of the system by focusing entirely on his practice. Despite his efforts, he notices that with his current level of power, he can only lift light objects from a distance. The hero ponders the need for a panacea to enhance star power, feeling its lack. On the street, drivers watch in shock as a cyclist, boosted by star power, overtakes their car. After another experiment with the skill, the hero understands how effective its use was. He realizes the new possibilities of using spirit control and begins planning to further enhance his abilities. Some students are discussing the presence of a famous arrogant young man nicknamed Yahello in the school. The group approaches and demands information from the other students about Yahello's whereabouts. One of the students reports that Yahello should personally go out and greet the guests from Jianlan University. A verbal altercation begins between the students and tension mounts. One of the guys indignantly declares that those who came can find Yahello themselves if they are so strong. A fight breaks out and one of the students grabs the other by the arm and threatens to teach him a lesson. The violent confrontation leads to the worried students promising to find Yahello. One of the students reminds them with a grin that they were promised that Yahello would be brought to them and insists on continuing the search. The big guy makes it clear that leaving won't end that easily and that the situation needs to be discussed. The conflict continues and newcomers are subjected to bullying by older students as a form of practical training. One of the students defends the honor of his school, declaring that he is ready to take blows, but demands that Fengshan not be insulted. One of the attackers ironically agrees to fulfill this interesting demand. Suddenly the hero appears, demanding that the pursuers release the victims. The guy, with a serious expression on his face, repeats his demand and physically stops their aggression. One of the attackers is outraged that the hero dared to touch the students of Jianlan University and grins evilly. The hero, smiling, advises the attackers to leave the area, stating that it does not concern them. One of the opponents suspiciously asks the hero if he is also a student of Fengshan. The attackers begin to laugh and mock the hero for his old bike and appearance. One of the opponents arrogantly declares that the guy would be better off giving up the bike and walking. The hero, surrounded by spirits of power, hints with a cold grin that it would be more appropriate for the attackers to crawl. One of the opponents is struck down, falling to the ground and angrily trying to understand what just happened. His comrades scoff, suggesting that he simply tripped on level ground. An officer from the opposing camp notices that he did not have time to notice the hero's movements at all. Another opponent accuses the hero of using force, but receives a cold response explaining the situation. The hero calmly invites the enemy to come closer, without retreating and keeping the situation under control. The enemy leader activates his power, threatening to break the hero's legs for his actions. He summons his strongest card, a huge golden-maned bear, declaring it a worthy challenge. The hero sarcastically notes that the situation is becoming troublesome, but does not yet see the need to actively intervene. Noticing that he will soon have a lecture, the hero calls on the other opponents to quickly demonstrate their trump cards. In another scene, a group of elders discuss the progress of a 5th-stage student and his terrifying dragon. Jianlan University Vice President and senior faculty discuss upcoming exchange competition, Call for Mercy. The other side responds with a smile, noting the opponent's good knowledge. He says it's their university's turn to show its potential and win. Vice Chancellor Jianlan responds to his university's past successes, starting a verbal duel. The assistant reminds students to register before the start of the competition. A teacher from Jianlan says he will send students who were recently planning to take a look around. One of the students greets the vice-rector and the teacher with visible embarrassment, showing signs of beating. The outraged teacher demands an explanation of what happened, reminding that the competition is just around the corner. Seeing the student's silence, he raises his voice, insisting on an honest answer, threatening punishment. Finally, one of the students, overwhelmed by the situation, shouts out that the attack was on them. A teacher from Jianlan reported that a student from Fengshan was the cause of the conflict. Director Jianlan, surprised by this news, wonders how such talent could appear in Fengshan. Vice-Rector Jinlan demands details of the incident, insisting on the accuracy of the information. One of the students apologizes and explains that they were caught off guard by a young man from Fengshan, who learned of their participation in the competition. Vice-Chancellor Jianlan threatens students, warning that any lies will be severely punished. The frightened students confirm their friend's story, claiming that this is exactly how it happened. The vice-principal angrily accuses Fengshan of demonstrating poor hospitality. Principal Jinlan calmly asks the students if they know the name of their bully. One of the students describes the attacker as a guy their age with short hair and the surname Su. The hero, calmly training, receives a call from the vice-rector and inquires about his goals. The hero calmly asks the vice-rector about the problem that has arisen, while simultaneously turning off the screen after the call. The vice-principal reports that those who were beaten by the hero were the best students of Jianlan University, who were sent to participate in the competition. The hero indifferently replies that he was only teaching the students of Jianlan a lesson, adding that he only broke one of their arms and one of their legs. The vice-rector claims that Jianlan students started the confrontation first, insisting on finding the culprits. He claims that he has already found 2 injured students, but they are unable to give testimony. The hero learns that someone deliberately silenced the victims in order to hide the true causes of the conflict. The guy with the cold gaze asks if the vice-rector assumes that he is ready to take full responsibility. The vice-rector assures the hero that he cannot react impulsively to Jianlan and promises to sort out the situation. He advises the hero to avoid the university for the time being in order to stay safe. At the same time, discussions begin about the upcoming competitions, where they hope to destroy the myth of Jianlan's invincibility. The arena announces the entry of 5 Fengshan Beastmasters, each the strongest in their annual competition. The Fengshan participants enter the arena, cheering each other on and preparing for the upcoming battle. A representative from Jianlan University enters the arena, attracting the attention of everyone present. It turns out that only one third-year student is participating on Jianlan's side, which is puzzling. In the audience, Jianlan students discuss why the mysterious one-player strategy was chosen. Rumors begin to spread that the Jianlan students were attacked by someone from Fengshan before the match. Outraged Jianlan students demand a strict investigation and an apology from Fengshan. The girl from Fengshan responds indignantly, denies the accusations and demands proof. One of Jianlan's students accuses Fengshan of using dirty tricks to avoid fair competition. In the center of the arena, a conflict begins to brew between the representatives of Jianlan and Fengshan, with each demanding an apology. One of the participants from Fengshan suggests that his opponent from Jianlan should forget about the match and just enjoy the battle. Fengshan representatives explain that they do not intend to use numbers to pressure people, considering such behavior unfair. The Jianlan disciple confidently points out that his opponents do not understand the full extent of the danger they face. The hero and his Jianlan rival exchange glances, discussing how the meaning of the battle is gradually changing. The enemy summons his beast, claiming that it is punishment for everything that happened. One of the participants from Fengshan is struck by the powerful aura emanating from the enemy beast. High-ranking spectators comment that the opponent is using a 9th-stage beast, the Dark Black Dragon. Fengshan representatives are called to seriousness and summon their strongest beasts. The enemy mocks Fengshan's strength, claiming that even the combined efforts of the 5 of them cannot defeat him. In the final moment, Fengshan is defeated in just 1 instant, highlighting the incredible difference in strength. The spectators from Fengshan are perplexed by the huge difference in strength and are surprised that even Yahello couldn't defeat his opponent. Jinlan's disciples gloat after Fengshan's sudden defeat, calling for more attacks. The scene shows bloodshed in the arena, where a rival from Jianlan defeats one of Fengshan's strongest participants. One of the observers from the stands demands that the match be stopped immediately, but receives the answer that the referee is on the opponent's side. Another observer reports that the key truth will be revealed once the witnesses wake up. Jinlan's teachers remind that the witnesses are still unconscious and demand that their recovery be speeded up. A Fengshan spokesman claims that opponents are simply stalling for time to avoid exposure of their actions. One of Fengshan's students holds his ground despite pressure from a rival who mocks his attempts to resist. The girl from Fengshan is surprised that her team still refuses to give up and tries to contact her brother. The hero responds to the contact, assuring his sister that he is ready to intervene in the situation. The hero watches the arena and notices that the situation has gotten out of control, assessing it as terrible. Vice Principal Jianlan notices the hero's appearance and wonders why he is here, while the Vice Principal states that it is necessary to investigate. The hero, with a self-confident smile, explains that he came simply because he happened to be nearby and wanted to take a look. The Vice Rector, irritated by his appearance, mentions that he asked the hero not to interfere. The hero calmly replies that his sister insisted that he come, so he could not refuse. Jianlan's High Master accuses the hero of arrogance and urges him to surrender without resistance, but he calmly ignores the threats. An argument arises between the Vice-Rector and the Mentor, and the Vice-Rector of Fengshan defends the hero and forbids touching him without evidence. Mentor Jianlan threatens to hand over the hero to him, but the Vice-Rector responds with a firm refusal. The hero directly admits the fact that he beat up Jianlan's disciples, calling them insignificant forces, which angers the Mentor even more. The Vice-Rector, warning the hero about the enemy's strength, declares that he will do everything possible to resolve the conflict peacefully. Vice-Chancellor Jianlan proudly declares that Dai Yang and his comrades are among the strongest students in the university. An unexpected revelation is made. The hero, who was initially mistaken for a student, turns out to be a high-ranking teacher. One of Fengshan's senior mentors regards the hero as an exceptional possessor of the unique power of 4th-stage stellar energy. The hero notices that his strength has already been tested without him noticing, and then offers to explain. Teacher Jianlan contemptuously refuses to explain, calling the hero a second-rate teacher. The hero offers a bet with a grin, claiming that he can even make his opponent bow his head and ask for forgiveness. The mentor, angry at the insolence, challenges the hero to the arena for a fight to show who is stronger. Vice-Rector Fengshan tries to prevent the duel, warning the hero about the responsibility for a possible loss. The hero calmly admits that Fengshan's loss will call into question their strength and lead to the resignation of the teachers. The Vice-Rector insists that the hero should not accept the challenge, since not only his honor, but also the reputation of the entire university depends on this duel. The hero sarcastically wonders what will happen after his loss and rejects honor, calling it long lost. The Jianlan mentor mockingly questions Su Ping's intelligence and suggests that they fight elsewhere. The hero confidently replies that he accepts the challenge right now, refusing to postpone the battle. The commentator announces an urgent change in the rules of the competition. Now it is a match between teachers. The teacher from Jianlan mocks the participant from Fengshan, promising to show the difference between him and the student. The Jianlan students, led by Fei Yanbo, gloat in anticipation of an easy victory over Fengshan. The Jianlan spectators are surprised that Su Ping looks the same age as them, but are confident that he will not be able to defeat their experienced teacher. The girl from Fengshan is shocked that her brother dared to challenge such a strong opponent. Medics carry previously defeated participants out of the arena, making room for the upcoming battle. The announcer announces the entrance of high-ranking teachers Su Ping of Fengshan and Fei Yanbo of Jianlan, calling for the opponents to come down to the arena. The hero takes a powerful step forward with a determined expression on his face, confidently declaring that he will be the first. A majestic figure in a formal suit displays destructive power, surrounded by a vortex of magical energy. There are two people in the room, one of whom is perplexed when he notices the absence of a third, presumably Su Ping. Suddenly, a teacher appears in the arena, hovering in the air, causing everyone to be surprised. The young man soars above the arena, surprising the observers with his unusual ability and reaching a new level. The spectators, including the elderly teacher and his companion, are amazed to learn that the young man has achieved the title rank. The man in the suit is confused, as he realizes that this guy couldn't possibly have such enormous strength. Another participant watches the young man, wondering why he failed and reflecting on his perfection in controlling his power. The girl is alarmed to realize that her older brother has reached the title rank, while she is confusedly holding her cheek. A boy with traces of beatings begs a teacher named Su, being in a state of deep helplessness. A group of observers scream in horror about the impossibility of what is happening, discussing the unknown creature from Fengshan. The young man confidently says that he is ready to begin, demonstrating calm composure. The judge solemnly announces that both participants must call upon their fighting pets to begin the fight. The man with the mustache reflects on how the young man could have raised a heavenly beast using all his strength. The enemy attacks with a huge energy blast in disdain, intending to demonstrate his fighting skills. A giant purple shadow fox emerges from behind one of the contestants, causing shock among the spectators. A disciple in the crowd points to the 8th level of the bloodline beast's power with fear, amazed at its might. The audience begins to discuss the superiority of the shadow fox, calling him the most ferocious beast in the element of thunder. One of the participants maliciously declares to the enemy that his side is dangerous and knows no mercy. The hero, with a cold gaze, briefly assesses the enemy, mentioning his 8th stage. The guy blocks the enemy's attack with a slight grin, arguing about the coincidence of circumstances. His pet, in the form of a huge dragon, makes an impressive appearance in the arena, and the enemy notices the Lightbringer serpent of purgatory in horror. The audience screams in fear, feeling the powerful impact of energy even through the protective barrier. The man with the mustache evaluates the abilities of the young man's pet, calling it one of the best dragon-type creatures. He orders the energy barrier's defense level to be raised to maximum to contain the growing power of the battle. The young man stands confidently next to his dragon, declaring that he no longer needs to be polite. The enemy underestimates the strength of the youth's beast, claiming that its power is only at the level of the lower 8th stage. The man fills himself with the energy of the 8th stage, raising his fighting potential to the limit. The opponent's shadow fox reaches almost level 9 in strength, despite the overwhelming influence of the great dragon. The opponent is surprised why the guy doesn't strengthen his pet, while it is preparing for the next move with slight confidence. The young man asks with a slight grin if that's all, pointing out that the opponent hasn't yet reached the level of 1 against 2. The opponent, with a furious look, declares that his purple shadow fox has 8 thunderclaps. The golden-haired boy is shocked to realize that the Thundermouse's power is quite serious, and the purple shadow fox can use it 8 times at once. 8 thunderclaps neutralize the hero's attack, causing observers to wonder about his next move. Purple Shadow Fox creates clones of himself with the Thunderbite skill, making it difficult to distinguish the original. A blinding flash of purple energy creates tension, and the audience wonders if the hero managed to dodge the blow. The hero emerges from a cloud of purple smoke and notes with slight irony that the opponent's clones have weak illusions. The enemy panics and demands to regain control of the purple shadow fox and strengthens their teams. The fox attacks with its head with great force, continuously firing with all its might, which leaves the audience in awe. The little commentator announces that the consequences of the attack are simply incredible, suggesting that the outcome of the battle is near. A guy with gold inserts on his uniform egged on his interlocutor, offering to deal with the enemy and comparing him to his former teacher. Observers of the fight discuss the gap in combat experience, and believe that the outcome of the fight was a foregone conclusion. The hero confidently asks the question, making everyone wonder who said that everything has already been decided. The Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory manifests defensive skills such as stone armor and vine armor on its body. Thanks to these defensive skills, the snake can withstand powerful enemy attacks and remain unharmed. The opponent is outraged that such a tall beast only uses defensive skills, calling it a waste. The young man ironically asks his interlocutor about his words about pride and dragons. In the arena, two powerful creatures fight, one of which demonstrates its enormous strength, surpassing the other side. The voiceover emphasizes the importance of adaptability, letting go of the proud dragon essence in favor of learning defensive skills. The youth stands next to his light serpent in its completed form, noting that no one wants to die. The students happily celebrate Su Ping's victory in the first round, applauding enthusiastically and shouting words of encouragement. Su Ping's opponents are nervous and angry, calling what is happening a curse. Senior observers are relieved to admit that their fears about the battle were unfounded. Teacher Fei states that his purple shadow fox is merely his secondary pet, hinting at a more powerful creature. He summons the demonic abyssal serpent, a huge and terrifying beast imbued with destructive power. The spectators in the crowd realized with horror that the abyssal demonic serpent was a 9th-stage beast, threateningly powerful. The opponents confidently declare that after the previous battle, the light-bearing serpent of purgatory has exhausted its strength and will no longer be able to win. The students in the stands demand that Su Ping be destroyed, cheering on their teacher Fei. Su Ping calmly states that the purgatory light serpent was not his main pet, shocking everyone around him. A mysterious creature with glowing eyes emerges from the rift, raising a storm of questions about its true nature. The spectators are puzzled, looking at the summoned little skeleton, wondering why the fight suddenly became so cold. The girl in the yellow uniform notes the strange changes in the skeleton's appearance, admitting that she has never seen anything like it. Teacher Fei mockingly suggests that the young man summon another pet, not taking the skeleton seriously. However, Fei feels an inexplicable fear, noticing for the first time that his demonic snake has more than just a desire to kill. The skeleton attacks instantly, and the enemy is struck by its speed, not having time to react. The demonic abyssal serpent is wounded in an instant, causing confusion among all those watching. The young man offers to take the injured pet, because he is in a depressed state and requires medical attention. Teacher Fei panicked and refused to believe that a low-ranking creature could defeat his carefully nurtured beast. The young man confidently protects himself with a golden barrier, dodging his opponent's questions and inviting him to find out the truth himself. With a slight grin, he avoids answering, asking a counter-question about whether he is obliged to reveal the essence of what is happening. The crowd applauds loudly, celebrating Su Ping's victory and calling it his first big win in 10 years. Students in black and gold uniforms discuss the hero's success, admiring his actions and calling him a heartbreaker. A man with gold inserts on his clothes angrily demands that Su Ping not be released from the arena, accusing him of attacking his pet. A group of students in uniform become aggressive, loudly demanding an explanation and apology from the hero. The young man, with a slight smile, calmly replies that he will give an explanation by activating the connection. Su Ping's little assistant links the device to the screen, offering to show the evidence on the large monitor. Opponents from the other team are perplexed, wondering who will provide evidence and what the hero has planned. Su Ping, reacting with restraint to what is happening, asks to step aside and give an opportunity to show what happened. The man with the gold badge recognizes the two students the hero plans to bring on screen and says that he was expecting this. Taking the whole situation in stride, the enemy remarks with a terrifying grin that the two pose no threat due to their severe injuries. Su Ping shows footage of 2 injured students who have already recovered with local medicine and confirmed their willingness to talk. The opposing leader becomes furious and confused, not understanding how this is possible. An elderly observer asks with interest who these people are that Su Ping brought onto the screen. Students from the rival school panic and try to leave the scene, accusing the heroes of deception. Su Ping coolly invites the witnesses to recount in detail what happened that day. The injured student explains how a group from the enemy school surrounded them and beat them, trying to get information out of them. A second witness confirms that a hostile group attacked after class, but they were saved by Su Ping. The spectators from the other schools sit in stunned silence, lamenting the loss of their leader and team. The young girl in the yellow uniform confidently declares that it has been proven who launched the attack first, rejecting the accusations of her rivals. The vice-rector intervenes in what is happening, forcing the opposing leader and his team to realize their defeat. The senior mentor with red eyes sternly warns of the consequences if anyone dares to lie. The leader of the opponents realizes in horror that he is in danger of being expelled and deprived of the right to interact with the heavenly beasts. The elderly man humbly takes responsibility for the actions of his students and promises to reimburse all expenses. The mentor reminds Su Ping that he has forgotten something, hinting at what to do next. The man offers Su Ping rare animals or valuable rewards as compensation for the conflict. Su Ping smirks and says that he doesn't need big gifts, but asks him to kneel down and apologize. The opponent responds indignantly to the demands, accusing Su Ping of arrogance. The young man calmly reminds him that victory in their fight shows that the enemy's words no longer matter. One of the senior members of the council tries to persuade Su Ping to give up his demand, but he insists on his own. Su Ping confidently asserts that there is a need for an apology, pointing to the importance of fairness. Su Ping announces to everyone present that any provocation against Fengshan will result in severe consequences. He also stresses that there is no friendly relationship between their schools, adding that the other schools' resources are now under their control. The students of the opposing school are forced to kneel in submission, causing indignation among the senior teachers. Su Ping's shop becomes a popular place, with a huge line of people wanting to get pets and food. Passers-by wonder why such an old store attracts so much attention and becomes a center of attraction. There is talk among the customers that the owner of the shop has a title rank, and his methods of raising animals are surprisingly effective. Some students from Fengshan are asked to keep the store's popularity a secret in order to maintain an advantage for themselves. Su Ping realizes that his intervention in the competition not only resolved the conflict, but also strengthened the reputation of his business. A girl from Fengshan school pushes her way through the crowd to reach Su Ping, determined to talk to him. Su Ping sarcastically notes that she didn't even say hello, adding mockingly, "Why would such an important person stand in line?" The girl states that, as Su Ping's sister, she does not want any privileges, striving to achieve success on her own. She gratefully adds that she wants to take advantage of the opportunity to become stronger by showing determination. The young man calmly asks what level her beast is at, in order to understand what he will be working with. The girl reports that her pet, a cat named Snowball, recently reached the 4th level. Su Ping explains that the 4th level is considered average by the standards of heavenly beasts, and his work at this level is quite expensive. The girl is surprised by the cost of his services, realizing that her income does not even cover one time for a year. The young man, jokingly giving his pet a new name, confirms that he is ready to continue working, despite her doubts. She sheepishly admits that she forgot to take the money, but Su Ping confidently agrees to pay the expenses out of his own pocket. The young man reflects on his business and notes that his system and approach are still aimed at raising strong animals. In conclusion, he adds that he has recently mastered the technique of client cultivation, assuring that now they are even. The girl is surprised how Su Ping was able to improve his skills so quickly and reach heights despite her constant training. Su Ping confidently states that his strength has reached the 9th stage, and he aims to use this level to study new knowledge. The hero calls upon his pets to be brave, directing them to attack the blind spots of enemies, executing a well-thought-out battle plan. In the midst of the battle, Little Skeleton delivers the decisive blow, restraining the powerful dragon and causing it to roar uncontrollably. Su Ping comments on the transition to a new level of confrontation with a slight grin, calling it the 2nd stage. The enemy's forces increase, causing the Beast King to appear, making it the perfect time to test the Little Skeleton. Su Ping is amazed by the increased pedigree of his pet dog, who has acquired a new skill, dragon armor. A huge black wolf, befitting the status of the new bloodline, inspires fear with its menacing appearance. Using coordinated teamwork, Su Ping dispatches pets such as the Tianjin pig and dragon dog to deliver the finishing blow. He ends the battle by commanding Phantom Fire Beast and Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory to engulf the battlefield in flames, clearing out the remaining enemy units. Little Skeleton displays incredible abilities due to his absorption of the Bloodstone, making him virtually invincible. Su Ping orders the Light Serpent of Purgatory and the Dragon Dog to unite and destroy the remaining enemies. Su Ping happily realizes the comfort of working with dog's intelligence skills, planning to use them to determine the quality of food. The guy jokingly wonders why the other pet has more survival skills in its arsenal than offensive abilities. As Su Ping examines the two pets, he lists their strengths and finds ideal roles for them to use in battle. The very next morning, a huge line of people lined up outside Su Ping's shop, wanting to strengthen their pets. The girls are surprised at the speed of improvement of their pets, because, according to rumors, it took a whole month. Passers-by discuss how the pets have gained significant muscle mass, amazed at the effectiveness of Su Ping's methods. Su Ping encourages those who are hesitant to try the store's services to test the effectiveness of its approach. A funny scene unfolds when Su Ping's team angrily throws out the doubting customers, ending the hero's working day. Su Ping looks out at the crowd with confidence, knowing that he no longer has anything to prove. His results speak for themselves. The hero curiously activates the hidden function, expecting to gain a mystical skill. He learns about the demon god's overwhelming fist ability and evaluates its potential. Su Ping finds himself facing giant beasts equal in strength to the Beast King and studies their attack mechanics. The hero's most powerful energy strike demonstrates his abilities and destroys the surrounding space. A vision of the 5 stages of the new skill's impact is projected around the character, detailing its capabilities and risks. Su Ping is asked to make a decision to overcome the power of the demon god's overwhelming fist, as only the Golden Crow can withstand its backlash. With a slight grin, the hero comes to the conclusion that for the Golden Crow's body, this is an ideal skill, filling him with excitement. Su Ping confidently decides to learn the new skill, seeing in it a huge potential for his future victories. As the power is absorbed, a bright golden glow weaves around the hero's figure, heralding his new level of mastery. Su Ping realizes that learning the first style will open the way to the next level of power. As he thinks about the upcoming trials in the Secret Kingdom, he realizes that he must personally become stronger so as not to let Little Skeleton down. The hero decides to temporarily close the store, devoting all his time and effort to training the overwhelming fist. After 2 days of intensive practice, Su Ping completes the main stage of training in the Dragon King's heritage lands. He is surprised at the speed of his progress, noting that his Golden Crow demonic body has grown considerably stronger. At one of the bases, the hero and his group are met by other participants, who wonder why they need the help of newcomers. Senior Masters Mo Lao and Chen Long discuss the possibility of revealing their secrets as they prepare for an important mission. Captain Ni Chenkong, who leads the group, states that he is interested in a valuable ancient find. He warns that this treasure is guarded by a powerful beast that will require at least 6 masters to defeat. The video shows a scene from the previous fight, showing the terrifying power of the protective beast that the hero will have to face. Mo Lao and Chen Long discuss that Nie Chenkong has set his sights on a powerful asset that he has no chance of getting to on his own. Chen Long states that their team will do everything possible to complete the mission, but also warns of possible attacks from other groups. Nai Chenkong proposes to distribute the spoils of the mysterious realm based on everyone's contribution in battle. Mo Lao agrees that it would be wise to give the first choice to the team captain. Nai Chenkong suddenly announces that he will not be the first to choose, surprising the others. Mo Lao and Chen Long begin to wonder who, other than the captain, has the right to make the first choice. Su Ping enters the room accompanied by Chengshan's protector, attracting the team's attention with his appearance. Chen Long wonders why Ni Chenkong attaches importance to a person who is seemingly weaker than the rest. Nai Chenkong introduces Su Ping to the group and emphasizes the importance of his participation in their mission. Chen Long guesses that Su Ping, despite his strength, may be the one the captain appointed to choose first. Ni Chengshan introduces Su Ping to the team, telling them that he saved his life and defeated the 8th stage beast. Mo Lao agrees with the decision to give Su Ping first choice, acknowledging his achievements. The team begins their climb up Dragon's Ledge, facing difficulties due to the thin air at the summit. Su Ping suggests using flying pets to lift them up, but is dissuaded due to local regulations. Nai Chengshan explains that summoning flying beasts on this route can lead to accidents and severe punishments. He warns Su Ping to act quietly to avoid trouble. The heroes notice 2 masters from great families who break the rules by using their political power. The fight between the masters of the Qin and Tang families results in a powerful energy being released that threatens the entire zone. The ensuing rockfall forces the team to be cautious, although the experienced members are confident that it will not hit them. The hero watches their calmness with a smile, realizing that the situation could get out of control at any moment. Su Ping, faced with a rockfall, uses his power to destroy the falling rocks and protect the team. His actions inspire the other members of the group, and Nie Chengshan agrees with his initiative, realizing that it is impossible to avoid threats. Mo Lao and Chen Long discuss how Su Ping quickly showed leadership skills, boosting the team's morale. On a narrow staircase, the team encounters a crowd making way for a clanswoman who has decided to challenge Dragon's Ledge. The Tang family group appears ahead, their appearance accompanied by respectful remarks from those around them. The two winds of the Tang family, Masters Zhuo Fengqiong and Feng Mo, display their impressive titles and strength. The mistress of the Tang family, Tang Ruyan, is preparing for another attempt to conquer the Dragon Ledge, attracting the attention of all participants. She addresses her opponents, warning them to stay out of her way to avoid trouble. At this time, the owner of the Qin family, Qin Shaodian, appears on the scene and decides to also challenge his rival. Tang Ruyan, with arrogant confidence, declares that she has not taken the fight seriously up until now, and asks her opponent if he is ready to continue. A man with blue hair provocatively addresses a woman, wondering if she is taking the situation seriously. A tense duel breaks out between them, where both decide to sort things out by force. At this time, the mysterious realm of Dragon Ledge Mountain opens, attracting the attention of many participants. The legendary Master Dao Zun, a man with the highest 9th level, appears on the way, inspiring respect in those around him. Many observers discuss his presence, deciding that his approval is a chance to continue on the path. The Tang family places a strict ban on further advancement, threatening anyone who tries to cross their territory. A man from the crowd dares to condemn the actions of the Tang family, causing their representatives to react in bewilderment. The place is destroyed by a powerful blow from the sword, leaving a huge mark on the ground. Dao Zong intervenes, urging everyone to resolve conflicts privately, rather than on the open stage. Su Ping respectfully thanks the master, admiring his sword technique, which allows him to cope even without the help of heavenly beasts. The man with gray hair says that his actions are aimed only at correcting mistakes, noting that the attack could not harm his interlocutor. The two elderly men rush forward furiously, condemning the disdainful treatment of the Tang family. The crowd watches the scene as a group of people discuss the boy's impulsive behavior and his recklessness towards the Tang family. The people in the darkened room analyze the situation, discussing the pursuit of the man and the possibility of receiving a reward from the Tang family. The young man, with a cheeky smile, reflects on his abilities and expresses his readiness to test them in the current situation. A woman with a purple aura appears on the battlefield, and one of the older men asks why she took so long to respond. The man, with an expression of repentance, asks the woman for forgiveness for not being able to catch the right person, and offers to punish him for his failure. The woman discusses her family's success in the ranking, emphasizing their place as a symbol of strength and respect. The man sets a goal to ensure the teams rise through the 6th floor to take first place in the ranking, and the others agree. A group of people notice that the lights on the 6th floor have come on and conclude that someone has just successfully completed a test. The tower lights up with fire, symbolizing the conquest of the 7th floor and the remaining 2 levels to complete the climb. The heroes are surprised to notice that the 8th floor is on fire, discussing who has the strength to get through it first. The elderly man angrily recalls how their place in the heavenly ranking was stolen, blaming it on other families. The tower amazes everyone by signaling the completion of the 9th stage and inviting the remaining challengers to take up the challenge. The girl is surprised to see the top of the column, discussing what kind of family could possess such enormous power. A crowd gathers at the tower, watching from afar and discussing the events. The young man coolly notes how easily he defeated his enemy, reminding him that these difficulties were once his limit. The hero completes his personal inspection of the system and decides to return to the group to continue the treasure hunt. The group looks out over the top of the tower and shares mixed emotions about how easy it was to get through stage 9. The boy turns to the captain, asking about the group's future plans as the sky envelops their silhouettes. The young man returns to the group, where the man greets him promptly, mentioning that he was expected to begin the treasure hunt. Among the participants, there is surprise that the guy who passed the column first used his abilities even for a small warm-up. The two companions discuss the young man acting on his own, which irritates them, but they promise to teach him a lesson. The man tasks the group with scouting the terrain on foot and in the air, while summoning a huge beast for protection. The young man summons the dark dragon dog, deciding to test its skills in the current situation. A senior member of the group criticizes the boy for summoning a high-level heavenly beast, suggesting a lack of trust. Another team member notices that the summoned beast is too attention-grabbing, asking the boy to bring it back. The dark dragon hound suddenly growls, warning its master of a threat that has appeared nearby. The group notices the beast's behavior, becoming wary and activating abilities to search for nearby enemies. One of the heroes looks around in confusion, wondering where exactly the enemy the beast is warning about is. The team captain is outraged by the lack of signs of the enemy, while the girl reports that her flame bird did not detect anything. One of the group members mockingly comments that the guy is trying to attract attention with his behavior. The flame bird and earth cradle become active in response to an unexpected change in environment. The group encounters high-threat pythons and prepares to fight. Realizing it is too late to escape, a massive magical creature is summoned to protect the team, while the rest of the party prepares celestial beasts to attack the enemies. The hero explains that his dark dragon dog was not protected, but was accompanied by 2 powerful 9th-stage beasts. The girl warns that it is impossible to escape from the pythons due to their dense surroundings, pushing the group into action. The young man recalls that his dark dragon dog had warned them of the danger from the very beginning, offering a strategy to protect them. The guy thanks the team members for their involvement, explaining that he appreciates their concern, but does not fully require it. He assures everyone that his beast is not only strong in reconnaissance, but also has good combat skills for the upcoming tests. The young man suggests killing the leader of the pythons, explaining that this will solve all problems with their threat. One of the team members doubts the dark dragon dog's abilities, believing that he will not be able to defeat opponents of the 9th stage. The senior member of the party uses the Earth Cradle skill to hide the team to create a safe shelter. The team observes the battlefield from a protected area, hidden using the invisibility ability activated by the curator's box. The girl is concerned about the fate of the dark dragon dog, not understanding what happened to him after the battle began. The young man points to a strange line of light in the distance, suggesting that it is related to developments on the battlefield. The girl suddenly realizes the connection between the light and the dark dragon dog's actions, amazed by its capabilities. Dark Dragon Dog finds himself surrounded by shields as he fights against multiple pythons, showing off his skills in combat. The group realizes that the 7th stage Heavenly Beast continues to confront strong 9th stage opponents, shocking everyone with its level of strength. All the heroes watch the events with tension, recognizing the power and significance of the Dark Dragon Dog in the current situation. One of the team members notes with admiration that the Dark Dragon Dog's defense is excellent, seemingly even better than his own pet. The guy reasons that the blows only slightly scratch the dog's skin, proving the focus on defensive skills. The captain and his companion are confused, trying to understand how the pet could have been poisoned with such tough skin. The young man recalls with a confident smile how hard it was for him in the past, and declares that he does not intend to play anymore. The team celebrates their victory and congratulates Dark Dragon Dog, recognizing his strength and unique abilities. One of the men emphasizes the outstanding qualities of the young man's pet, but the hero himself modestly brushes off the praise. The elder in the group laughs at the young man's modesty, declaring that such pets are clearly superior to the others. The young man, with an indifferent expression on his face, notes that the team's pets are still not very different from each other. The situation changes dramatically when the creature vomits and reveals a huge number of python eggs. The rest of the team are amazed by the scale of the event, trying to make sense of what is happening in front of them. The heroes discuss python eggs, noting their usefulness as a nutritious and tonic agent. The guy offers to take the enemy's scales, explaining their value on the market due to their use in invisible paint. One of the team members is surprised by the proposal to share the spoils, realizing that the young man seeks peace, not conflict. The elder and the warrior thank the boy for his generosity, expressing their readiness for further cooperation. The map reveals a cave location to the northeast, which becomes their next target. The group decides to reach the cave in the morning, discussing their plan of action around the campfire. The young man recalls that he had already been to these places during the previous test, and is amazed at the choice of this particular cave. The hero inquires about the origin of the map. The captain explains that he got it through a profitable deal, but other points could have already been plundered. The group learns that a 9th stage beast lives in the cave, causing anxiety and tension among the companions. The hero assures the others that he will cope with the danger, despite the fact that the team has not yet entered the cave. The young man confidently declares that he knows what awaits them in the cave, since he has already been in these places during previous trials. The captain and his companion discuss how the young man's pet successfully dealt with a swarm of pythons, proving its strength. The group realizes that there were powerful pythons with stage 9 combat power living around the cave, making their task more difficult. One of the team members suggests a clever strategy to lure the beast from the depths of the cave to the surface. The decision to set up an ambush at the entrance to the cave is supported, and pets are activated to prepare for battle. The girl calls upon her flamebird to use a defensive skill to aid the party. Having prepared everything for the ambush, the captain declares that he is not going to wait, and decides to lure the beast out personally. The companions are concerned about his dangerous plan, but the captain confidently explains his strategy and readiness to fight. The young man, noticing the anxiety of his comrades, agrees to go with the captain to support him in case of danger. The young man says that he will also take care of the situation, causing surprise and admiration among his companions. The captain smiled slightly and expressed confidence that with Brother Su's participation, everything would be under control. One of the team members warns of the thick, toxic air in the cave, advising Su to stay outside, but he assures him that his armor will protect him from any toxins. The young man points out that the captain chose the most dangerous mission, asking him about his real motives. The hero observes his surroundings, noting the absence of anyone, while his interlocutor offers to share information. One of the group members says that there is a unique spiritual tree in the cave that has impressive properties. The tree is displayed, revealing its rare fruit, capable of stimulating the potential and reviving the abilities of war beast masters. The young man suspects that the captain risked his first choice for the sake of this fruit, receiving categorical confirmation. While at the woman's bedside, the captain explains that there are things Su should not ask, as his goal is to save someone close to him. The captain declares that even great benefactors have no right to reproach him for possible actions related to obtaining the fruit. His words indicate a willingness to go all the way for the tree, regardless of any risks or relationships with others. The young man reflects that the fruit of the spiritual tree may be an ordinary treasure, but for the captain, it clearly has special value. One of the heroes warns that the beast guarding the place is on the highest 9th step and uses powerful psychic attacks. The young man is perplexed by his knowledge of the beast, but suggests simply following him without asking unnecessary questions. The group discovers a spiritual lamp capable of resisting psychic attacks and discusses its properties. The young man says that he had seen this artifact before, but it could not be used outside the Dragon King's testing area. With the lantern raised, the hero confirms that they can continue onto the tree without delay. The group is suddenly hit by an attack, which they barely manage to repel thanks to the active artifact. The youth notices that the attack was not directed at them, but remains wary due to the presence of enemies nearby. The group engages in a brutal fight using pets and rockfall, with the elder heroically summoning his war beast to attack. After a successful victory, the crew rejoices, assuring the captain that all threats have been eliminated, and they are ready to move on. The young man and the captain discover that they are late at their destination, and unexpectedly encounter the enemy. The enemy attacks Flamebird, who desperately defends herself while the team tries to figure out what's going on. A huge 9th stage beast appears, under whose influence the situation becomes increasingly tense. The team realizes they are in an illusion where their allies are at risk of killing each other and attempts to use the spiritual lamp. The young man orders the captain to infuse star power into the lamp to counter the illusion's attack, to which he agrees. The team members suffer from headaches caused by the enemy and try to keep from going beyond the protective zone of the lamp. The young man jumps down, strengthening the protective zone, and calls on everyone to stay within it for safety. The team joins forces and channels stellar energy into the lamp to destroy the illusory field. The lamp begins to show activity, and one of the heroes notices movement as the object's power increases. The enemy attacks from all sides, and the team led by Brother Su begins the battle to protect the spiritual lamp. The hero tries to protect his comrade by using the star shield to block a powerful attack. The guy calls on his enemies to stop hiding in the shadows and come out to resolve the conflict. A huge creature appears, while in the foreground a group of mercenaries are seen watching the battle. The group's leader, Poison Fang, apologizes, explaining that he was acting on orders from his boss. The captain is shocked by the betrayal of the Poison Fang group, believing that there was no feud between them. The enemy leader scoffs, explaining that the map was only a deception to use them as bait. It becomes clear to the captain that they were used to lure out the Blood Flame Dragon from the very beginning. The leader of the Poison Fang threatens violence if the heroes try to attack him. The young man activates his weapon and prepares to fight, despite the threatening plan of his enemies. With a cry, the hero rushes into the attack, decisively entering into battle with superior enemy forces. The Poison Fang leader realizes that the supreme 9th stage Blood Flame Dragon has been temporarily immobilized. The heroine and her partner, having been wounded, discuss with bewilderment what happened and the successful blocking of the dragon. The young man appears before the enemies in the air, insisting that they wanted to destroy them, and now it is time for payback. The mercenaries are shocked to notice that there is a young master of the title rank in the squad, and they realize their mistake in not taking into account the intelligence. The leader loudly orders to stop panicking and carry out the attack, reassuring that the situation is under his control. The long-range scorpions prepare to attack, but the young man stands still and condemns their methods. The leader commands, mocking their confidence, but is unexpectedly wounded. The captain, bleeding, asks the crew to hold on, while 2 of his companions are in serious condition. One of the squad members reports that 2 of their comrades, Mo Lao and Chen Long, were unable to complete the task and fell in battle. The young man stands in the center, ready to take control of the situation and continue the fight. He and the captain run towards the tree, despite the bad feeling, trying to reach their goal. The captain asks the young man to guarantee that the fruit of the spiritual tree will be obtained in the event of his death, to which he receives a question about the meaning of such an act. The captain reveals that the fruit is intended for his daughter to save her from an incurable disease. The captain explains that the fruit will be able to stimulate the development and rebirth of war beasts, which is important for healing. A group of enemies reach the tree and discover that it is impossible to take it all, starting to harvest the fruit. The Poison Fang leader gives orders to destroy the tree so that no one else can have it. One of the enemies successfully obtains the fruit and rejoices, not noticing the impending danger. The youth intervenes and begins the attack. The enemies are amazed by his appearance and strength. The group's leader is shocked to realize that their opponent is a 9th-level master and suggests settling the matter through negotiations. The enemy leader offers to divide the find in order to avoid further confrontation, trying to buy time. The enemies are confused and look for the one hiding in the shadows, accusing him of cowardice and provocation. The Poison Fang leader faces a powerful attack, indicating readiness to destroy the enemy. Having lost 2 heavenly beasts, the leader is shocked to realize the catastrophic consequences of what is happening. The terrified leader begs for mercy, offering all the treasures in exchange for his life. The young man approaches and explains that his goal is not treasures at all, but the elimination of the enemy. The leader, in an attempt to find out the name of the young man, wants to know at whose hands he loses and dies. The young man coldly declares that he is not giving the target the slightest chance of resistance, guaranteeing its end. Under the control of the young man, his beast incinerates everything around, destroying traces of the enemy and their presence. The young man folds the spiritual tree, having completed his mission, and prepares to leave this place. He analyzes what happened and concludes that survival in such dangerous places is only possible by adapting and strengthening one's abilities. At night, at the base of the miners, the group's further plans after recent events are discussed. Inside the base, the heroes decide to bury the captain and deal with the consequences of the fate of Mo Lao and Chen Long. One of the companions thanks the young man for saving him, admitting his own weakness and expressing regret for the losses. The young man announces that he has unfinished business and hands over the spirit tree to the captain's daughter. The heroine wonders why the young man refuses such a valuable artifact, and wants to know how he knows about the captain's daughter. The young man says that the details are not important, and asks to fulfill the captain's last wish, to which the group agrees. He points to hidden treasures found in the cave, and offers to give them to the families of his fallen comrades. The heroine asks in surprise why the young man refuses all the treasures, to which he replies that he has already received the most important one. The young man shows the artifact he has found, and explains that he intends to give the treasures he has found to society to help people. At the exit from the base, a warning sounds about the need to hand over finds to the checkpoint, and the obligation to comply with the rules. The young man joins his companions after an emotional conversation, offering to go through the upcoming stage together. The team passes through a checkpoint where rare finds such as crystals and artifacts are recorded and graded. In the adjacent sector, other groups discuss their findings, including poisonous rocks and orders for rare materials. One of the companions explains to the young man that among the inspectors present, there are high-ranking masters who are ready for any surprises. The participating teams discuss the Star Cloud spiritual tree, admiring its rarity and significance. One of the leaders tries to find out the price of the tree's fruits from the heroes' team, clearly showing their interest in buying. One of the young man's companions answers for everyone, firmly declaring that the fruits are not for sale, and suggests discussing other finds. Tensions mount when one of the interested representatives begins to insult his companions, trying to provoke a conflict. Representatives of the other group believe that eating the fruits will give them a huge advantage and increase their rank. The leader of the other group mocks the young man, doubting that he, with his powers, can stop the masters of the highest 8th stage. The young man is outraged by the actions of the federal inspection, suspecting them of exploiting the miners, and decides to complete the inspection. The two opponents react mockingly to the young man's decision to leave, wondering who he thinks he is. They rush at the young man with an attack, declaring that the examination will end only when they say so. The crowd notices the tense situation and wonders why the young man was hit, but he assures them that he is fine. The opponents, referring to the article of the law, believe they have the right to suppress the young man by force and take advantage of the situation for their own strengthening. The crowd begins to discuss what happened, recalling other incidents, and some recognize the young man as the one who had previously challenged the Tang family. A mysterious voice emerges from the shadows, denouncing the pettiness of what is happening and attracting the attention of the crowd. A man is found on the ceiling, who advises the young man to be brave and show his abilities. The mysterious man points out that only the strong will be able to pave their way, leaving a hint of his own strength. The young man considers the advice of the powerful stranger and thanks him, thinking about his future in the new world. Two opponents rush at the young man with threats, full of self-confidence in their strength. The young man uses the ability to knock out opponents with a powerful accumulation of force. Once on the ground, the enemies are horrified to realize that the young man is a master of the title rank. The youth, surrounded by an aura of power, draws the crowd's attention, demonstrating that even a young warrior can reach the highest levels. He subjugates the Star Cloud Spirit Tree with the Spirit Control technique, proving his exceptional skills. The crowd is astonished when the youth disappears, suspecting that he was using a spatial artifact. The opponents discuss the situation without understanding who this person is and complain about their failure. Realizing the strength of the young man, they humbly apologize, admitting their mistake and unpreparedness. However, the young man rejects their apologies, claiming that the blow was for a friend, and demands compensation of 20 million. The opponents argue about the impossibility of compensation, when the appearance of the head of security makes them realize that the situation for them is becoming even more dangerous. The boss sharply remarks that instead of following the rules, the wall was destroyed, and ironically asks if the lesson has been learned. The young man, rejecting a quick solution to the situation with money, sets the payment at 60 million, adding that the funds will go towards improving the pet store. The companions discuss their defeat, expressing regret for their weakness, and the young man undertakes to look after the spiritual tree. The hero decides to replant the tree after using it, and offers the fruits to reach the 9th stage. The companions are surprised by the young man's generosity, and the heroine shyly notices his ability to help others. The young man instructs his war beast to guard the territory, while he himself dives underwater in search of treasure. He finds himself in a mysterious underwater place, remembering that a great treasure must be hidden here. A young man discovers an ancient temple that possesses incredible power, capable of moving mountains and filling the seas. Once inside, he finds a secret scroll hidden in a secluded place and realizes its uniqueness. The scroll turns out to be a tool for creating spatial storage, which impresses the hero despite its limitations compared to system storage. The young man studies the ability of an artifact that can create space and increase its capacity with the growth of stellar power. The hero notices suspicious activity in the sky. A bird is watching what is happening from above. Deep underwater, a guy ponders the undead demon fruit and its unique properties. The hero and the dark dragon dog discuss the location of the bird and the fate of the demonic fruit. The two 8th-stage martial beastmasters resent the bird's pursuit, feeling threatened. The hero attacks the guys on the cliff with a powerful blow, which causes them to react with alarm. A mysterious old man with a magical artifact and a bird on his back tracks strangers in the forest. The masters of the fighting beasts are surprised to recognize a representative of the Tang family in front of them and begin a dialogue. A girl in an elegant dress demands the return of the stolen item, reminding him of her status. She warns them not to give in to greed and reveals that the demon fruit was stolen from them. Two martial beastmasters try to escape by activating the so-called 36th plan. The titular old man accumulates star power, demonstrating his might and stopping the fugitives. One of the opponents falls to the ground, trying to protect the artifact, but notices that his plans are ruined. The magician threatens the fugitives, offering to avoid further conflict if they remain silent forever. The old man uses magic to forcibly take possession of the artifact, leaving his opponents no choice. The 9th stage Shadow Asura appears, causing chaos and displaying its fighting power. The hero commands his dragon and allies to use defensive abilities against the Shadow Asura. The guy uses the Dragon Patron technique, breaking the enemy's defense and attacking the Asura. The Shadow Asura is defeated, causing shock and fear among the enemies who realize the hero's power. The old man realizes that the enemy has suppressed the Shadow Asura in just a few blows, and tries to understand how this happened. The old man furiously discusses with his ally the decision to leave the hero no chance to escape. The master uses powerful light attacks, causing a cascade of destruction and demonstrating the power of his title. The hero appears with his ally, a small skeleton preparing for battle. A giant beast appears in front of the heroes, and the guy realizes that the trap has failed. The older opponent is surprised that the young guy has reached the title rank at such an age, and decides to stop him. The enemy releases a demonic beast, accusing the hero of killing his pet. A girl from the enemy camp is amazed by the destructive power of a small skeleton. The eldest of the enemies attacks with swords filled with star power, pointing them towards the hero. The enemy uses the clan's most powerful attack, using a whole barrage of energies. The young man prepares to use his power with an expression of confidence, finally testing his strength. A bright golden attack flashes across the battlefield, causing enemies to be surprised due to its divinity. The senior magician is seriously wounded by the hero, who is struck by the extraordinary strength of the young guy. The Dragon King is commanded to save his mistress by carrying her away from danger. The hero and his ghost animals block the path of those fleeing, preventing them from escaping. The wounded mage launches a secret technique, convinced that the outcome of the battle has not yet been decided. The hero realizes that the enemy is using the secret art of the Tang family, known for its powerful destructive power. The girl finds herself caught in a deadly trap of a magical technique that sacrifices the owner's body. A huge phantom enemy materializes in front of the hero, threatening to take his life. The ghostly spirit begins to laugh, confident in its invulnerability to the hero's attacks. The enemy declares that even after his death he will destroy the hero, threatening him with an incredible curse. The phantom is puzzled as to why he cannot take possession of the hero, suspecting hidden protection. The young man holds in his hands a secret treasure of spiritual protection, causing the enemy to become furious. The girl is worried that the Dragon King of Earth might betray her and attack her. The guy notices the girl's appearance and asks about her presence with slight irony. The heroine, in irritation, forbids calling her young mistress, hinting at contempt for the hero. The girl begins to suspect that the aura of her ally, Old Feng, has disappeared and expresses confusion. She discovers Old Feng's remains and is shocked at the defeat of a warrior with the strength of the middle 9th stage. The heroine angrily asks the hero about the reason for his attacks on the members of the Tang family. On the battlefield, the bodies of 2 defeated masters of war beasts, who died in the fight, are visible. The girl states that his actions are dictated by the law of the jungle, despite their status. The young man, with a sly smile, hints at the weakness of his opponents, increasing his psychological pressure. The hero stands surrounded by dark energy, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, while his ally raises his weapon. The heroine realizes that the fallen winged king, who possesses the power of the 9th stage, feels threatened. The guy sets a condition for showing sincerity in exchange for negotiations, showing his superiority. The girl is surprised by the actions of the hero, who releases the magical creature from the contract to gain an advantage. The heroine decides to break the connection with the help of her power in order to maintain control over the situation. The fallen winged king and the howling wolf appear on the battlefield with the sole purpose of destroying the hero. The girl is shocked to realize that her plan is falling apart and, disappointed, utters the word curse. The young man decides to end the dispute by preparing to physically destroy the connection between the opponents. The heroine reacts tensely when she notices that the hero has a spatial treasure that could change the course of the battle. The young man is inside the mysterious space of the scroll, and hears the heroine's question about why he did not kill her. The guy with a mysterious smile declares that the heroine can die, but only after he has extracted all the value from her. The girl notices the shiny mark of the air on the young man's forehead, which shocks her. The heroine laughs in disbelief, realizing that the hero was able to overcome 9 floors of the column, contrary to all expectations. The girl warns the hero that he is on the verge of death and threatens him with a legendary martial arts master from the Asian region. The young man threatens to use tricks if the heroine does not tell the truth, hinting that her photo could fly around the world. The girl admits that the heir to the Dragon's Ledge is a man who is ready to destroy all potential rivals. The guy ironically clarifies how 4 large families fighting for the legacy can resist the real threat of the 9th floor. The youth notes that the entire secret kingdom is ultimately controlled by the legendary Master Yuan, emphasizing his strategic goal. The hero's light-bearing serpent destroys enemies on the battlefield, emphasizing the youth's strength and his superiority over the 4 families. The hero reflects on his success in the battle against the King of Beasts, acknowledging that his victories were achieved through countless mistakes and perseverance. The young man realizes that no one saw his triumph through the Dragon's Ledge column, but prepares himself for a possible investigation by the legendary master. A guy arrives in a town where a crowd of people has gathered outside a store, waiting for its owner. Buyers eagerly discuss the improvement of their pets, showering the hero with requests to upgrade their abilities. The hero tries to calm the visitors, asking them to maintain order and assuring them that everything is under control. While analyzing the earnings from the store, he plans to save up the required amount and find an intermediary to purchase a plot of land. He contacts a virtual assistant to expand his store and purchase a plot of land nearby. The assistant clarifies that the required area is 3,000 square meters, after which she confirms the store address. The hero is amazed by the rising prices of real estate, explained by the beginning of the Global Elite League, which complicates his plans. Thinking about his rare Bloodflame dragon, he considers selling a top 9th stage wild beast to cover his expenses. The virtual assistant reports that a wild beast above the 9th level is rare, and the current market price is 400 million. The guy decides to sell the beast for the proposed 250 million in order to raise the necessary amount for his purposes. The youth discusses with the system the possibility of finding a more difficult cultivation area than the Dragon King's heritage land. He reflects that the price of entry into the supreme divine realm is high, and every death now costs him too much. The hero activates the portal and plans to find the core of the flame Shinya in the new world, which is necessary for leveling up his pet. Aware of the challenges ahead, the young man confidently enters the new zone, preparing to strengthen his physical defense and increase his survivability. The boy notices that the style of the new world is very different from everything he has seen before, and believes that the place was built by the gods. He decides to use the services of an empire translator for the first time, hoping to avoid senseless deaths in an unknown world. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a blonde girl senses a strong energy fluctuation and carefully assesses the threat. The young man summons the little skeleton and the Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory, preparing for another intense battle. The hero's little skeleton activates the Undead Fruits effect, becoming immune to one fatal attack. The youth calls upon the Lightbringer Serpent to resurrect him, but explains that he has little energy and does not intend to fight. The golden-haired elf notices the hero's otherworldly origins and is surprised by his presence. The guy is amazed how the elf found out about his arrival from another world and demands an explanation. The girl arrogantly explains that this is the domain of the gods, and that mortals cannot be here without outside help. The elf clarifies that humanity sometimes contacts the gods and gives birth to offspring. Surprised by the backwardness of the hero's world, she dismissively remarks that even a student of her level is considered superior, even though the hero uses the heavenly beast. The elf begins to suspect that behind the hero's incredible aura, there is something far superior to ordinary mortals. She bows her courtesy and asks demandingly how the young man got to the central lands of the gods. Appearing in all her power, the girl with wings demands to know who is behind the hero, threatening him with her power. The hero, with a slight grin, asks his interlocutor if she is really talking about the central lands of the gods, and notes that this is a semi-divine kingdom. The young man analyzes the girl's reaction, and notices that the name semi-divine kingdom deeply offends her. The guy decides to put aside thoughts about his interlocutor and focus on his current goal, strengthening his own strength. Finding himself in a new area, the hero notices the strangeness of the ground under his feet, indicating the presence of a mysterious force. Suddenly, he is attacked by a huge monster that tries to swallow the hero, but he keeps his cool. The youth uses Divine Fist, attacking the beast and dealing it a crushing blow. The heroic blow leaves the creature battered, and the boy sarcastically remarks on its missing teeth. The hero summons his allies, Little Skeleton, Lightbringer Serpent, and Dark Dragon Dog, relying on their power. The hero's squad joins forces, preparing for a deadly battle with a powerful enemy. Led by the Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory, the hero uses the legendary Dragon Patron technique for a powerful final attack. The Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory unleashes a Flame Dragon Strike, attacking the enemy with devastating force. The hero commands the Little Skeleton and Dark Dragon Dog to deliver the next attack to the monster's eye. The Dark Dragon Hound sacrifices itself in battle and dies, falling into the enemy's mouth. The Little Skeleton rushes at the enemy, activating his powers, and the hero calmly watches, analyzing the situation. The young man orders the skeleton to not give the enemy a chance to catch his breath, continuing the intense offensive. The hero attacks the enemy together with the Lightbringer Serpent, using the Flame Dragon technique, delivering a decisive blow. Finding the Divine Crystal, the guy discovers that it enhances physical strength and gives the opportunity to master divine skills. The hero decides to give the found crystal to the Dark Dragon Dog, speaking about the importance of strengthening allies. Dark Dragon Dog happily accepts the gift, while Little Skeleton dismissively dismisses its significance. The boy teases Little Skeleton, reminding him of the importance of the Lightbringer Serpent as a powerful ally. The hero notices that the new panel includes a line about divinity, suggesting that it must be completed in order to transform. The boy and his allies hear a sound from below and begin to suspect that someone or something needs their help. They descend to find divine beings fighting giant beasts. A student from the small squad, on the verge of despair, cries out for help, realizing that his own strength is not enough. The young student tries to defend himself from the beast, but his weakness leaves no chance of success. The hero's light-bearing serpent intervenes at the most opportune time and saves the young student from certain death. The young man rises on his dragon with his new allies, asking them how they ended up in such a dangerous place. One of the survivors explains that the star beasts are invading through space-time rifts, which their group is tasked with clearing. The hero examines the damaged nest, and his new comrade is surprised by his presence on the divine lands. The young man indifferently replies that he was passing by, and sarcastically remarks that even gods have problems with aggressive creatures. The demigods explain to the hero the greatness of divine wings, emphasizing the honor of dying for the expulsion of the Zerg-like creatures. The young man realizes that the girl with wings he met could indeed be a pure-blooded goddess. The hero reflects on the incredible power of the goddess, comparing it with the power of his companions and acknowledging her superiority. During the discussion, the hero's companions admit that they have never heard of her because of their life on the outskirts. One of the companions tells of a legend of the supreme divine realm, where one day of cultivation is equal to a year in the real world. The hero is puzzled as to why this place is considered inaccessible, despite its description as a cultivation zone. The young warrior expressed regret that he was unable to enter the supreme divine realm, even for a short time, to strengthen his abilities. The senior companion denies the possibility of the legendary place's existence, claiming that it is better to focus on real skills. Suddenly, the group notices that they are once again being pursued by hostile creatures that threaten their lives. The student, horrified, desperately asks how they can defeat the enemies, foreseeing imminent death. The warrior man takes the initiative with determination and sends his comrades forward, considering this moment his hour of glory. The hero, watching what is happening, ironically notes the warrior's self-confidence, aiming at the divine crystals of their opponents. The youth discusses the inaccessibility of the supreme divine realm, symbolically comparing the struggle with unknown perfection. One of the companions is surprised by the powerful impulse coming from a person of the student's level and begins to doubt his assumptions. The demigod acknowledges the hero's strength, expressing respect for his human nature and passing on the initiative for the coming battle. The moment of battle comes, the star beasts attack, and the young man and his allies mobilize all their forces. The hero notes the resulting chaos with slight mockery and calls the encounter with swarms of insects nostalgia. Remembering the mortal threat, the boy feels his body fill with adrenaline, which only increases his determination in battle. The hero commands his squad to attack at full speed, using the last reserves of energy for a powerful offensive. With a smile, the boy realizes that he only has enough energy for one more resurrection, noting the difficulty of fighting against such strong opponents. As a giant beast-like creature demonstrates its power, the hero ponders the difficulties of defeating a high-level enemy. The hero is pleased with the number of divine crystals collected, but understands that there is practically no time left for further exploration. Deciding to take a risk, the young man selects the random location option, preparing to explore uncharted territory. A snow-white beast with golden crowns on its head receives affection from an unknown person and demonstrates the cutest reaction. A golden-haired elf lies with a white kitten, declaring that she literally cannot resist his charm. The hero's sudden intrusion into the room causes bewilderment among the elf and her beast, and the guy himself tries to joke about the coincidence. The elf is outraged by the hero's intrusion, flares up in anger and accuses the human race of its abomination. With wings of light behind her back, she aggressively points her divine spear at the boy, demanding an explanation of his intentions. The hero, reflexively defending himself, actively asserts that there was a misunderstanding between them and that he is not the enemy. The elf, furious and distrustful, wonders how he was able to withstand her divine spear, which is capable of tearing apart even a soul. The hero understands that resurrection is impossible, so he thinks about how to get to the supreme divine realm to strengthen his abilities. The elf is shocked by the mention of the supreme divine realm and says how many gods dream of returning there to destroy the race of beings. With doubt in her voice, the girl asks how an ordinary person can know about a place that even the gods could not penetrate. The youth claims that his strength is proven by the fact that he freely enters and exits the central divine lands, despite her attempts to kill him. The girl begins to hesitate, thinking that the hero's motives may not be as hostile as she assumed. The hero, leaving, ironically declares that now the girl and her comrades will have to figure out the search for the truth themselves. The elf offers the hero a choice between power, gold, or land, and he promises that power will become the basis for his future. She hands him a secret cultivation manual using the divine origin art, which accelerates the learning of skills. The hero, impressed by the manuscript, understands that this is an unexpected turn of his fate and an excellent opportunity to strengthen his abilities. The elf promises to help the hero open the gate to the supreme divine realm if they meet again, which brings him hope for survival. The hero suggests creating a special amulet to avoid space-time chaos on the new journey. The elf agrees with the hero's plan, but slightly sarcastically remarks that she does not have a ladder to sit on to apply the mark. The boy activates the contract and wonders if he can control her by signing a magical agreement with the heavenly beast. The elf is surprised to discover that the hero's contract involves absorbing a pet and underestimates the human's power. She displays a mirror divine sign on her body, emphasizing that she is ready to respond with an equally powerful ritual. A magical surge occurs and both try to seize control by making and breaking contracts. The elf taunts, saying that when the hero becomes her pet, he will have to reveal all his secrets. Suddenly time freezes and the hero finds himself surrounded by chains, which causes surprise and confusion in the elf. The girl notices dark and threatening eyes in space, wondering at what is happening and the sudden tricks. Shocked, the heroine realizes that she is being overwhelmed by the power hidden in the hero's blood, suggesting that he may be a being from a higher dimension. The hero watches in confusion as the elf is weakened after the contract is broken, trying to understand the reason for her depressed state. The guy calls the system to consult about the current situation and possible ways of interacting with the heroine. He ponders why the standard beast contract didn't work, and looks for an alternative way to subjugate her. The hero surprises the elf by handing her an official cooperation contract, which she begins to study with skepticism. The indignant girl scolds the young man for his insolence, but understands that she will have to agree to get out of this situation. Doubts plague her mind, but she decides to trust the hero's strength, assuming that there is something more behind him. The hero realizes that the gap in their powers is too great and tries to find an explanation for the origin of his system. Finding herself in a new place, the elf asks a question about the hero's possessions, looking around in surprise. The young man jokingly draws attention to her short stature, which causes her barely noticeable irritation. The hero warns the elf about the imminent opening of the store and its readiness to receive customers, to which she reacts with bewilderment. The elf asks the hero a question, trying to understand his motivation and intentions in the current situation. A young man notices suspicious movements around his store and assumes that unknown forces are following him. The hero is surprised that the people of Tianchen have tracked his actions so quickly and begins to worry about his safety. As he watches his shop being renovated, the boy realizes that he underestimated the threat posed by the legendary master. Suddenly, a video connection with a mysterious agent is activated, which arouses suspicion and anxiety in the young man. A man appears on the screen, calling the hero by name and listing all of his accomplishments, including owning a pet store. The hero is shocked to realize that the background of the video resembles his own house, and begins to worry about his family. The hero's parents and younger sister are shown being held hostage, adding to his anxiety. The young man, with a determined expression, demands an answer from the people who captured his relatives, suspecting them of being unusual kidnappers. The hero makes a confident move, declaring that their real target is himself, while demanding that they free his family first. A man in a suit activates a holographic screen to report the target's location. The man on the holographic screen transmits information to Yuan regarding the location of the object. The legendary Master Yuan decides to find out who dares to claim the dragon legacy. The crowd of people notice the titular masters floating in the sky and discuss their strength. In a remote area of the city, an intense battle begins, shocking passers-by with its scale. 5 servants of the great families discuss the man associated with the column and warn of his possible death. The legendary Master Yuan and the titular warrior Dao Zun prepare for battle without wasting precious time. The young men in yellow uniforms discuss the power of the 2 great masters in awe, feeling their terrifying presence. An adult man orders the young people to leave, emphasizing that it is none of their business. A huge warrior with a crimson aura threatens to destroy the store, challenging the owner to a duel. The masters discuss with surprise why the door does not react to their attacks, assuming the presence of a complex defensive formation. A guy in sports clothes comes out to meet the masters and asks them not to involve his family. The young man confidently asks his opponents who is looking for him and what they want. Dao Zun is surprised that this young man has skills on the level of legendary masters. One of the masters threatens the young man, stating that he is not in a position to set conditions. All the masters present join forces, intending to capture the youth, whom they consider too daring. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy appears, and someone calls for the fight to be left to high-ranking masters. The legendary Master Yuan emphasizes that the youth's strength is much greater than expected, and suggests that he plan his actions carefully. The girl and the young man are held by spies while the legendary master expresses his admiration for their determination. The young man, unable to contain his rage, attacks and demands that his loved ones be left alone. The guy, in desperation, checks the girl's condition and asks what happened to them. The legendary master reassures that it is just anesthesia, and adds a philosophical comment about losing control. The young man sarcastically asks his opponents if the legacy of the Dragon's Ledge is really in his name. One of the masters indignantly reproaches the boy for his courage, questioning his right to the inheritance. The legendary master warns his allies of the threat coming from the shop and asserts his dominant status in the region. Master Yuan comes face to face with the young man, wondering how they can both be in the same room, like two equal legends. Yuan offers the boy to submit to him and promises to provide mentorship to develop his potential. Daozong comments suspiciously on Yuan's intentions, viewing his proposal in terms of power and influence. Yuan emphasizes the need to focus on the most worthy warriors in order to effectively utilize the secret realm's resources. The guy remembers with a smile his hatred for people who believed that something rare could only be obtained under certain conditions, including the moments of choosing the best. The legendary master warns that no enemy who dares to go against him will remain unpunished. He creates an energy barrier and reminds the young man that he must make a choice: surrender or die. Outside, the masters are stunned that the girl was able to stop a powerful blow with one hand, discussing her legendary rank. Yan notices the girl's hidden star power and sarcastically asks if she is the boy's mentor. The girl asserts her right to defend the store, emphasizing its position in her duties as an employee. She claims that she will punish anyone who breaks the rules inside the store, even the legendary master. An irritated Yuan accuses the girl of deliberately belittling him, but her confidence baffles him. Enraged, Yuan attacks, demanding to know why he is being ignored, and his reaction causes concern among his allies. People on the street scream in confusion as they watch the events unfolding in front of the store and Yuan's condition. The young man and the girl insist that the opponents should only be neutralized, not killed, maintaining the principle of justice. The girl, with an icy expression, tells her opponent that reducing the number of his limbs would suit her completely. The atmosphere becomes tense when a powerful demonic aura materializes from the store, shocking all witnesses. Yan summons a dark entity to become his weapon, imbued with destructive power. The legendary master uses a spatial rift to summon his most powerful servant. Yuan activates a new level of power, merging with the Shadow Beast King, displaying incredible might. The young man looks at what is happening with disbelief, thinking about the fusion with the heavenly beast and its possibilities. The combined appearance of Yuan and the servant turns into a terrifying warrior with the power of the empty cave realm, ready to destroy anyone. Witnesses, stunned by Yuan's hidden skills, admit that it is impossible to participate in a battle of such a scale. One of Yuan's advisors begs him to calm down, warning that the battle could destroy the entire city of Longjian. Yuan disdainfully states that he will not destroy everything because of two enemies, comparing them to small mice stealing food. The girl mockingly breaks the enemy's attack, asking if this is the limit of his capabilities. The guy stops the heroine from killing the defeated enemy, explaining that it will take him several years to recover. The astonished observers cannot believe that with one blow the devastating attack was neutralized. The young man challenges his opponents with a cheeky smile, asking why they are still hesitating. Returning home, the guy worriedly asks the girl who woke up about her health. At the table, the young man and his sister discuss recovery, while the mother is still resting after a hard day. A master with a thick beard tries to awkwardly talk to a girl, addressing her by name. The girl steps back in fear and in panic asks the uninvited guests who they are. The group of guests introduce themselves one by one, emphasizing their belonging to the Xiao family, causing her confusion. The sister, outraged by the intrusion, asks her brother why these people are in their house. The guy awkwardly makes excuses to his sister, claiming that he brought the masters as her tutors. He emphasizes that training from such masters will give her knowledge that cannot be obtained even at university. The girl asks skeptically what exactly the invited mentors are going to teach her. One of the masters, Xiao Lu, introduces himself as the King of Poisons and promises to pass on knowledge of poisoning and detoxification. Xiao Qian, a restoration master, offers to teach her healing skills and physical strengthening. The third mentor, Xiao Tang, states that he will teach her how to operate hidden weapons and mechanisms. The last master, Xiao Mu, who calls himself the Beast Emperor, offers her the skills to control celestial beasts and gives her a moon dragon. The girl is stunned by the generosity of the masters and asks in bewilderment if she can really control the dragon. She turns to her brother with a question whether these craftsmen can be trusted, and whether they demand anything in return. The mentors, understanding her doubts, ask for forgiveness for their straightforwardness, admitting that they underestimated her. The masters bow before the hero and heroine, begging them to spare their lives and show mercy. The guide jokingly asks the girl if she knows how to use curse magic, to which she strictly rejects such methods. The girl with a sly expression asks the guy if he is afraid of the master's betrayal and if he wants to keep them under control. Activating her energy, the heroine announces that for the sake of points she will perform another miracle to cleanse the masters. The masters, blinded by the light of her energy, fall to their knees, praising her as a goddess and declaring that they have seen the light. An onlooker comments in shock that she is able to control even titled masters as if they were children. When the guy asks what she did, the heroine explains that she used the blessing seal to guide them on the path of truth. The heroine warns that disrespect for her faith will lead to punishment in the form of burning in divine fire. The guy calls the girl cruel, but then solemnly announces that everyone is now obliged to believe in the inviolability of the Su family. He ironically offers the masters, since they are here, to teach him the skills of sword handling, capturing their attention. Dao Zun, a little embarrassed by the request, doubts whether there is any point in teaching a guy with such colossal strength. The young man, with a firm expression on his face, insists on his desire to learn from the master. Daozong agrees, but emphasizes that the sword technique is destructive, and also clarifies important points for starting training. The master notices that the boy's fighting style is more like a fist fight, and asks about his intentions to use the sword. The guy confidently replies that he will take care of organizing the training field, offering to leave contact information. The young man reminds her that learning from the masters is a rare opportunity, and asks her to make the most of it. Having contacted partners via a holographic interface, the guy discusses the sale of a fire dragon and real estate. He thanks the professional team for the speed, and offers to complete the transaction in his store. After looking at the energy interface, the young man plans to upgrade the store to level 3 to expand its capabilities. Thinking about the possibilities, the guy makes plans for additional earnings, discussing them with an invisible ally. The guy decisively raises the level of his store, happily noting that it begins to resemble a full-fledged pet store. Using a holographic interface, he carefully carves out 300 square meters of living space for his family. The girl, impressed by the power of this force, is surprised that the created objects can exist forever, without the need for energy replenishment. The young man continues the planning, distributing part of the space for a reception area and office space. The next step involves dedicating a fifth of the store to a feed storage area to make inventory management easier. He uses the remaining space for growing sections and experimental areas, completing the store's design. Satisfied with the result, the guy confirms all the changes, believing that this will be enough to keep the store running. Outside the store, a mother and daughter wonder if they have the wrong address when they see a familiar name. The large building with the sign catches their attention, emphasizing the grandeur of the new store space. The hero greets them inside with a smile, asking if they managed to take everything and if they are ready for the next steps. The two craftsmen inform the guy that all the things are packed and loaded into the truck, and say goodbye, heading off as he instructs. The guy gives permission for the trucks to leave and begins to prepare for a new organization of space. The sister is surprised to see the store has expanded significantly, and explains that the teachers vacated their house early that morning. The young man calmly replies that it's a long story, but on the way he'll explain everything and offer to go to the store. The first customers appear at the entrance to the store, trying to impress the elf, but receive a cold response for their attempts at flattery. The heroine, holding 3 creatures in her hands, jokingly scolds the young man for calling his clients ants. The guy asks his sister to look after the store, citing his busy schedule with other things. The sister is delighted to discover that they now have their own swimming pool, and her joy lifts everyone's spirits. She is delighted with her new room with a soft bed, noticing how much better the conditions have become. When asked about the cost of the house, the guy explains that the money was received from clients from elite areas of the city. The guy assures the family that the elite clients are happy with his work and pay for it easily, and the house is too big for their convenience. The sister jokingly says that she is taking over the responsibilities of running the house, and then asks who the attractive girl in the store is. The young man recalls the contradictory images of the heroine with confusion, but calls her his new employee. The mother suggests that the boy invite the elf to dinner to get to know her better as part of the team. Joanna greets family members elegantly, showing her respect for them. At the dinner table, the girl's mother asks her name. The sister touches Joanna's hair curiously, noticing its softness and fluffiness, while the boy reacts with slight irritation. In an informal conversation, Joanna's mother asks questions about her background, age, and personal life. Joanna replies that she is from the Outlands, is 18 years old, and has not yet thought about romance. After dinner, the guy asks Joanna ironically why she acts so ordinary with his family, and she jokes about the possibility of raising her rating. The young man sarcastically tells the elf that he will increase her personal rating if she continues to work just as effectively. The mother wonders how the hero and his employee manage to run the store together. Joanna calmly replies that the current flow of visitors is enough for the two of them, but additional tasks could complicate the work. The guy notes that thanks to Joanna's abilities, he can even reduce his participation in the management of the store. The young man, with a sly smile, thinks about plans related to the young mistress of the Tang family, who remains locked up. The girl appears in the guy's room and angrily asks what he is up to, while he calmly answers her question. After examining the room, she realizes that she is in the hero's house, deciding that he is not prepared to defend himself. The girl is thinking about an escape plan, planning to break a window and escape, only to return with the support of her family. She soon rushes towards the exit with revenge in mind, and the intention of gathering the Tang family's elite to attack. Promising revenge for her capture, she clenches her fists and speeds away from the hero's house. The girl angrily hits the window, but finds that it is too strong for her to escape. Exhausted, she falls near the barrier, blaming the guy for her current state due to long days locked in without food. In a last-ditch effort, she calls out furiously to the boy, demanding an explanation of his intentions. The guy, with a mysterious smile, replies that his main goal is to understand her value and use her abilities. In response to his remark, the girl points out his strange intentions with apprehension, suspecting a perverted plan. Gathering her strength, the heroine asserts that she will not allow him to do with her what he wants. She states that the Tang family has prepared her for any hardship, but adds that hunger still weakens her. In a furious and mixed state, the girl eats the offered buns, while simultaneously threatening the guy for her fate. The young man, with a sly smile, offers her to sign a temporary contract, adding that she will have to pay for the food. The next day, the store attracts many customers who admire the beautiful employees, thinking it is a fashion show. Joanna and the elf greet visitors, offering to split into 2 lines, for service and section rental. Joanna notices a door in the room and decides to escape, claiming that she cannot be stopped. The guy reminds her of the contract she signed, which prohibits her from leaving the store for a year. The girl, ignoring his words, furiously rushes to the exit with the thought of breaking through at any cost. Realizing that she can't break either the door or the window, Joanna angrily calls the store magical and capitulates. The guy asks the elf to teach Joanna everything so that she can get used to the job faster, which she accepts calmly. Reporters appear at the door, asking which of those present is Mr. Su. The guy confirms his identity and discusses ordering a video shoot to promote the store. During the filming, he demonstrates his power by summoning a 7th-level dragon, which leaves the assembled spectators in shock. One of the reporters asks the guy about the store's slogan, to which he replies that the main thing is the type of dragon and the name, which speak for themselves. The boy's sister says that masters of the title rank followed her even in the most unexpected places, threatening her with their presence. The guy laughingly explains that these masters were hired by him to protect her and cannot harm her. Joanna notices 2 masters, identifying one of them as an elder with the title of Serpent's Heart. Joanna, reflecting on what happened, suggests that her family may still be informed thanks to her skills. The star-titled master transmits a voice message to another elder, who is amazed by what is happening. The heroine tries to explain to the elder that she was captured by the guy and is being held against her will, begging him to release her. The elder asks in surprise if there was anyone else before her who was also caught by this young man. Joanna is relieved to realize that the elder didn't notice her, but his words make her deeply suspicious. The guy instructs the masters to guard the school grounds from the outside and gives them free access to the training field. Joanna can't believe her eyes when she sees the title masters bowing down to the boy and wonders how he achieved such influence. The guy records in the system that Joanna received 1 point, justifying her usefulness for training a new employee. He reflects on the slow progress in uncovering the spiritual tree, which has been in the works for thousands of years. The hero discusses the possibilities of the spiritual tree, suggesting that it could turn into a heavenly beast, and is pleased with the prospects. The young man understands that his next step after becoming a master is to become a mature educator, but admits his lack of experience. He activates the panel for further improvements, planning to enhance his combat power and increase his authority. The guy decides to become so strong that no one would dare to interfere in his affairs, ensuring the safety of his family. The elf senses a familiar aura, noticing that the boy's strength continues to grow. Tired from intense training, the hero returns to himself, rejoicing in his victory over a serious opponent. He notes the progress in his training and is proud that his store is also bringing in high profits. They bring him food, and despite his caution, he calmly states that it is impossible to poison him in the store. The guy, sitting in his room, explains to the elf that he used the power of the law of space to reach the divine border. He is surprised by the girl's insight in finding out where he was, and invites her to express her thoughts. The elf states that she wants to accompany him next time to use her power to help him in his training. The guy guesses that she has something else in mind, but agrees to go about her business alone. The hero notices the girl exploring the boundaries of the store, investigating what she is allowed to do, and advises her to be careful. The elf is surprised by the guy's decision to take her with him, against which he jokes about her possible antics. Joanna, tired after a hard day, falls asleep in a chair, and the goddess casts a sleeping spell on her. The guy jokes that even the apocalypse shouldn't interrupt her sleep when she's completely exhausted. The hero suddenly activates the portal and calls the girl to follow him in order to use the moment for important matters. They find themselves at the World Tree, and the elf is amazed by its ability to easily move between dimensions. The guy points out that the elf is not a good employee, and asks her to show him the way to improve his level. He asks in which kingdom the main god is located, and the elf explains how their structure is arranged. The girl talks about the 5 levels of divine realms, and mentions that no one has been able to reach the highest level for a long time. Suddenly, a winged guest of the goddess appears and greets her, and the guy asks who he is. The guest asks them to hold his hand to transport him to another world, which causes the hero slight bewilderment. They arrive at a majestic hall where the divine source is prepared, to which the guest leads them. The guy notes that the elf takes preparation seriously, even changing clothes before the procedure. The divine source activates, creating a grand spectacle, and the hero notes its incredible effectiveness. The elf explains that only the best can take a dip in the spring, and points to a specially prepared arena for training. The girl offers a deal. Every time the guy returns her to the kingdom, he gets access to the source, but she asks to stop hunting the star beasts. The guy wonders why the elf is against his battles with the star Zerg, because they have the same goal. The girl brings clarity by stating that she can smell divine crystals on his body, taken from her kind. The young man evaluates her words, and, not finding anything strange, explains his interest in these crystals. The elf points to the giant world tree, remembering its significance to her people. She tells that after death, the bodies of the gods turn into divine energy, which returns to the tree, which gives birth to new gods. The guy explains that the star Zerg absorb this energy, as a result of which it does not return to the tree. The elf explains how cultivation level affects the amount of energy returned, confirming his words. She laments how as much divine power as new gods were lost in the Zerg attack. The girl confirms that with the loss of the supreme divine realm, her people have lost the opportunity to reach the realm of the supreme god. She sadly notes that the once great divine people are now fragmented and on the verge of extinction. The heroine is in a depressed state, worrying about the current situation. The guy gives the girl a large number of divine crystals collected during the day, which causes her surprise. The young man realizes that his actions in eating crystals are no different from the methods of his enemies, and decides to change his behavior. The hero calls on the girl to bring the creatures into the arena to test their strength. The heroine notices that the energy from the crystals penetrates to the bones, thanks the hero, and leaves. The young man dives into the magical waters, thinking about how they speed up his training and activate the cells of his body. The girl leads the hero into the battle arena, pondering his potential and meaning to her people. The hero opens the vault to hide the collected divine crystals in a safer place. The guy completes the training, advancing in his development to a new level of strength and mastering the art of spirit control. The hero realizes that the only real opponent on this subcontinent will be another legendary warrior, whom he must surpass. The young man reminds the girl of the need to prepare for the workday, mentioning the funds spent on advertising. The girl asks the hero about his day off, surprised by his unexpected return from work. The guy explains that the students were released early from classes, telling them about the lesson he is preparing for with his mentor. The girl flares up with emotion, indignant at competitors using clever marketing moves. The young man laughs at her heated reaction, which leaves her puzzled. The hero comments that her behavior is reminiscent of a little boss, which makes the girl embarrassed. The guy explains that the massive success of competitors is due to the influence of the tournament winner and the passive following of clients for trends. The girl decides not to ignore this, and suggests developing her own cunning plan of action. The young man comes up with the idea of using the tournament champion to create a buzz around their store. Crowds of people discuss the advertisement of their establishment, preparing to try their hand at the promise of championship. The unknown man is outraged by the appearance of a competitor's store, clenching his fist in anger. The board of directors discusses the issue of competition and the need to take measures to retain customers. The company's president suggests using PR specialists to collect dirt on the owner of a competing store. The president ominously gives instructions on the need to destroy the reputation of the store and its owner. One of the subordinates praises the president's ability to deal with competitors and supports his plan. At the Joe family residence, they discuss how a small shop can guarantee the championship, causing confusion. The elders of the Joe family plan to take advantage of the enemy's weakness to strengthen their family's position. At the same time, at a meeting of the Liu family, they discuss who owns the strange store, calling it impudence. One of the elders reports that the shop owner is not listed among the major or minor clans, raising questions about his origins. Additional information suggests that the legendary Master Yuan was sent to the shop owner, but he returned without results. The elder reports that the legendary rank was at stake, and the witnesses were eliminated in secret. The man asks not to spread information about the opponent and to wait for a clear picture of the situation. A few days later, the store attracts attention with the promise of a guaranteed championship, causing excitement in the crowd. The young man answers the student's question with doubt, confirming the seriousness of his statement. The girl clarifies whether the young man is really going to promote one of the clients to champion, following the advertisement. The hero explains that this strategy is just a gimmick to attract traffic, and does not involve any real winners. The young man says he will only recommend trusted people to avoid any unwanted consequences. The hero indicates that the plan is to select someone who can consistently put in the effort to train to achieve success. The determined girl asks to give her the opportunity to train and achieve championship, surprising those around her. The hero notes that with the right strategy and effort, and with a strong ally, one can confidently enter the top 10. The girl resolutely declares that she wants to become stronger and follow in the hero's footsteps, since being in the top 10 is not enough for her. She admits that the hero has gone through difficult training, for which she herself is ready to work to reach his level. The hero reminds her of her significant progress in her first year, and asks about her concerns. The young man warns that the fight for the championship will bring confrontation with the city, competitors, and even former friends. The guy adds that the upcoming tournament will require her to sign up for a life-or-death fight. The girl confidently replies that she realized this when she became a master of fighting beasts. She mentions the day she felt a strong aura of a hero protecting them behind their backs. The girl screams that she is no longer a child, and wants to use this opportunity to protect others. The hero replies with a smile that he will think about her decision. The young man agrees that her aspirations deserve discussion and further action. A crowd of people are demanding their money back, outraged by the situation around the store. The hero feels a strange reaction from the system, and thinks about what is happening outside. One customer claims his pet was injured by the store and is arguing for contract rights. The crowd begins to discuss rumors about a possible store error and suspicions of hormone use. The customer makes accusations against the store and claims the money invested, demanding an answer. The man panics, accuses the store staff of coercion, and threatens to call the police. The heroine appears in the background, but the hero stops her further actions with a strict order. The man shows off a brightly glowing artifact, claiming that everything will now become clear. The client's pet, when exposed to magic, suddenly becomes weak, causing outrage. The hero asks the man if he had been in the store before, and is going to find out the details of what happened. The hero presents the documents and the man's signature confirming the agreement about the heavenly beast, but he tries to reject them. The man claims that his fox Aurora began to get sick after returning home, and the hero suggests conducting a check. The young man notes that the animal's strength has indeed decreased, but the cause looks more like poisoning than illness. The hero asks a girl named Anna if she has the ability to heal, and she modestly replies that she can do a little. The man accuses the store of using stimulants and mutated substances, citing a doctor's report. Anna intervenes, interrupts the accusations, and declares that she will take care of healing the beast herself. Anna pushes the noisy man aside with one movement, ordering him to get out of the way. Shocked onlookers watch as Aurora the fox almost instantly recovers and gets back on her feet. The man, seeing the result, apologizes for his accusations and says that he will leave them alone. As he leaves, he calls for the restored beast to follow him, acknowledging the shop's craftsmanship. The hero stops the man with the fox Aurora and asks him to go upstairs for further investigation. The young man notes that the man's nervous reaction to curing the fox is suspicious and asks who sent him. The man attempts to deny his actions, threatening to call the police if he is not released. The hero increases the pressure, forcing the man to reveal information, using his magic and the power of the fox. The hero remembers that the title rank allows him to punish without bringing charges, and asks the man if he is willing to experience this for himself. The frightened man confesses that the Liu family, who run another pet store, is behind him. The hero asks the man if the Liu family is connected to the famous Fei chain of stores, and demands more information. The man reveals that the heavenly beast was seriously injured, and the Liu family offered free treatment in exchange for placing the blame on the hero's shop. The boy tries to find out the identity of the man from the Liu family, but the man claims that he does not know his face because he was wearing a mask. Anna, with a cold look, answers the heroes that the gods do not use disgusting methods like mind reading, rejecting such a possibility. The hero notices that the man speaks too easily and precisely in his explanations, as if he had prepared everything in advance. Anna suddenly intervenes, approaching the man, which frightens him and causes him to call the fox Aurora for help. Anna casts a soul search spell, revealing the man's memories and the reason for his actions. In the flashbacks that surfaced, It was shown that the man received threats from the Zhou family and was forced to carry out their plan with the heavenly beast. The man remembers that he was promised a level 8 bloodline if he betrayed the hero's shop, but at the same time he realizes his guilt before the fox Aurora. The hero angrily grabs the man and declares that he is an undead for his actions, scaring him to the point of trembling. The man begs for his life, promising to take better care of the fox and correct his actions. The hero demands that his contract with the fox Aurora be cancelled, while Anna watches what is happening. The fox does not respond to her former master's order to return, confirming that the man is no longer worthy of her trust. The frightened man finally surrenders, asking the hero not to kill him, and acknowledges his submission. The hero, holding the man, throws himself from a height, emphasizing that he does not like to get his hands dirty. Against the backdrop of the hero's titular rank, a group of accompanying creatures appears, striking the witnesses with their strength. The hero demands to call the head of the clan, noting his arrival as the owner of the Azornic store. The servants of the Zhou clan ask the hero to wait, stating that the leader has already been notified of his visit. The hero, demonstrating the power of the luminous purgatory, warns that he does not have much patience. The elite Zhou army emerges from the clan's courtyard, blocking the hero's path and promising to prevent his advancement. The hero coldly states that he needs a leader, adding that he will not wait long. The commander of the elite army, who possesses the combat power of the 9th level, warns against entry without permission. The hero decides that if the head of the clan does not come out himself, he will have to knock on the door. The hero's secret techniques have a stunning effect on the Zhou army soldiers, who recognize the unusualness of his fighting style. The commander of the Zhou family's elite army orders all might to be used to repel the hero's attack, claiming that the outsider will be killed. The soldiers unite into a powerful defensive barrier, but the hero manages to break their formation, which shocks the army. The army commander is confused by the hero's unabated strength and accuses him of planning to destroy the Zhou family. The Zhou family protectors enter the fray, declaring that they would rather die standing than live on their knees. The hero uses the Xuanwu burst-style technique, crushing the Zhou family's defenders with a powerful blow. The commander, defeated along with his soldiers, thanks the protectors for their attempt at resistance. The head of the Zhou clan comes out, notes the strength of his elite army, but reproachfully asks how they became so useless. The clan leader, who possesses the combat power of the highest 9th stage, admits that he had to intervene due to the incompetence of his subordinates. The army commander falls before the clan leader, begging for a second chance to correct his mistakes and catch the hero. The hero, appearing against the backdrop of his powerful beasts, directly addresses the head of the Zhou clan, asking if it is true that he is the boss here. The hero demands that the head of the Zhou clan hand over the culprits who plan to harm his store. The clan protectors, who possess the combat power of the 9th stage, are outraged by the hero's demands and try to threaten him. The elite Zhou army fully mobilizes and begins its attack, intending to crush the hero. The hero contemptuously compares the army to useless creatures, saying that they are of no use. One of the protectors uses a powerful spell, forming a giant energy creature. The hero mockingly comments on the unexpected appearance of the monster, and continues to accuse the head of the clan of harboring criminals. The clan leader sarcastically remarks that the hero is still arrogant in the face of a threat, and highlights the difference between their power levels. He mentions the divine punishment of Qinglong, which is at the limit of the 9th stage, which is insurmountable for the title rank. The chapter's spell manifests a huge green dragon that can rival legendary ranks. The hero summons his strongest beasts, the Light Serpent of Purgatory and the Dark Dragon, to show the Zhou clan that he is ready for battle. The hero calls upon his beasts, ordering them to bring down the enemy, demonstrating the power of the Lightbringer Serpent and the Dark Dragon Hound. Standing in the middle of an energy vortex, the young man holds one of the enemies by the head, causing him to scream in fear and call for help. The Zhou clan protectors are shocked to realize that Qinglong's 9th stage maximum attack has been completely blocked. The hero responds coldly to the threats by destroying one of the opponents, and declaring that he has no intention of negotiating. The head of the Zhou clan is horrified to learn of the use of a rare technique called Dragon Execution, which is aimed at dragon-type creatures. He activates his most powerful defensive technique, Joku's Molten Armor, in an attempt to escape. The hero mockingly says that the leader remembered to use the armor too late, and warns that it will not save him. With one crushing blow, the hero breaks through the armor, causing the enemy to vomit blood and realize his defeat. The weakened right protector of the Zhou clan confesses to his companions that he hoped to lure the hero to harm the Liu family. The hero, with a menacing look, asks the head of the clan if he intends to continue to cover up for the guilty, demanding an immediate answer. The hero demands that the head of the clan bring all those responsible for the attack, and emphasizes that he does not intend to wait any longer. The head of the clan, reflecting on the situation, understands that the hero turned out to be much more dangerous than he expected, comparing him to the god of death himself. Those involved in the plot are let out under guard, begging for mercy, while the clan leader watches over their condition. Chief Joe states that these people are willing to be punished for their misdeeds, and suggests that the hero do so. The hero watches the prisoners, giving the order to check if all the culprits are there. One of the captives cowardly declares that he does not know the others, denies knowing them, and tries to escape punishment. The hero realizes that the memories of these people were probably erased to hide the real customer. In the background, the Right Protector admits that key parts of the memories were removed, preventing the truth from being revealed. The hero categorically declares that he will not allow the head of the clan to hide behind deception, and demands that the real culprits be handed over to him. With a menacing look, the young man finally warns that the insult to his store must be washed away with blood. The head of the clan is shocked by the hero's confidence and tries to understand where he gets such power from. One of the guards reports that several more people involved in the conspiracy have been brought in for questioning, reassuring the chief. The arrested, kneeling, beg for mercy, admit their mistakes, and beg not to take their lives. The head of the clan officially hands over all the culprits to the hero, emphasizing that they are ready to be punished. The hero rightly says that those who were not the main instigators should not be executed, but he has a higher goal. In a serious tone, the hero reflects on the need to strengthen his authority in order to prevent a repetition of such events. One of the observers mockingly states that after so many murders, the hero might calm down. The hero calmly speaks the words, mentioning the small skeleton, which causes tension among everyone present. The left protector of the clan indignantly asks why the destruction of the ancestral home continues if all the culprits have already been handed over. He responds coldly, questioning the justice of his actions and warning that he will find out the truth by the process of elimination if the organizer is not given up. The hero threatens to start with the head of the clan, calling upon the light-bearing serpent of purgatory to force him to answer. The clan leader realizes the criticality of the situation, deciding to call upon his right protector to try to turn the situation around. The hero turns coldly to the protector, suspecting him of organizing the crimes, and demands an explanation. The right protector, losing his composure, laughs at the situation, not believing that the Joe family could be on the verge of destruction due to a conflict with the store. In a fit of rage, the protector accuses the group's leader of incompetence, which led to the discovery of his perfect plan. The protector declares that if he dies, he will take with him the one who exposed his plans, launching a desperate attack. The hero orders his beast to deal with the remaining aftermath of the battle, restoring order. The left protector watches the horror of what happened and admits that he is glad that he was not involved in this conspiracy. The clan leader, shocked by the destruction, decides to forbid his family from approaching the hero's store in order to avoid further conflicts. Bowing before the hero, the head of Joe hands over all the culprits to him, begging him to spare his family and not to be angry anymore. The hero explains that eliminating the villains is not the end, and demands a public apology and compensation from the Joe family for the damage caused. The clan leader agrees, promising to personally handle the announcements while rumors about the store owner's strength are already circulating in society. The youth clarifies the terms of compensation, asking what kind of resources the Joe family lacks, but states that he needs a certain set of heavenly treasures to train the martial beastmasters. The hero demands a set of treasures of the same level that are taught to the most important heirs of the Joe family. The head of the family is shocked, because the transfer of these resources will deprive Joe of the opportunity to ever become stronger, and sees this as a threat to the future of the clan. The hero calmly replies that even if he compares them to lesser creatures, he is able to make a worthy opponent out of anyone. The hero confidently adds that even a pig can be brought to the level of a real clan leader if he has real talent. The clan members are outraged by the comparison of the patriarch to a pig, and are ready to start a fight to defend the honor of the family. The head of the family wonders if the hero is really capable of raising anyone to the top, recalling the past development of the little skeleton. The clan leader is frightened, realizing that the hero's words are not a metaphor, because the skeleton was once a beast with the lowest pedigree, and now has become incredibly strong. The hero notes that the leader of Joe is worthy of his position, and offers cooperation for the benefit of both parties, promising rare food and the cultivation of super-strong beasts at low prices. The young man reminds the leader that the Joe family has long dreamed of entering the Major League, and hints that his help could become a nuclear weapon in their confrontation with the 4 major clans. The head of the clan is surprised by the scale of the hero's plans, and suspects that he also intends to subjugate all the strongest families. The hero advises to look at the situation more broadly, hinting to the elder about new strategies for the sake of the family's survival. The city is discussing the latest events, surprised by Joe's exposure, and now praising the owner Sue's store. Shoppers inside the store share the news with each other, noting that the rumors about the amazing store turned out to be true. The hero unexpectedly receives a mysterious reward, a bright energy core, and wonders about its purpose. He is surprised to discover that this artifact allows him to obtain the ability of fusion, a rare gift available only to legendary beastmasters. The young man is puzzled about which of his pets to entrust with such a powerful skill book, because it is truly dangerous. In his imagination, the hero tries on the power of merging with the dragon, imagining how he will breathe fire and fly on the wings of the light-bearing serpent of purgatory. The guy thinks that using a dragon to merge is too banal and familiar, because he likes spirit control more. The hero considers the option of merging with the dark dragon dog, and, imagining its abilities, notes that it would be useful to see souls at a great distance. The dark dragon dog reacts happily, but the idea of becoming a dog warrior seems too ridiculous to the hero. The boy decides that the only one truly worthy of the legendary fusion skill is a small skeleton. The young man summons a miniature skeletal warrior, warning that he is not needed for battle this time. The little skeleton grabs the skill book. The hero encourages him, convincing him to accept the power quickly. The hero is surprised to notice that after receiving the fusion skill, the skeleton's combat power has increased almost 1.5 times. After absorbing the bloodstone, the appearance of the small skeleton changes. It becomes stronger and much more frightening. The guy realizes that for a long time, battles and experience did not give a noticeable increase in strength, but now even a small increase is significantly valuable. The young man rejoices that after many battles with divine beasts and obtaining a new skill, the little skeleton's combat power has finally reached 11, confirming the effectiveness of the fusion. The hero's shop finally finds peace, and he decides to start training newcomers for the sake of future victories. The girl and the boy discuss the unexpected appearance of a strong fighter who is now in contact with Sue's boss. The hero greets the elder Dao Zun, a swordmaster who can kill 9th-stage beasts with his own power. The swordmaster is surprised by the changes in the store, and offers the hero to finally begin training in the art of the sword, specifying his wishes regarding the location of the training. The young man chooses an open and safe area with mountains and sea for training, emphasizing the danger of the master's art. The elder was amazed at the realism of the chosen hologram, and the hero assures him of its reliability for a training duel. Dao Zun agrees to reveal the secret techniques and asks the hero to show himself in action, expecting a real sword fight. A tense duel begins. The guy announces the beginning of the battle with the senior swordsman. The hero warns that learning the sword will come at a price, and shows his opponent a mysterious shining fruit. Senior Dao Zun is astonished to recognize the legendary spiritual tree fruit, which can develop the strength of a beastmaster to the next level. The hero looks with delight at a rare artifact that could shorten his years of training. The man activates the blade, explaining that its uniqueness is not available without exceptional skill. The guy notices the devastating attack and exclaims in surprise about the appearance of a mysterious creature. The senior master discusses the hero's pet's power level and shares his impressions of its potential. The heroine reflects on how destructive this little skeleton is. The master is determined to teach his pet the art of weapon handling at any level. The hero, full of determination, actively prepares for training, sparing neither effort nor time. On the battlefield, 2 blades clashed, causing surprise among those watching the clash. The hero gathers his allies, claiming that he is now ready to go to the dangerous region. In a combat vehicle, a young man and woman discuss its power and exceptionality in light of their current mission. The hero informs his companions that he has agreed on a free place for temporary stay, including the preparation of transport. The girl is surprised by the mention of combat armor and asks about yesterday's incident. The young man explains that a clash with an influential family was inevitable, but he managed to defend justice. The guy reports that he eliminated the leadership involved in the attack, causing surprise among those around him. The girl assumes that recent events are connected with her success in the tournament, but she is assured otherwise. The hero philosophizes about the power and inevitability of confrontation, emphasizing that the problems are not her fault. The guy admits that he doesn't strive to be a champion, but emphasizes the value of training for his companions. The group discusses plans to prepare for the tournament, where the leader confirms that he has sufficient strength. A devilish creature appears on the field, and the allies decide to postpone the battle for a while. The girl releases a fire beast that attacks enemies, creating a fiery whirlwind. The girl warns her sister about an approaching enemy, offering to block his next attack. A young warrior summons the moon dragon to face a powerful foe. By combining her power with the summoned creature, she attacks the enemy using the moonclaw technique. The group rejoices in their victory over the enemy, finally easing the tension. A girl protects her comrade from a surprise attack by a creature with spiritual power. The enemy uses toxic fumes to hide from the team's attacks. The young heroine uses a treatment method to cope with the poison. The girl reacts to her comrade's joke, and the team realizes that the enemy is calling for reinforcements. The hero decides to unite the forces of his creatures for a final attack on the enemy. The young man solemnly assures that their coordinated actions will allow the battle to be completed in their favor. The girl suggests that the guy coordinate for the attack, confirming his ability to work in a team. The hero decides to contain the hostile couples and builds a strategy for the future, thinking about his plans. The young man gives the girl an expensive drug, emphasizing her contribution to their survival. The master announces the end of the training day and suggests that everyone rest, but the heroine wants to continue fighting. The girl shares her enthusiasm for the battle, and the guy explains that he is raising money to promote his dragon. Based on the merit calculation, the operator announces the results, registering the achievements in the system. The man happily accepts the challenge of counting his merits and asks about his results. The hero is explained the scoring system, detailing the difference in value of killed animals of different levels. The base workers remind us of previous records and joke about the hunter's gradual progress. A group of competitors called the Night Wolves demonstrate their results with an impressive amount of points. The Night Wolves group discusses the distribution of over 1 million merits among the members, causing envy among those around them. The boy is outraged by the low credit for his efforts in solo hunting and decides to join a group. The operator calls the next team, representing 3 registered participants. The hero and his 2 companions collect a record-breaking 2 million merits, stunning the other participants. Observers are amazed at the number of points received, calculating how much each team member earned on average. The hero renounces his share of the credit, allowing his comrades to share it among themselves. The guy suggests that the heroine take a little more credit, but she insists on an equal distribution. Other participants express dissatisfaction with the unfairness of the merit system. The girl silently listens to the arguments of her group, who accuse her of inaction and unwillingness to fight for points. The boy explains to the girl the importance of effectively using the merits received to improve future opportunities. The senior participant, addressing the newcomers, emphasizes that they should be grateful for the opportunity to intern. Young hunters admit their mistakes, but justify their failures by their inexperience in difficult battles. A group of students are outraged that the work they've done, including killing high-level beasts, is being rated so low. The girl notices the tension in the room, but the young man asks her not to rush to conclusions and to remain calm. Senior hunters point out to newcomers that their success is routine and a natural consequence of well-deserved work. The leader of the experienced hunters concludes that participating in battles gave the youth useful experience. He reminds us that we need to focus not only on the results, but also on what was done to achieve them. A group of students is told that joining a team means sharing all risks and rewards collectively. Experienced hunters emphasize the importance of the value of each action and suggest that those who are dissatisfied act independently. Young people are thinking about the fairness of the system, realizing the importance of experience and teamwork for further growth. The boy reflects on the girl's resilience, admitting that she hates injustice, but she needs to become stronger. The hero motivates his companions by offering to exchange their merits for currency and continue training in the desert areas. The day before the tournament opens, the ranking of the top participants is temporarily suspended. The mysterious man rejoices at the opportunity to spread the hero's name throughout the city, planning his moves. In a darkened room, mysterious figures discuss a young opponent who is ready to fight for first place. On the customer rating screen, the hero's name and his comrades occupy the top positions, attracting the attention of rivals. Huge screens on the airships announce the start of the long-awaited 50-second global epic tournament. The huge stadium is filling up with people eagerly awaiting the start of the preliminary rounds. The crowd of spectators erupts in shouts of enthusiasm, eager to see the exciting spectacle of the tournament. Tournament organizers encourage participants to demonstrate their skills by launching the competition. A girl from Fengshan University is preparing for the qualifying round of the tournament, aiming for high achievements. Participants from different universities and families take their places, emphasizing the scale of the tournament with 1,000 participants. The arena gates close, the force field is activated, and the name of the round is announced. The first elimination round, called Insect Swarm, is filled with dangerous fantasy creatures. Participants will learn that they will have to confront a swarm of wild level 5 bees whose stings can paralyze. According to the rules of the round, participants must last 6 hours, which causes panic among the unprepared. A university professor watches the tournament, noticing how much more difficult this level has become compared to previous ones. The young man finds himself in the spotlight, sitting next to renowned teachers backstage at the competition. One of the mentors offers the hero to become a golden teacher at the university, promising great privileges. Two professors begin a dispute over the right to recruit the hero, competing for his attention and talents. The young man discusses with the professor his recent successes and opportunities for continuing to work at the university. The teacher praises the hero for suppressing the influential family and notes how his store influences the development of the students. He is offered to head a new department of the university related to the cultivation of heavenly beasts, which provides enormous resources. The hero jokingly refuses the offer, saying that now he is only interested in participating in the tournament. The second professor expresses dissatisfaction with his colleague's treachery, but admits that he would like to suggest something similar himself. The tournament host reminds the participants of the rules, as well as the need to take care of the arena environment. The tournament begins, and the participants are faced with paralyzing poisonous insects that pose a deadly threat. Many players are eliminated from the round due to the swarms of bees attracted to the arena. A girl finds herself in the spotlight after becoming the target of a swarm of insects due to an unsuccessful maneuver. She displays amazing agility and elegant movement while resisting attacks, which causes delight among the spectators. The girl reflects on the strange activity of the swarm of insects that avoid attacking the grass flowers. On the other side of the arena, one of the participants easily deals with insects using his strength. The guy unleashes power, destroying many fantasy bees, hoping to end the round faster. The host admires the tactics of the participant, who hides his real strength, showing only a part. The contestant is suddenly faced with a massive attack of bees, causing him to lose his advantage. The commentator points out the participant's mistake, as he underestimated the reproduction rate of the ghost bee swarms. The girl analyzes the situation, realizing that even high-level masters would not have lasted so long against the swarm. She comes to the conclusion that the key to passing the round is not in fighting strength, but in unconventional solutions. The younger generation of the Tang family criticizes the girl for her ambitions, preparing for battle with disdain. The heroine comes up with an experimental plan to lure bees to herbal flowers to reduce their pressure. The insects continue to ignore the grass flowers, which increases the girl's suspicions about the swarm's bizarre behavior. The heroine comes to two possible reasons. Either the swarm is being controlled, or the flowers are somehow scaring them away. The girl guesses that special rules for protecting flowers may explain the current situation in the arena. Behind the scenes, the teachers learn about the Tang family's weapon, which is capable of fatally wounding even strong opponents. The girl successfully repels the attack, unexpectedly wounding the opponents, which causes them shock and confusion. The announcer reports the defeat of 3 strong members from the Tang family, who were attacked by a swarm of bees. One of the participants calls upon his fire frog to create a wall of fire to protect himself from insects. The group of participants uses the fire barrier for cover, but begin to argue about what to do next. The heroine understands that the secret artifacts that repel insects have not been found, and looks for them among the bees. She continues to move around the arena in search of a possible treasure that holds the key to victory. The girl decides to use star power to determine if secret artifacts are hidden inside fantasy bees. She quickly catches one of the bees and begins to examine it to confirm her guess. While examining the captured insect, she discovers a hidden treasure inside it, confirming her suspicions. The commentator happily announces that the contestant has found the correct way to complete the round in just 1 hour. The girl stands proudly in the arena, having won the first round, which causes admiration of the spectators. The other participants begin to realize that the treasure is hidden in the bees, but regret their failure. Backstage, teachers discuss how Su Linyu's skillful technique helped her defeat difficult opponents. One of the senior mentors makes a sarcastic comment upon discovering the girl's connection to the Tang family. The protagonist answers in a light tone that there is nothing special about teaching the girl, increasing his calmness. The Tang family participants who lose the round leave the arena under the care of medical assistants, which concludes the round. One of the participants successfully repeats Su Linyu's method, receiving the key to passing the first round. The round is declared over, allowing the advanced participants to prepare for the next stage in 3 days. The heroine notices the importance of her discovery and is glad that it prevented possible tragedies in the arena. As she leaves the arena, the girl jokes about returning home and is noticed by a hidden rival from the Mu family. The Mu family's secret technique leaves a blood mark, causing beasts to become aggressive. The opponent explains that using this technique will split the load between the participant and their heavenly beast. A swarm of insects controlled by a member from the Mu family rushes towards Su Lingyu, causing horror among the onlookers. Viewers are outraged by the injustice of what is happening, assuming that the heroine was deliberately attacked. The commentator explains that there is no direct rule against attacking other participants, leaving the situation open to condemnation. The Mu family member, ostentatiously declaring himself to be the future champion, directs his full power at the heroine. The girl activates the summoning rift, summoning her powerful celestial beast to confront the enemies surrounding her. A fantasy fire beast appears, possessing high speed and destructive power, causing confusion to the opponents. The enemy is shocked that the heroine was hiding such a powerful battle beast. The enemy attempts to regain control of the battle situation by using the 8th stage demonic claw. The fire beast activates the nightmare paralysis ability, immobilizing the enemy and depriving them of control over themselves. The heroine explains the weakness of the blood mark, pointing out the decrease in the owner's concentration due to sharing the load with the heavenly beast. She disarms the enemy and destroys the source of his power, avoiding unnecessary violence. Leaving the arena, the heroine easily and confidently declares that she does not kill enemies, following her brother's instructions.